Chapter 15. He Has Our Scent. The junction ahead of them had already been flown. The news arrived the way the road's worst news always arrived, out of an instrument doing exactly what it had been built to do. Brant sounded every mark on approach, the helm's habit since the gather, the old chain discipline. Ask a junction whether it is old and cold and nobody's before you commit a ship to stand on it. And at the bottom of the morning watch, the answer came back with somebody else's weight in it. The mark was not nobody's. The fold state stood the way water stands behind a boat, settling, legible, and the boat was days gone, and it had not been theirs. Again, Holt said quietly from the XO station, and Brant ran it again, and the second return sat down on the first without a hand's width between them. One crossing in, one out, Brant read her board, in the flat Cleveland that got flatter the less she liked a thing. Light hull, days old, the settling still proud of the floor. Whoever it was came, stood on the mark a while, and left the way they'd come. Her hands lay still on the board's edge, and her eyes never left it. "Captain, that's the next junction of our road. Nobody has this road. The Oron cut it out of their dead and handed it to us, and there's a wake on it in front of us." Mercer was out of the chair before she finished, at the rail of the plot, the cold of the deep country coming up through his boot soles. Behind them, astern, the road was his. That fact had been on the morning figures since the watch turn Hale brought it to his cabin, read out daily with the floor and the loaf, until the ship had worn the shape of it smooth. The hunter walked their old marks, the way a man goes lamp to lamp down a street. That was the arrangement. That was the dark they had learned to live in. Ahead was supposed to be nobody's. "The annex applies," Aldrich said from tactical, before anyone asked her. "A wake where no wake should be is a voice in a hold hull, Captain, until it proves otherwise. I want the passive array, and I want drift, and anything out there lying cold gets a watch to show me an edge before this ship closes 1 kilometer. Take your watch, Lieutenant." The Endurance lay to in the dark and drifted, silent, her drive at nothing, while the long baseline array drank the junction's approaches, and Aldridge stood over the returns with her hands behind her back, pricing every occlusion in the field against the memory of 2 big hulls running up from cold at a merciful ship that had not been there. The galley sent soup forward in lidded mugs at the change of the watch, unasked. The well kept its count, low, marking the drift. Nothing in the dark showed an edge. What the optics finally raised, standing on the mark itself, was a machine. It wrote the junction the way a buoy rides a sea lane, station-keeping on cold gas, patient, the size of one of their own boats, arrays folded along its body like a wading bird's wings. No drive worth the name, no weapons the boards could find. And it was new. That was the thing the bridge could not stop looking at. Every hull this crew had boarded, fought, saved, or buried for a year and a half had been a mended thing, plate over plate, the whole pocket one long inventory of repair. And this had come off a yard with its first paint still on it. Somebody in the lit country had built it lately, for this work, and spent it out into a dark the front had never before thought worth the postage. "It's been breathing the whole watch," Marsh said. The signals officer had the machine's day drawn out on his repeater in a clean, small hand, the minder a shadow on the stool behind him. "It wakes on a fixed interval. It sounds the junction, same physics as our own chain, give or take the manners. It banks the figures. Then one send, tight beam, low, not aimed anywhere near the lit country direct, but at a bearing, and the bearings where a sibling of it will be listening. Node to node, Captain, a chain of them laid out across the deep country, handing each other's figures home to a desk." "Kill it from here," Aldridge said. 3 rounds.
No boat, no risk, and the road's ours again by supper. And what does the desk learn, Mercer said, when a relay dies mid-sentence? The same thing it learns if we lift it whole, sir. Mersch did not look up from the repeater. That it stopped. The next window goes by empty either way. 2 windows and the chain logs the node dark. The desk puts a pin where its relay used to answer, and the pin is a fix on us fresher than anything his sweeps have taken since the dead system. That price is sold the moment we touch it. The difference is what we hold when we've paid. Dead, it's a hole in his picture and nothing in ours. Lifted, its library comes home, taskings, returns, the chain's own addresses. A relay keeps what passes through it, Captain. I'd want to know what this one's been carrying. Holt came down the step from the XO station and put the trade on the table the way Holt put everything, square and unsweetened. A fresh fix against an unread library, Captain. We won't know which way that bargain ran until the library is open, and by then it's struck. The bridge waited. Mercer stood at the rail with the Platte turning slowly in front of him, the patched gray shape of his ship at the center of it, and the bright, hard point of another man's instrument standing on the road his crew had been given by the dead. And the choosing arrived, not as clarity, just as the next thing that had to be true. They had been read the whole length of this dark. Every fold, every stop, every mercy, collected and priced and entered in a ledger he had never once seen.
"Strike the bargain," Mercer said. "Lieutenant, your party, your boat. Bring me its memory." The boat went across at the top of the forenoon watch, Cardenas flying, Aldridge and Vega in the lock. And the lift ran clean and short and silent. No charges, no fire. Vega's rebuilt fingers walking the seam of the machine's spine while it slept between windows, reading the run of it the way the man read everything now. And the core came away whole, the way a core had come away whole once at a lane platform in the lit country, lifted by this same crew's hands as a prize for the man who owned this one. Nobody on the circuit said so. Cardenas brought the boat home under the Endurance's flank, and the dark machine stayed riding its mark behind them, blind now, holding station on a junction it would never sound again. The first thing the Endurance had ever taken off the front in open country. Marsh had the core cradled at signals before the boat finished its swing onto the davits, and his first pass was still running when the watch changed. At the turn he stood and crossed to the dais and gave the captain one sentence, low, off the record, in the voice of a man who has checked a thing 4 times, hoping it would change. "It wasn't put out here to find us, Captain." By the afternoon watch, the wardroom table had the whole of it laid out in light. Hale stood at the head of the table with her slate squared and the bench feeds patched through to the bulkhead display, and the color had been scrubbed out of her voice since before Mercer reached the compartment, which on this ship meant a bad chart. Marsh sat with the Corps' library decrypted and indexed in front of him, the minder by the hatch. Holt had his paper folder and had not opened it. The smell of the bitter end of the coffee ration stood over the table, and nobody had touched a mug. "Page 1, Marsh said. "The machine's a surveyor. Its tasking grammar is survey grammar, front Q form, the same form their lane keepers used when the lanes were worth keeping. Wake soundings on an assigned grid, fixed intervals, returns posted up the chain. There's a watch annex buried in the tasking, our drive pattern, our gun signature, flagged for priority if either crossed its field. Page 2, Captain. An afterthought in case we happened by. Page 1 is the grid." "Show him the grid," Hale said. Marsh put it on the bulkhead, and the wardroom went quiet around it. The display drew the deep country the way Hale's own survey drew it. Junctions as points, the floor as shading, the spent dark deepening down and away from the lit reaches like a sea chart running off a shelf. and across it, laid in the front's hard, bright vector grammar, stood a fan of soundings, dozens of marks, scores. Junctions sounded once and posted, junctions sounded twice, a lattice of patient measurements opening out from the lit country and reaching down, mark over mark, into the cold. And the fan was not spread evenly across the dark. It narrowed as it went. Every long line of it, run out to its end, converged on the same deep region, the way streams converged on a valley nobody has to show them. "He's sounding for room." Hale's stylus crossed the fan without touching the display. "It's my book, Captain. The same arithmetic, run from the other end. The floor and what's left under it. The pocket is spent. The deep country is the only country left with room beneath it. And there is one region in all of it where the room runs deep enough to matter. The Orun told us. My own survey confirms it every junction we cross. His grid has worked it out from cold soundings without ever putting a hull on the road." The stylus stopped at the fan's point of convergence, out beyond the grid's last marks, in the unsounded dark where the road home ran. "Every line he's drawn for half a year runs at the span." The word stood in the wardroom. Mercer kept his hands flat on the table, and a voice arrived in him unbidden, the way the body brings things up at the worst hours, warm as the first day, unhurried, a man pouring for guests. "When you are ready to talk about the door you think I have not seen, talk." It had been a taunt in the autumn, and they had taken it for one. It had been a survey prospectus. "There's more," Marsh said, "and it's worse, sir. The returns carry sources. Most are his own relays, the chain reporting the chain. But there's a second source class in the column grammar, entered the same way, posted the same way, weighted heavier." A pause, exactly the size of its contents. "It's us, our road. Every mark this ship has made since the gather. Hour, weight, heading, draft. Logged junction by junction off his sweep soundings of our wake and entered into the survey as returns. We're in his grid, Captain, not as a contact, as an instrument, the best one he has, the only one that's flown the country he's charting." "He's stopped using our wake to find us," Hale said, flat, all bench. "He's using it to draw the road." Holt spoke from his place, level, the folder still shut. "The picture astern has been thinning since before the dead system. Half this wardroom read it as the hunt going stale. I'll put myself at the front of that queue. My appreciation said his cost curve had broken and he was husbanding hauls. The morning figures have shown the lead growing for weeks." His eyes went to Marsh. "Say the rest." "The tasking history's in the library." Marsh set it to the table. "The pursuit elements came off our road while we were still lying to at the dead system. Retasked, the whole pack of them, to the grid. The lead we've been reading out at the morning muster grew because nobody was behind us to be led. The signals officer looked up then, and for once did not pair it. We thought we'd worn him out, Captain. We were chalking it on the ration board. He wasn't tired, he was finished, with the part of this that needed us." "And the race?" Mercer said. "Run from his end. The grid's leading edge stands deeper than we do, on both flanks of our road." Marsh brought the marks up, soundings out beyond the Endurance's position, sparse, struggling. "The deep country is fighting him. The junctions down there barely answer a sounding. His returns thin to guesswork at the edge, and he does not hold the span. The fan says where, it doesn't yet say the door. But riding the chain with the survey traffic, there's movement tasking, heavy hauls coming up the grid behind the relays, staging deepward and echelon. He isn't waiting on the chart to finish, Captain. He's marching on the strength of it." AWL Aldridge had come in at the turn of the watch and stood by the hatch through all of it, where AWL Aldridge always stood. And she said the thing the room had been standing around since the display lit. "He's had our scent since the lit country.
A year and a half, and every watch of it I've built against the hunter behind us." Her chin lifted half a degree at the fan. "He doesn't need the scent anymore. He knows where the fox lives." "Then hear it plainly, all of it, because the ship will hear it at the muster and the wardroom hears it first." Mercer stood. The polish had been gone from his voice for a year. What was left was plainer and better, and he kept it level. "We chose the door because home was only safe while home was somewhere he could not follow. That was the whole of the calculation. I made it at this table, and I'd make it again on the same facts. The facts have moved. The keepers rode home through the one junction that bridges out, and the man behind us has stopped chasing this ship and put a year of survey into finding that junction for himself. Every fold we make toward the span confirms his chart. Every fold we don't make, his relays make without us, slower and not enough slower. There is no version of standing still that starves him, and no version of running that doesn't draw him the last of the line. The road home and his road in are the same road." His hand found the table's weld seam and worked along it once, an old habit of the hands, and stopped. "We have spent a year and a half learning what this ship is. She's the ship that stops, and the ship that checks first, and the ship that stands between. Here is what else she is now, and I'll say it once so we're none of us strangers to it. She is the proof his chart is right. We are carrying home to our own sky the man we've been running from, and the cargo gets heavier every fold, and the only direction with anything at the end of it is still forward. So, forward, first." No one reached into the quiet after that, and Mercer did not hurry to fill it either. Orders. The word put the wardroom back into watches. "Doctor, the race goes on the morning figures. His grid's edge against our road, built daily off the library's baseline, and whatever the sweeps astern hand us from here. The gap comes off the board. It was a true number that meant the wrong thing, and this crew gets figures that mean what they say. Work with Mr. Marsh. The library's returns against your book. I want to know what he holds, what he guesses, and where his guesswork's thin, because thin guesswork is the only country left to be clever in. Commander, the doctrine tightens. Legs as lean as the galley allows, soundings banked, the rig's debts paid at the anchorages as they fall due, and not a volt anywhere else. And Mr. Marsh, the grid, the taskings, the whole library, post it to the ledger, sealed where your postings go. If this ship doesn't reach home, the warning reaches it without us. We are not the only thing that can carry what we know anymore. See to that today. Posted today, Captain." The wardroom broke the way working meetings break, into footsteps and lists. Holt stayed, gathering his unopened folder, and at the hatch he stood a moment with the weight of something worth saying, and said it. "The fix we sold for that library has been on his desk since the window we broke, Captain. By tonight he knows we've seen the grid. A beat, level as the man. He'll be asking himself what we do about it." "Good," Mercer said. "It'll make two of us." Mercer told the ship at the evening muster, on the speakers, in the grammar the crew had crossed the worst of the road on, where the machine had come from, what its library held, what the lead on the morning figures had truly been, and what would stand on the board in its place, the cost beside it, all of it, the way she had taught him. The hunter was not behind them. The hunter was charting the country in front of them, and meant to hold the door home when they reached it, because there had only ever been the one door. The ship that had been racing its own feedstock since the first morning of the dark was in a second race now, and the line at the end of it was the span, and the stake was not the ship. The stake had never been smaller than everything, and now it had a sky's worth of faces in it.
The mess took it the way the mess had taken every bill since the modules went. A beat of quiet. The ladles stopped. Somebody well back asking how far ahead his survey stood, and somebody nearer the math saying thin, where it matters, thin, and guessing. And then the trays went along again, because the Endurance's people had been outrunning arithmetic since Houston, and a race at least had a finish in it. Mercer took the long way forward at the bottom of the evening watch, the one practical road, past the galley, dim between sittings, the night ovens ticking, the duty hand scouring the urns, and stopped at the serving line because the ration board had changed since the morning. The lead was gone. The column of it, weeks of careful chalk, the folds ahead figure the watch had updated every morning and the pool had paid out on, rubbed clean, the slate still holding the ghost of the numbers the way slates do. In its place, low on the board where a serving queue would read it tray by tray, the arrow had come back, aft and up, the same hand as the autumn, or a hand that had learned from it. Home, said the word under the arrow, the way it had said it the morning the road got its name. And under that, fresh tonight, chalked in the wide, deliberate capitals of a man who had guarded spice stock through a famine on the bare chance of a day worth spending it. First. Boyd came out of the dry stores hatch with a crate of printer cartridges on his shoulder, took in the captain at his serving line reading the board, and made no more of it than the galley made of anything. "Standing orders say no chalk on a serving surface, Captain," the cook said, going past. "The commander's advised against enforcement, twice now." "The commander's a sound lawyer. Carry on, Mr. Boyd." The bridge had the night watches quiet when Mercer came up to it, the boards low, the well counting the drift down to the fold point, and the plot carrying the new figure at the top of its stack where the gap used to ride, the grid's edge and the road's end, two distances closing on the same dark point out beyond all soundings. Brant had the helm. She had traded for the night fold, the watchbill said, and the watchbill did not say that the helm had been hers on every leg that mattered since the lit country, because the whole ship knew it without the saying. The solution stood built and breathing on her board. Mercer sat. Astern, on a dying junction in the bought and paid for dark, a blinded machine rode its mark, and its silence was a sentence in a letter, and the letter was already on the desk of a man who had everything except a sky. Ahead, the road ran down into the cold the O'Aran had paid their dead to chart, toward the one door out of the whole spent universe, and every fold of it would be written fair behind them. Hour, weight, heading, in the only handwriting the Endurance had never learned to disguise, her own. "Fold point, Captain," Brant said. There had been a man at a borrowed table once who poured for the people taking the house, and a boy in a doorway who swore he would never be him, and the man in the captain's chair knew it now, and knew this too. There are hours when the pouring is all that is left, and this was not yet one of them, and the difference between those hours was called a race. "Commit," Mercer said. And the hand that drew the road another line toward home was his, the way it would be his every fold of the rest of it, all the way to the door. The Endurance folded, and the step printed astern, fresh and clean and legible, on a junction that belonged to the dead, for the living to fight over. Chapter 16. The Last Cold Stretch. The junction let go of its third solution while the bench was still proving it, and Hale told the bridge so in the voice she kept for signing casualty annexes. "Gone again, Captain. It stood for 11 minutes this time. The first held most of a watch. I can derive a fourth, the figures are still there to take, but you should have the shape of it before I spend the draw. Every solution this door gives us is thinner than the one before, and it isn't interference, and it isn't the bench. The junction is not settling, it is dying. We are sitting at a dying door asking it to stand open, and each time we ask, there is less of it left to answer." Sayan stood at the after rail of the bridge, in the place the watch had stopped noticing the delegates somewhere back down the road, and the sky of the heart stood in the forward displays the way it had stood since the ship crossed into it, wrong, and wrong in a manner the body had ruled on before the boards finished assembling it. Astern, the last stars of the living legs lay raked together low in the field, banked red, coals in a hearth nobody tended, tailvesh, his people's old word, suns guttered, but suns still. Ahead, the bow arc gave the optics nothing at all. The screens drew their own grid across the blackness to prove they were lit, and what the bench could raise out of that blackness at the very limit of its reach came back faint and far and blue. Brant asked it from the helm into a quiet nobody else had been willing to spend. Her hands lay easy on the board, which in Brant meant the opposite. "Doctor, the deep field, past the dead ground. I've been flying on it for 3 watches, and it isn't right. It reads blue. All of it." "It is blue," Hale gave it from the science bench, flat. "Every spectrum I can pull off the bow arc arrives blue shifted. The entire deep field, every bearing past the heart. I have run the bench against itself 4 ways, and it is not the bench. Out there, past this darkness, everything is closing on everything else. The sky here is falling inward." A breath, and she put the rest of it down plainly because the captain had made plainness the ship's grammar, and the crew had earned it. "You'll want to know what that means. I can give you the reading. I won't dress it in a mechanism I don't own. Nothing in the catalog does this. No sky we hold a record of, ours or theirs, does this." The quiet stood, and the crew let it stand, and the quiet had company. Through the souls, patient, worn, the only voice in the heart came up on its slow fixed interval. The keeper, 2 points off the port bow, dark on every board the ship owned, saying his people's dead to a sky with no one left in it to answer him. The gather's weather had gone under the floor of the rig's reach legs back, and the crew, who had slept inside a mourning people's voice since the spring of the gather, slept badly out of it. In the heart they had taken to standing into the keeper's single line at change of watch, 2 and 3 at a time, boots planted, the way you stand into the only weather there is. Marsh kept the distress bands manned the whole way through, by standing order unamended since the drum, and the bands kept nothing. It was the first sky of the whole road with nobody in it to call. "Then it means we cross," Mercer said, "and we do not come back here. Derive your 4th, Doctor." The ship herself had gone cold to pay for the asking. Ferris had been stripping the hotel load leg by leg since the Heart's Edge. The drive drank deeper for every fold the further in they flew, and what the drive drank came out of the lights and the heating and the last small comforts of a hull that had never owned many. The bridge watch stood too in greatcoats. Breath showed at the helm. The galley served the loaf warm 1 watch in 3, and nobody asked for better, because the alternative had been read out at muster in 4 sentences. The warmth went to the drive, or the drive did not take them home. The keeper went first. His figure changed at the bottom of the watch, the road figure, and then the crossing form laid against this door's own place, and the vast hull stood off the port bow into the junction without ceremony, and was gone. And the deck fell silent for the first time since the gather, and the silence was not any of the 3 quiets Sion owned a word for. Then, faint, frayed at its edges, arriving like a lamp through fog, the same figure, from the far side of a dying door, set again on a short fixed interval. The same place, the same weight, here. "He's through." Hale had the trace across the bench's whole width, and he's transmitting at us through the boundary. Same figure, same interval, regular as bell strikes. He has put himself on the far side, and he is saying, "Here, until we come." Her hand stopped a moment on the bench's edge. "Captain, the door paid for his crossing. The fourth derivation just came back thinner than the third was when it died. Whatever margin that junction owned, his wake took a share of it, and he knew it would when he committed, and he went first anyway, because a mark on the far side is the one thing that can hold a helm true through a fold that sags. We fly this at a beacon, or we don't fly it at all. He's bought us the beacon. The door paid for it." Sachin took the shape of that standing still. A keeper had weighed a dying door against a stranger's helm and spent the door. The arithmetic had taken the keeper no time at all. Sachin set the fact down with care, whole, the way his people set down heavy things, and left standing behind it, unfinished, a longer sum he did not yet want. "Margins, Captain, since we're counting." Ferris on the link from the dry flat, the bark worn down to gravel. "I had 9 points in hand at the Heart's Edge. I'm holding 4. I can give the commit everything it asks for the whole length of the crossing on one condition. She goes dark everywhere the drive isn't. Galley, heating, daylight circuits, the court, the lot. She'll be a cave with a drive in it, and every soul aboard wrapped like the last parcel home. But the drive gets what the cave saves, and on this door it needs all of it." "Make her a cave," Mercer said, "and pass the word plainly, so the decks hear it as a price and not a fault. The cold is buying the crossing." "Commander?" "All stations rigged for the crossing and reported." Halt, level and dry, the book in his voice the way the keel was in the ship. "Sick bay is secured for maneuver, the wounded are strapped, and Sato has lamps of her own. The ship is as ready as the cold allows, Captain." "Helm." Mercer did not lean forward in the chair. "It's your door, Ensign. Take us through it." "Aye, sir." Brant's hands came onto the board and stopped being easy and became still. The other stillness, the working one. The lights went down the length of the ship, section by section. The cold walked in off the plates the way it had been waiting to all watch, and Hale laid the keeper's bearing onto the helm as a steering thread, one thin line in the dark of the boards. At the after rails, Sachin planted his boots and listened the figure all the way down once, entire, for the log and for himself. "Solutions laid," Hale said. "It dies in minutes. Soon would be good." "Mark," Brant said.
The boundary took them, and almost at once began trying to give them back. A fold through living water ran quiet, the displays dark by design, the outside folded away, nothing for a crew to do between mark and exit, but breathe and trust the figures laid before the commit. This one shivered. It came up through the frames first, a fine tremor like ice early in the season, and then the deck began to lean, not gravity, nothing a body could brace against, a wrongness in the bones of the ship as the fold state under her sagged out of the shape it had been derived in. "Solutions decaying live," Hale, fast and precise, every word paired to its load. "It's the door, not the lay. I'm re-deriving as she falls. Helm, corrections on my call, and they will not stop coming." "Send them." Brant's voice had gone to the flat place her hands lived in. The corrections came. Brant flew them. Not one recovered line, but a stairway of lines, each derivation dying under her as the next came down, her hands walking the ship from solution to solution the way a climber moves on rotten rock, never two limbs loose at once. The keeper's figure ran on through the souls beneath all of it, faint and fixed off the bow, the one thing in the crossing that did not move. Here, here, here. Then the lean became a fall. Losing the floor of it, the bench clipped twice, the sound the arrays made at the edge of what they could take.
"Boundary's guttering, Captain. The whole fold state, not the lay." "Drives flat out," Ferris said, through something behind him that rattled. "She's drinking the cave, and the cave's nearly drunk. I can give her the emergency cells, and after that I'm down to sentiment." "Give her the cells." The lights died to red. The cold stopped walking and arrived entire, every plate of her at once, breath standing thick in the lamp beams at each station, and somewhere aft a weld sang, frame 60, the old voice, flat and true to itself, and the Endurance clawed along a dying line through the dark between with her people wrapped like parcels at their boards. The thread went next. Hale's bearing feed stuttered as the arrays clipped and clipped again, working past their edge, and the steering line on Brant's board frayed into guesses. "Bench is blind on the mark." Hale's hands were flat on the boards. "The figure's still out there. I can't hold the bearing steady enough to feed you." "I have him." Sa-Yen said it from the after rail, eyes shut, hands open at his sides, the figure coming up through the deck the way everything true had come to him since Houston. The rig's rendering frayed, the deck did not. Port, a half point, down, a degree on the line you hold. He has not moved. The door has. "On my voice, ensign." "On your voice," Brant said, and flew a gnaw's bones through the bottom of a guttering fold. It went on. Sa-Yen called the line. Brant walked the rotten rock. Hale's stairway of dying solutions ran out under them, derivation by derivation, and Ferris fed the last of the cave into the drive, in increments he announced like a man counting his own ribs. And Whitlock stood the buses by hand at the breaker frames, re-shunting on the half-beat each time the draw spiked, her slate abandoned somewhere a compartment back. Then the boundary let them go, not cleanly, not the way a door opens, the way a failing grip fails, all at once and without strength. And the Endurance came out of the fold, into the far half of the heart, yawing, alarms speaking in their tears, and the keeper's hull lay close aboard off the port bow, vast and dark, and exactly where his voice had said, and the voice changed as the ship's wake broke over it. The receipt form once, heard, through. "Exit," Brant said, to the board, to the watch, to nobody. Her hand stayed on the helm a moment longer, and then came off it, and shook, and she let them shake, and the whole bridge took note of it, and nobody remarked on it, because the road had taught the ship which things were weakness, and which were spent strength, and the difference was visible from any station. The count came in the way the counts came now, flat voices in succession on the link. No dead. 2 cold burns in the after damage party, walking, logged to Soto's list. The frame 60 weld reopened a hand's width and weeping air slowly enough to shore. Whitlock came up from the breaker frames with her gloves still on and said something brief in Welsh that the log did not carry and the watch did not need translated. And from the drive flat, last, Ferris with the figure he had been refusing the whole crossing. "Number 2 graft coil's gone to glass, Captain. That's not a repair, that's a headstone. She doesn't rebuild, not out here, not with anything we carry. I had 4 points of margin going in. I'm holding 2. A silence on the link with his breathing in it. 2 points between here and the door. The next thing that asks me for 3, it better be the last thing that ever asks." "Understood," Mercer said. "Relight her gently. Galley first." "Galley first, aye." A pause, and the gravel turned over once, almost warm. "She came through it, though. Cave and coals and headstones and all. Log that while you're logging." "It's logged, Chief," Holt said. "It has been logged since Houston." The galley came back at the top of the next watch, and the heating walked aft through the ship the way the cold had walked in. and the Endurance lay in the far half of the heart, relighting herself, compartment by compartment, while the keeper's hull stood its slow station alongside. Cyan came to the bridge at Brant's relief, carrying the tin. The lower deck knew the tin. It had been audited by rumor since the gather. Fabrication shop steel, sealed with a turned lip, contents estimated at a small fortune in gravely rendered professional judgments, medium pause. The wealth of the only soul aboard who had never once spent at the rate of his income. Cyan set it on the edge of the helm board as Brant stood down, and the bridge watch, who had crossed a dying door in greatcoats that same day, gathered the way a watch gathers when it can tell something is about to be worth standing for. A settling of accounts, Cyan said, gravely, in the voice he kept for biscuits and treaties. The lower deck has had my judgment on many questions, Ensign, and paid for it honestly. One judgment I never offered for sale. It was this, that when the worst door on the road tried to keep this ship, the hands that would not let it would be yours. I have held the position since the gather. He turned the lip, and the seal cracked, and the smell of a road's worth of hoarded biscuit went down the bridge like a rumor. Anal takes the long view. The wager pays tonight. The laugh that went round the bridge was not large, and it was the first one the heart had allowed since the ship crossed into it, and it carried the way sound carries in cold air. Brant looked at the open tin and at the watch standing round it in their coats, and did what made her Brant. Counted the biscuits out around the bridge to every station, oldest rating to the captain, one each, and came back to the tin and found it still a quarter full, and set the lid on it and pushed it back across the helm board to Cyan. Banks reopened, she said, for the next door. Cyan went down to the after bay at the bottom of the dog watches, and Hale came with him, because the channel's last exchanges before the approach belonged in the log, and the log belonged to the bench. The bay ran dim and cold still, the heating walking aft more slowly than anyone liked, and the ring of gray housing stood in the bolt-hole rows of the dead gardens the way it had stood through every saying the ship had ever made. Cyan asked the heart first. Cyan built the question the way his elder had taught him at this ring, nothing invented, the heart's own place figure as the road had carried it, then the kell figure, then the lifted, unclosed edge. This place, closed, open. It was the nearest the channel could come to the question the whole crew had been standing inside since the bow sky went black. What is this that we are crossing? The keeper answered with a litany. Place figures, one after another, set down slow and plain at the rig's easy gain. Places of the heart, bearings and depths the bench could chart, a dozen of them, 24, more, and against every one of them the lost form, the figure the road had taught the ship at every junction of the retreat, and there each figure ended. Sachin stood at the center of the ring and waited for the thing that had come with the lost form the whole length of the road home, the going figure, the dead taken up, carried with the leaving, and it did not come. Place after place after place, lost and nothing carried out, lost and no keeper left to do the keeping. The litany ran to its end and closed on the oldest figure the channel knew, the constant saying itself, said once and then stopped short deliberately against silence, the way an empty hand is held up open to show that it is empty. Render them so, Sachin said at last, for the log, and the levelness cost what the bay's levelness is cost. Lost and unkept, the heart is the part of their sky that died with no one brought out of it. There are no figures kept for these places, Doctor, not because the Oran do not grieve them, because keeping is carrying, and nothing was carried out. The saying you have not stood in since the heart's edge, it does not reach here, and it has nothing left to reach. He is showing us what the silence is. It is not rest, and it is not refusal. It is the sky after the last going." Hale stood at the bench a long moment. "And the gather sits one deep cold system off the edge of this." "Yes." "Then that's what they've been protecting." Her voice had gone very level. "All of it, the wall of hulls, the bodies between the guns and the middle, the last deep water. I had it down as a place, Cyan, a refuge, a vault, with the door-craft in it that the keeper handed the captain at the gather. It isn't a thing at all, is it?" "It is the going itself." Cyan kept his eyes on the afterplates, the bearing the litany had come up on. "Every name their people have ever carried stays alive only while keepers are left to carry it. The protected place keeps the keepers. If the gather falls, it does not only end a people, Doctor. It unkeeps their dead, all of them. Every name in a saying older than your yards or mine, all the way back to the first, finished in 1 hour. That is what has stood at the middle of their wall since before this ship had a name for him. And that is why no hull of theirs will leave that water while one of them can still hold a figure." And the keeper lay alongside, a heart's width from his deep cold place, walking strangers up the last of a road made out of his people's retreat. Saw-En set the two facts side by side, whole, and stood very still at the center of the ring. A keeper does not leave his keeping. The grammar did not own a form for it. The figures did not allow it. And the man, the word arrived in the human shape, and Saw-En let it stand, had not left it. The keeping had widened. Somewhere between the gather and the heart, without any figure ever saying so, the door and the strangers who must pass it had been taken up inside it, the way a maim is taken up, the way the broken hull at the gather had been borne in still singing. And Saw-En had crossed half a dying sky in the company of keepers, and had learned to the last edge what a keeper pays where the keeping requires it. Saw-En did not finish the sum. He sent instead the last thing he had come down to send. Saw-En took the figure the gather had made for the ship in the winter of the calling, the worn fall, the stand figure, the name built out of one September hour, the one who stood between, and gave it back, opened, the way a closed hand opens, aimed at the single hull off the port bow. Not the ship's to keep tonight. Returned to the one who had stood himself on the far side of a dying door and said, "Here," until they came. The answer was a long time coming, and came at a gain so low the arrays had to reach for it. The keeper took the figure up. He set it among his own weights, among the dead he kept, in the place his keeping lived, and said it once, entire, the name and the keeping joined, and then he ended. The ending was closed. No lifted edge, no door of sound left standing open the width of a hand. Every figure the channel had carried from the OR-UN since the first thin line off an empty bearing had ended open. The grief open, the calling open, the road itself open. More to come always, because a saying that ends is a saying that has run out of keepers. This one set its last weight down and shut. Hale's hands had stopped over the bench. The trace lay on the displays with its plain shut end, and she had unbraided a people's weather thread by thread once, and could read a figure's shape now without any rendering. And she said quietly, "Saw-En, the close. What did he say?" "The close I will not render tonight. The words were his elders from another night at this ring, and he used them on purpose, and Hale, who had stood in this bay the last time a rendering was refused, straightened slowly and did not ask twice. Logit received and rendered in part in my name. He took up the figure we returned. He said it with his own. The rest is his arithmetic, Doctor, and a keeper's arithmetic is finished by the keeper who owns it in his own hour, and not before. A breath. Until that hour, we stand where the asking can find us. Hale closed the bench down to its listening shape, took the chartable part of the litany up to the captain, and left the bay to the ring and the cold. Naral's step came the length of the compartment while the log was still writing. His elder crossed the bolt-hole rows in the low light, came to less than an awl distance, and stood facing the after plates with him, the bearing the litany had come up on, and for a while neither of them spent the quiet. Vesha, aunen. Vesha. Then, you read the trace as you came down. I read the trace, a shut ending, off that hull, on this night, with the worst door behind us and the approach ahead. Her voice stayed even all the way to the floor of it. And my junior did not render it. I rendered what was mine to render. The haste rose in him, and he did not master it, because she had long stopped asking him to. Aunen, we are leaving. The door home is ahead, and every deck of the ship smells of it now. Even the cold has hope in it. You can stand in the galley queue and breathe it in. And the road we leave by is the road of their losing, and at the end of it they turned back, into this. His hand moved at the after plates, at the litany's bearings, at the whole shut sky of the heart. Their sun goes out on a calendar they know. Their last water sits one system off a sky of the unkept. We will be home, Aunen, and warm, and they will be here, saying they're dead to the dark with fewer voices every year, and there is no figure in their grammar or ours for what it is to fly away from that. No, Naral said, there is not. We have made words on this road our teachers would not know, and I begin to think the journey is not done charging us for the lexicon. I made another. San said it quietly, into the cold bay. Crossing the heart, I went looking among our quiets first, the way you taught me. The standing quiet. No, nothing out there rests. The wrong still. No, there is no will out there to be still at us. The young word, the voice quiet. No, there is nothing out there for a voice to open toward. A quiet is a thing inside a sky, Aunen. This is the sky itself, ended. The long line, run to its last place and stopped. He gave it the way new words are given to a line. 2 beats, stress on the first. Threnkel. Naral weighed it the way her people weighed everything, slowly, all the way down. Thren, the long view, the fixed line their whole grammar stood upon. Kel, the refusal, the closed door. And Sion stood in the weighing and did not hurry it, because the word size lived at the bottom. A closed line, an ended view. The thing no null word had ever needed to say, because no null had stood where the line itself had stopped. Threnkel, she said, accepting it, and did not say, as she had said of the young word on another night at this ring, that the making was good. Words are made the way splints are made, because the break is already in the room. Use it seldom, teach it carefully. It is the first word of this journey that I hope the carriers of it outlive. And his ending, Aunen, quieter, the shut one. I have the shape of a sum I have not finished. I do not wish to finish it. Naru, Naral said. Listen, receive, Do not answer yet. The oldest payment. Some arithmetic belongs to the one who owns it, and is finished by him in his hour, and not before. You kept it out of the log. That was right. Keep it out of your mouth also. And stand your watch at the ring, the whole way down the approach. Her voice did not change at all, which was how Sa-en knew the size of what it carried. If his sum finishes in the dark hours, it will not finish unheard. The deck told them first, the way the deck told them everything. The ship's course changed underfoot, a long, slow lean of the bones as the Endurance came round onto a new line and settled on it and stayed. Then the captain's voice came down through the decks, plain, unhurried, a man passing the word himself so that nobody would hear it first as a rumor. All hands, this is the captain. Navigation has the span approach on the boards. The road's last leg is flown. What stands between this ship and home is one door, and we will take it the way we have taken every other, counted and together. That is all. The sound that came down through the ship then was not quite a cheer. The galley took it first, and the passages carried it, a long, ragged exhale with voices inside it, somebody's laughter, somebody's name said loud, a drumming of hands on a mess table rolling fore and aft through 3 decks of cold air, the noise of a crew at the end of what it could take, being told that the end might, after all, be an ending. Hope, audible in a hull that had carried so little of it so far that the sound had to teach the plates how. It reached the afterbay the way everything reached the afterbay, through the bones first. Sa-en stood at the center of the ring with his elder beside him and let both things come up through the souls at once. Above his humans, loud and alive, and turned at last for the door, and out on the port bow, faint and fixed and patient, the keeper's voice taking up the constant saying again, keeping the count of a whole people, carrying the name it had taken up tonight in among its own, toward the span, and toward whatever the span would ask of keepers. He was not alone on the bearing. Behind him, fainter, the litany came doubled and trebled. Hulls were coming up out of the gather in his wake, not the keepers, who stay while one of them can hold a figure, but those whose kept names other hands at the gather had taken up so that the hulls could be spent at the door. A detachment of a dying people's last iron sent the length of the dead heart for the one stretch of road where the keeping itself would be decided. Both speeds at once. The road had taught him that much. Sa-en planted his boots into the rising noise of home, the way the deck crew stood into a swell, and faced the bearing the litany had come up on, and stood the watch. Chapter 17. The Only Way Home. The 9th line into the span died on the bench at the turn of the middle watch, and there was no 10th. Hale watched it go the way the 8 before it had gone, alive in the model right up until the night soundings came home, and then the commit figures sagging one after another down its length, the line guttering from the far end backward like a fuse burning the wrong way, until what stood on the display was one more way into the throat that a ship could enter and never leave. Brant had built this one herself off watch, across 3 nights, a long, shallow entry under the southern lobe of the approach, extravagant with distance and thrifty with everything else, the kind of line a helm officer builds when she has stopped trusting the obvious one. And Brant stood at Hale's shoulder now and watched the 3 nights die without a word. "It wanted to work," Hale said. They all wanted to work. Brant reached past her and paged through the deadline's figures, not arguing with them, just walking the length of the body. Where does it lose? Where they all lose. The lobe sounds as room and spends as nothing. Your line gets 9/10 of the way to the throat, and there's no floor under the last tenth. It isn't a flaw in the build, Brant. There's no flaw in any of the 9. There's just nothing out there to build with. The span filled the upper half of the plot the way it had filled it since the dead heart fell astern. The largest junction the Endurance had ever sounded, the largest anyone aboard had ever heard of being sounded, lying across their road like a harbor mouth at the end of a drained sea. The approach soundings spread away from it in the bench's patient colors, lobe by lobe, anchorage by anchorage, and everywhere but one place the colors said the one word the whole pocket said: spent. The span itself stood vast and deep and sound. Its approaches were beggared, the way the country round a great fire is the first country eaten. And through the single corridor of them that still carried weight ran a single line, threading the guttered shallows from anchor to anchor like a path picked across a marsh, into the throat, through, out, the last leg of the Uluru road. The keeper had given it the way he had given every leg, twice, plain and with its approaches, and for a season Hale had assumed, everyone had assumed, and his line was a line, one of a family, the best of several. The survey said otherwise. It had been saying it louder every night for a week, and tonight, with Brant's 9th line dead on the display, it had finished saying it. One solution. Brant's flat Cleveland made it sound like a fuel figure. All that door, and one way through it. One that a ship can hold. The throat could carry a fleet. The throat is the soundest thing in the pocket. It's the getting to it. Every approach but his is spent past committing. Hale dimmed the deadline, and the keeper's leg stood alone on the plot, thin and exact. He didn't give us the best road, Brant. He gave us the road. There isn't another one. Brant looked at it for a while. The helm officer was years past needing things softened, and Hale didn't try. Then we thread it. Brant straightened off the bench. It's a good line, deep but honest, kinder than the dead heart. I can fly it. A breath. So that's the homework done. Why do you look like that? Hale keyed the second plot up over the first. Hale had laid these two displays together once before, in another middle watch, and the laying had cost her a night's sleep and the ship a doctrine. The pursuit plot had grown since. Tan sweeps came up the road behind them in cold amber, fix by fix, walking down the Endurance's own wake from junction to junction, the way the man had walked all year. Surer after every heavy mark, and astern of his screen, assembled out of the long scan and Marsh's boards and a season of the man's habits, the weight of him, the follow-on force that had stopped pretending to be sweeps somewhere back along the dead heart when its course stopped bending to their feints and ran straight, not hunting a ship anymore, aimed at where the door stood by a man who had paid attention the whole way. He's not tracking us now, Brant said. The flatness stood. What changed was under it. He doesn't have to. He knows where the road goes. Hale set the windows running, and the amber arcs swept forward across the plot and lay down over the span's approaches like tide over a chart. And here's the rest, Brant, because you flew the soundings and you've earned the whole figure. A crossing settles. You know that better than anyone aboard. You've read the settling on approach at every junction since the gather. It's how we knew the road was cold. The bigger the junction, the longer the settling stands, and the span is the biggest standing thing anyone has ever put a sounding on. Her voice had gone flat on its own, level. If we thread that line, the threading stays legible behind us. Our solution, whole, standing in the throat for anyone who comes and pays to read it, and the windows say he comes while it's still standing.
There's no version of the arithmetic where the mark fades first. I've run it with every kindness I own. The day we cross, the one door out of this dark stops being shut to him. We'd hand him the way through the same way the road handed him our wake." Brant stood very still at the bench's edge. "And if we don't cross," the helm officer said, "we're in the pocket when the weight comes up the road anyway." "Yes." Brant looked at the one thin line a moment longer. Then she did what the years had built her out of, which was reach for the work. "I'll refine the threading. Whatever gets decided, the line should be at its best." She was at the hatch before the rest came out of her, and it came out not flat at all. "I built 9 lines because I wanted there to be 2 doors. There aren't even 2 roads to the one door." The hatch closed on her. Hale sat alone with the 2 plots burning over each other, then keyed both dark, because the night had one more figure in it, and that one was not Brant's to carry. The third fact had been finished for 4 days. It lived under bench seal, where the keeper's deep knowledge had lived since the night it came aboard. Custodian's eyes only, and Hale had spent the 4 days doing to it what she did to everything that frightened her. It had come through the breaking the way the other 2 facts had come through, intact, with its edges showing. The closing of a door. The keeper's people had given the how of it entire, how a boundary is driven over into the close saying, all the way over until the dark stops answering at that place. And, rendered down out of grammar into engineering, the how had a shape, and the shape had a cost. And Whitlock, handed the workings blind, a power problem with no name on it, had come back inside 2 watches with a tighter figure than Hale's own and one dry Welsh question that Hale had not answered. There was no version of the closing that was a charge you threw. The figures said what they said. A drive core, driven past its stops and discharged into the throat at the overpoint, not detonated and abandoned, flown, held against the boundaries settling the whole way over, corrected the way a fold is corrected, until the dark on both sides went quiet. A timer could not fly it, a signal could not reach it. A throat going over ate signal first of everything. It needed hands, and the hands needed a ship, and the ship would be standing in the throat when the core went. The Endurance owned one core. The core was the road home. The same core was the only seal they would ever hold. Hale sat at the dark bench for a while with her hands flat on the cold of it. Then she wrote the brief, all 3 facts, one document, in the plainest language she had ever made figures wear, put the captain's flag on it, keyed the link, and asked for the wardroom at the forenoon. All of it, together, whole. A captain should not be handed half a thing twice. Somebody had taught her that on this ship in another year, and the somebody rode astern of them now, in a mourning people's voice. They sat at the start. Mercer had arranged it that way. The wardroom table cleared, the plot thrown up where every chair could reach it. Mugs of the printer's idea of coffee at 5 places, poured by the captain's own hand before anyone arrived. One of them set at the foot of the table, where Nerol would fold her hands beside it and not drink, which Mercer knew and poured anyway. Holt squared his folder to the table's edge. Aldridge turned her mug a quarter and left it. Nerol stood. The Null sat for meals and for nothing else, and her standing was so much a fixture of the room by now that it made the sitting of the others look provisional. Hale gave them the 3 facts in the order the night had given them to her. 1 line in, the line legible behind them, and his windows closing over it. And the seal that could not be thrown,
only flown. The door driven over into the closed saying, said the keeper's grammar, by a core in the throat and a ship that stayed with it. Nobody interrupted. That was the measure of it. This wardroom interrupted everything. "You'll have spent the night trying to break it," Mercer said at last. "The week. The settling arithmetic is mine, and I'd love it to be wrong, and it isn't. The doctrine we've flown by since the spring is built on the same figures, and the figures have never once missed his windows. The closing engineering went to Whitlock blind, as a power problem with no name on it. She came back with a better figure than mine and asked me whose door I was planning to shut." Hale kept her hands flat on the table, the bench posture gone horizontal. "I told her I'd tell her when I knew. So that's the circle, Captain, the bench, one blind check, and this compartment." "Then I'll do the asking this compartment is for." Mercer set his own mug aside, untouched, and the polish was on his voice and stretched thin over something underneath it. "Break me the first fact. 9 lines died. Build a 10th. Out of what? The approaches sound as room and spend as nothing. That country was eaten before any of us was born. Brant and I have built lines through every lobe that carries so much as an echo. The keeper's leg isn't the best way into the span. It's the remaining one. The second, then. Settling fades. Your own book says so. We cross, and the mark stands how long? Give him weather. Give him a breakdown. You've sent his sweeps home dry before. The span settling will outstand any mark this ship has ever left by every trend in 2 years of the book, and his lead edge window comes down inside it with room to spare. And he isn't sweeping any more, Captain. He's coming. The plot said so since the dead heart. Weather slows a man who's searching. Nothing in my gift slows a man who already knows where the door is. The third. Mercer's thumb had found the table's edge and rode along it. A core that flies itself. Whitlock's deck builds miracles weekly. Strip a boat. Automate the run. The boats can't fold, sir, and a throat going over eats signal before it eats anything else. There's no wire to fly it down, and no machine we own can hold a discharge against a settling it can't read. I've spent 4 days looking for the version where the closing doesn't need a crew in it. I'll keep looking the whole way to the door because that's the job, but I won't let this room plan on my finding it. The figures as they stand are the ones I gave you. The ship that shuts that door does not cross it. And the grammar agrees with the engineering, Captain. Naral, from the foot of the table, even as ballast. The closing is a saying. I rendered the body of it the night it was given, and there is no figure anywhere in it for a saying said by no one. Their language cannot ask a door to close. Something has to stand in the throat and say it. The quiet that came down then stood a beat too long, and Aldridge picked it up. Then have the soldier's version, costed, so nobody leaves this room thinking it wasn't looked at. The tactical officer had sat with her arms folded since the plot went up, reading it the way she read ground. 1 line in means 1 line to hold. That approach is a defile, the only ground in this whole pocket I'd ever choose to fight that man on. Mind the guttered lobes, meet his screen piecemeal as it threads. I can make the door the most expensive thing he's ever bought. A beat, exactly level. And here's the cost line, because I won't sell my own trade in this compartment. The screen isn't the weight. Behind it, he's coming heavy. The plot says so, and his pattern says so. That man has never once spent a screen anywhere he didn't mean to follow it. Our magazine is re-sleeved Ascendant stock, finite and counted. I can bleed him at the door for days. Every version of that fight ends the same way. The door still standing, the line still legible, and fewer of us. I can sink ships, Captain. I can't make a junction stop answering. The thing in our way isn't a man, it's geometry, and in a long career I have never once shot geometry." Then the book. Holt had the folder open under his hands and did not look down at it once. "I'll read the room both pages, because the captain pays me to know what the book does, and this week the book came apart in my hands. The room should see the pieces." Nothing in his evenness changed, and every officer at the table leaned in. That was the signal to listen. Page 1. "A vessel under pursuit. Friendly space ahead. You do not bring your hunter home. Standing orders. Every navy that ever floated, ours included." The book's answer to that plot is that the Endurance stands off, goes dark, and dies, of age or action or arithmetic, well clear of anything she loves. I have been the book's man my whole service, and I'm telling you plainly, the book says we don't go home. His hands lay still on the folder. Page 2, 3 chapters on. "A vessel holding intelligence vital to home defense preserves it and delivers it at any cost. There is a power in this pocket that knows our network exists, and nobody on the home side knows he exists. We aren't carrying the warning, Captain. We are the warning. Every slate, every log, every soul aboard who has seen what's out here. The book orders this ship to die in the dark and orders this ship to get home alive, on facing pages. I've read both pages more times this week than I'll confess to. They do not reconcile. Where the book fails, you fall back on command intent, and command intent is the captain, which is why I am glad it isn't me, and that is the only thing in this compartment I'm glad about." "Say page 1 properly, Commander." Aldridge flat. "Don't gift wrap it as standing off. Page 1 is 160-odd people who did everything right, dying in sight of the door, on purpose, of nothing." "I haven't proposed it, Lieutenant. I've read it out. There's a difference, and the difference is the whole of my job this morning." "Then I'll say what the pages won't." Aldridge unfolded her arms and put both hands on the table, and for the first time in 2 years, Hale heard the Manchester go thick, 1 degree, like weather crossing a runway. "There's a bank in the ledger queue. Every soul on this ship wrote home from the dead system. Mine took me a week, and it's 4 lines long. Your page 1 makes every letter in that bank a letter from the dead, after all. Written, banked, and never sent, 8 folds from the doorstep. Stand in the galley and read that page, Commander, under the arrow." "And your page," Holt said, level as ever and not yielding a millimeter of it, "posts the bank the day we make the network, and brings the man on that plot through the door behind the postman." "A 4th column." Naral did not raise her voice. The words simply arrived, carrying more weight than the room had been using, and the argument stopped around them. "I will set it where it can be seen, because this ship swore it. The charge was, say what was here, where it cannot be taken down. The keeping is done. Our note stands in their saying, and nothing that hunts us can reach it. The saying at home is not done. The witness this ship promised points through that door, Captain. It does not point at it. A crew that dies in the dark with the truth aboard has kept faith with nothing but its own grief. The pocket goes on being consumed, unsaid, and the people who did the consuming arrive at your network in their own season, against a home that was never told. I do not set this column above the others. I set it on the table. Among my people, a promise unpaid does not lapse at the maker's death. It passes to whoever heard it made." The space she put round hard things. "Everyone at this table heard it made." "And if paying it opens the door to the man we'd be warning them about?" The crack came into Hale's clinical, and she let it stand. The room had earned the sound of it. "I want to go home. I want it the way the whole ship wants it. I've wanted it past reason since the modules went, and I'm telling you, the wanting is now a loaded weapon. Everything this crew has ached for since Houston is pointed straight at everyone we ached for it with. We cross, and home stops meaning the place that's safe. We make it the place we led him to. That isn't a column, Neural. It's the table the columns are standing on. Then we cross, and we outrun the consequence." Mercer said it quietly, in the tone Hale had learned meant he was holding a position up to the light rather than living in it. "Devil's brief. The door is shut to him today. Your own figures, Doctor. He has no line until we write him one. We thread it, we run for home, we put the warning on every channel the network owns, and when he comes through behind us, he comes through into a sky that was told. Settling time bought against a war he has to mount across it. Cost me that one." "I'll cost it," Aldridge, before Hale could draw breath. "It isn't a plan, Captain, it's a route. We wouldn't be ahead of the war, we'd be the road it travels in on. Every fix on that plot is the man learning us, and the last thing we'd teach him is the threading of the one door, gift-wrapped in our own wake. I've been the screen for a withdrawal, sir. I know what it buys, and I know what it costs, and what it costs is always the people behind you who trusted the sea between. Against the page where this crew dies of nothing." Holt: "You read me the galley, Lieutenant. I'll read you the sick bay. The Chief Medical Officer's brief is 3 weeks old, and it has not improved. These people are at the end of what people can do, not at the end of what they'll try. They'll try until it kills them. That's who they've become. And the trying is what's eating them. Standing off isn't a decision, sir. It's a sentence, read slowly. I can find you the page for it. The book never says how long a crew in sight of home obeys it." It went round twice more after that and lost its order going. Aldrich and Holt ended up standing, neither could have said when, trading pages and galleys across the table while the coffee went cold in 5 mugs. Narrell's column got picked up and used as a weapon by both sides inside 10 minutes, which Hale suspected the NAL had foreseen and permitted. And somewhere in the Third Circuit, Hale heard her own voice go fast and stay fast. The bench flat burned through, arguing both sides in alternation because both sides were hers. That was the truth of the whole compartment once she heard it. Every officer at the table was arguing with the half of themselves seated opposite. Nobody in the room wanted anything different from anybody else. They wanted home, and they wanted home safe, and the geometry had cut the two wants apart at the bone. And 4 of the most capable people Hale had ever served with were discovering loudly that being right was no use at all against a thing that was simply, exactly, true both ways. "Stop!" Mercer did not do loud. The word came out at the volume of the muster figures, and it worked the way the muster figures work. "Sit down, or stand, but stop." The captain waited until the room had its breath. "Nobody is winning this because it isn't an argument. It's 4 columns, and they're all true, and I've heard each of you be right at each other for 2 hours. That was the job. You've done it." His hand found the table's edge again and stayed there. "Here's what leaves this room. Brant refines the threading until it's the best line ever flown, and the closing work goes on beside it, bench and engine deck, under the same seal. We arrive at that door able to do either thing because the one unforgivable arrival is the one where we can do neither. Doctor, you keep attacking the bind, all the way to the throat. If there's a version of that closing without a crew in it, I want it found. And if there isn't,
I want that said to me plainly at the hour I ask, in front of whoever I ask. A breath. And the ship hears it from me, whole, before the door, in daylight, standing where they can see my face when I say it. This crew has carried every true thing we've ever handed them, and this one is not going to reach them sideways through a bulkhead. What I say to them, I'll have decided by then. The choosing is the chair's. It does not go to a vote in this compartment, and it does not go to a vote on the mess deck, and whichever column pays for it, the signature on the bill will be mine. The room emptied without the usual after-meeting murmur, one at a time, spaced, like people leaving a sick room. Ensign Aldridge went first, walking the way she walked when there was inventory to take. Holt squared his folder and paused at the hatch, half a degree off square, and said nothing, which from Holt was a whole page. Neural inclined her head a fraction, to the table, or to the columns, or to the man still standing over them, and the standing quiet went out with her like a tide withdrawing. "Doctor, a minute." Mercer collected the mugs himself. Hale watched him do it, 5 of them, one at a time, the cold, undrunk coffee, the morning's whole failed hospitality, gathered onto the tray with the same unhurried exactness he gave a clause, and watched him stand a moment, holding the tray, as if he had briefly misplaced which hatch the galley lay through. Then the captain set it down on the sideboard and turned, and the polish was gone, all of it, the way it went when the room was down to 2. 4 days, Mercer said. The closing figures were finished 4 days ago. The flag on the brief says so. Yes. I'm not asking for the apology. I'm asking for the reason. Because I wanted to walk in here with a door you could use, Hale said, instead of a bill you couldn't. I spent 4 days trying to make the third fact be a different fact. It's what I do with any finding. Her hands had gone behind her back of their own accord, the bench posture, the figures past negotiating. It isn't what I do with any finding. I'd have brought you any other finding the same watch. This one I sat with, because I know what the ship wants, and I know what the figures want, and I spend 4 days in the gap between them. That's the truth of the 4 days, Captain. You're owed it. Mercer took that the way he took hard figures now. No flinch, the weight going on to the shoulder that had learned to take them one at a time. Outside the hull, faint through the plates, the watch changed. Boots on a ladder, a hatch swinging to. The ordinary traffic of a ship that did not know yet what its officers knew. When I asked you to break the second fact, the captain said, you told me nothing in your gift slows a man who knows where the door is. I've been turning that sentence over for 2 hours. Everything this ship has, Doctor, is in somebody's gift. Yours, Whitlock's, Brandt's hands, Aldridge's arithmetic, the delegate's grammar, whatever's left of mine. And none of it reaches the one thing in the way. I have sat across tables from 40 governments, and there was always something in the gift. This is the first table I've ever been at where there isn't. His thumb moved once along the table's edge, the old habit, and stopped. Then I'll decide it the way it deserves, not in the heat off that argument, and not alone in the dark either. Sloane taught me what that costs. I'll take the columns to the cabin, and I'll read them until they're mine. And when I stand in front of the crew, it won't be with a riddle. It'll be with a course. And if every course is wrong, then I'll choose the wrong one we can live with having chosen. Mercer said it plainly, without drama, a man reading a figure off a dage. That's the chair, Doctor. Nobody tells you, and then one day the door's the only way home, and you know. He straightened. The bench has the bind. Between here and the throat, anything you need is yours. Watches, hands, the engine deck. And send Brandt my compliments on the 9 lines. All 9. A ship is lucky past deserving when her people build 9 roads to a door that only ever had one. Hale went forward through the working morning of the ship, past the welded patchwork and the cut letters at frame 31, and the galley between sittings was empty and warm and smelled of the next watch's loaf. The Arrow was still on the ration board. Steam and sleeves had worn it to a ghost more than once across the years, and every time some hand, never caught at it, never owned to, had chalked it back, the same shape, aft and up, with the one word under it. The crew kept it the way Ferris's deck kept the wall. Off watch, no ceremony, no order anywhere in it. Home. Hale stood at the empty serving line and read it, the way the bench had taught her to read everything now, a bearing and a cost. The bearing was true. It was the one true bearing left in the pocket. Her own survey had spent a week proving that there was no other. The cost was on a wardroom table in 4 columns that would not close, and the word on the board was the worst figure she had ever taken aboard. The thing the whole ship was steering by, and the thing that would let the hunter through, and there was no chalk line anywhere between them. Hale went back down to the bench and put the closing figures up again, and started looking for the 10th line. Chapter 18. What a Captain Spends. 2 of his crew had put each other in sick bay over the question of going home, and the deck log gave their names, their divisions, and the stitch count, and nothing else, because Aldridge wrote logs the way she fired, short bursts, on target. A gun deck hand and a loader off the boat bay. The gun deck hand had said the word Earth in a tone the loader's people had bled too much to allow, or the loader had said the word door in a tone the gun deck hand could not stand to be in the compartment with. The log declined to rule on the order of events. And then the 2 of them, messmates since Houston, men who had stood the same silent running drills with their breath in their teeth, had gone at each other across a mess table until their friends pulled them apart, and Soto had put 4 stitches into the pair of them and sent them to separate ends of the ship. Mercer read the entry twice at the desk in the captain's cabin, at the bottom of the middle watch, and then read the rest of the day's returns, which were worse because they were quieter. A paper had come up to Petrakis in the afternoon with 14 names on it, ratings, and 2 petty officers, asking, correctly, through the channel the regulations provided, every signature legible, that the case for crossing be heard again in open assembly with the cost on the table. A coolant tech off Ferris's deck, a woman who had stood in the passage the day the recovery party went out, had waited to the end of Soto's ward round and asked, in a voice the doctor's report rendered without comment, whether a person could be excused from the crossing. Not from the work of it. She had been at her station for every drill of the year. Excused from being aboard when the ship made the crossing that opened the way to everywhere else she loved. There was no compartment in the universe that request could be granted in. The woman knew it. She had asked it anyway and gone back to her watch, and Soto had written underneath, in the hand she kept for findings, "This crew is at the end of what can be asked of it. You will have to ask anyway." Both of those go in the file. And on the ration board by the serving line, under the chalk arrow that had pointed aft and up since the night the road was given, somebody had written 3 words in a different hand, and Boyd had not rubbed those off either. "Home," said the old chalk, with its arrow. "Not like this," said the new, underneath. Both lines had stood through 3 sittings now, the report said, and the queue went past them in silence, and nobody on the galley staff had seen either hand do its writing. The night order book lay open on the desk at a blank page. 3 hands had filled the book before the blank. Vance's, a looping, confident schoolmaster's hand that wrote, "Keep her warm," and "Call me for anything you'd tell your mother about." Then Sloane's, square and short, orders cut to the bone the way she cut everything. Then his own, smaller than either, the delegation clerk's hand a year of watches had not managed to grow. The cabin had been theirs before it was his, and it had never entirely stopped being theirs. Vance's coffee ring sat in the desk's laminate by the lamp. A pale moon no solvent aboard had shifted. The shelf above the bunk still showed the unfaded rectangles where another man's books had stood. Mercer had added almost nothing of his own to the compartment, not out of reverence, out of arithmetic he had never once said aloud. The cabin belonged to whoever the ship needed in it, and a wise tenant kept his fittings portable. The plot occupied the middle of the desk, where Hale's bench had printed it for the War Council, and the War Council had failed to make it mean anything else. 2 tracks crossed the spent dark. One was the road. The keeper's stones laid one after another to the single door out, the span standing at the end of it with both its skies, the dark it stood in, the lit one it opened to. The other was the hunt. Tann's lanes plotted off every intercept Marsh's board had taken since the relay. No longer sweeping, no longer even chasing, converging, watch over watch, on the same door, because the man who had everything except a sky had stopped wanting the Endurance at all. She had become to him exactly what she was to her own crew, the way home. Cross and the door stood used and legible behind them, and the lit sky on the far side of it, the one with everyone in it, every harbor and ledger and lakefront and rained-on street, his own city, Brant's barge engines, the families of every soul on the wall. God o' War walked into it down the road the Endurance had drawn. Refuse, and the ship died of the distance in the spent dark with a crew that had paid everything for the crossing it would now not make. And the door stood there anyway, and Tann came to it anyway, in his own time, with nobody homeside warned. Hale's third figure, the keeper's figure, sat under both tracks in the bench's exact grammar. A junction can be driven shut, entire, for good, by a keel in the throat that does not come out. One ship could seal the span behind her. The same ship could not also be on the far side of it when she did. Mercer had been awake with the 3 of them, cross, refuse, seal, for the whole of the night, and the mug at his elbow had gone cold without his noticing the drinking or the stopping. He turned the choices over the way he had once turned clauses, looking for the reading everyone could live with, and there was no such reading, and each time he ran it, the breaking came up somewhere new. Brant's face if he ordered the ship away from home, the coolant tech's face if he ordered her through the door her crossing would open, the wall, 2 captains, 10 names, the line for all the rest, if he spent the Endurance in the throat of the span and made the whole bill by a shut door and a cold hull. His eyes ached. His back had opinions about the chair. At some point in the middle watch, his right hand, without instruction, had begun pressing flat against the desk edge, hard, the knuckles whitening and easing and whitening, and when he caught it doing that, he looked at it for a moment as at a stranger's hand and did not stop it, because it was the only part of him that had found anything useful to do. The knock came at the hatch a little before 4 bells, 2 knuckles, once. Nobody knocked on a captain's hatch at that hour with good news, and only 1 man aboard knocked like a signature.
"I saw your light, sir." Holt had the morning's watch bill under his arm, which at that hour was a fiction so thin it amounted to honesty. "And the bill wants your initials before 6.
"It wants nothing of the kind, Commander. Come in." Holt came in,
and dogged the hatch, and did a thing he had never once done in a year of working this cabin together. He went to the locker, took down the flask of the coffee ration's bitter end, and poured 2 mugs himself, unasked, and set one at the captain's elbow where the cold one had stood. Then he sat across the desk with his own, and put the watch bill down on top of the plot, squarely, covering both tracks at once, which was either an accident or the most articulate thing anyone had said to Mercer in 2 days. "You've read the day's returns," Mercer said. "I have, sir." 14 names on a paper, 2 men in sick bay who held each other's lines at the gather, a woman asking my doctor for a thing that doesn't exist. Mercer turned his mug a quarter and back. "Give me the state of the ship, Commander, not the Bill's version." "Split, sir." Holt said it the way he read off a fuel state. "Not into camps. I'd manage camps. Camps have spokesmen. Split down the middle of each person. The same rating wants the crossing and can't stand what it opens, watch by watch, sometimes inside the same sentence. The divisions are working. The drills are sound. The ship will do whatever you order her to do, and the crew will hate every version of it, including the one they'd have voted for." A pause, exact as a footnote. "If it were a structural member, I'd say the load's gone past the rated figure and the member is still carrying. You don't get to ask how long. The asking changes the answer." Soto said the same thing across this desk in the autumn, in fewer words. "The doctors had more practice being right about people, sir." Mercer drank some of the coffee because Holt had poured it, and it was as bad as it had been every day since the Gardens died, and he was glad of it in a way that had nothing to do with coffee. "The book, then. Advise me. You've read everything Frontier Command ever printed and most of what Geneva buried. Find me the page." "There isn't one, Captain." Holt set his mug down. "I went looking the night the doctor briefed the council. You'd expect a stranded command annex, a hostiles at the threshold provision, something. The book provides for surrendering a ship. It provides for scuttling one. It provides for the relief of a captain unfit, which I have had professional reasons to read closely. It does not provide for a door that is both the way home and the way in. The men who wrote the book never left the lit sky, sir. Their worst case was dying a long way from home. They had no provision for arriving as the thing that endangers it. So the book ends."
The book ends. Holt looked at the watch bill lying square over the 2 plotted tracks, and Mercer watched something move behind the level. "I'll say one more thing, sir, off the record, because you'll weigh it wrongly if I don't say it and you find out later that I didn't. The night the road went down, the night the whole ship was hammering on the bulkheads, I stood my watch and ran my checks and entered it all in the log in the proper form. And then I went to my rack and lay on it in my boots, and I built my street. Portsmouth dockside, the gulls, the wet rope smell off the harbor, my father's yard gate with the hinge nobody oiled because the squeal was the doorbell. The level never moved. That was what made it unbearable. I have laid in every contingency this command has asked of me, Captain, and I am telling you that I want that gate. I want it like the rest of them want it. Past sense, past doctrine. So when I advise you now, you'll know the advice comes from inside the want, not from above it. There is no officer aboard this ship standing above it. There's no above left. Then advise me, Commander, from inside it. You won't find the order that wrongs nobody, sir. It isn't in the inventory. Stop requisitioning it. Find the one you can stand at the wall and read the names over every middle watch for the rest of your life, because you'll be doing that whichever way you decide. I've seen the watchlight on you. Holt stood and took up the bill, and the 2 tracks lay bare on the desk again between them. And whichever one it is, decide it soon, and tell them everything, the cost beside it, the way you've taught them to be told. The split isn't over the answer, Captain. The split is the waiting. This screw can carry anything you put on its back in the open. What it can't carry is another week of carrying nothing." The hatch took him, square as always, and the squeal of its hinge went down the passage like a gate somewhere very far away. The after bay at the next watch had the cold light and the night company, Hale at the bench with the trace live, Cyan on the circuit of the housings with the contact wand, Whitlock at the buses with her slate. Naral stood at the center of the emitter ring with her eyes shut and her hands open at her sides, and out past the hull, patient and enormous, on the fixed interval nothing in the pocket had ever hurried, the constant saying came up through every plate of the ship. The keepers' people, keeping their dead, somewhere astern and abeam in the dark, running the same cold road down their own keel because the road's giver had not yet finished giving. "Put it to him plainly," Mercer said. "The knowledge asks for a keel in the throat. Ask him whether the keel must be a living one." Hale built the question with Naral the way the bay built everything for that channel. Nothing composed, nothing warm, the figures bare. The closing saying, as the keeper had given it entire, the throat figure, and against it the question form, the asking shape the Orgun had taught them in the first winter of the channel, which did not request and did not plead, but simply set two figures side by side and stood back from them. A keel that closes, a keel that goes on. Naral took it through the bones and gave it to the dark, and the arrays sighed under the sending, and Whitlock posted the draw to the captain's account without being told, because every true thing said out here was said in spent dark, and the captain paid. The answer was not long coming by his measure. "The door figure," Naral said, rendering as it arrived, even and exact. Said closed, the whole of the closed saying, unchanged, as it was given on the night of the road. A pause, the deck talked on under their boots. And the going figure, "Ours, Captain, this keel, said by its own signature, the way he has said us since the gap stand, said through, said on the far side of the door, in the lit sky, going on." Her head inclined a fraction, balancing a weight. Both figures are given in the form for what is, the door shut, this ship through it and beyond it. He has set them down side by side, the way we set down the question. "Both," Hale said very quietly to the trace. "He's answered both." "How?" Mercer said. "Ask him how both can stand. Whose keel closes it, if mine is through?" Naral asked. The bay stood in the cold light while the question went down into the dark, and the answer came back at the pace of something that had never in its long life been hurried, the deep voice rising through the plates, and Naral's face did nothing at all, which from Naral was itself a rendering. "He has given the figures again, Captain, unchanged." Her eyes came open. "You know what that is among this people. It is the answer. I asked the figure's hand, whose keel, which hull, what closes the door behind a ship that is through it. There is no hand anywhere in the saying. The Orun do not promise, and they do not explain. They locate. He has located a shut door and a living crossing, and he will not say one figure more." A long, careful breath, the Nal kind, the kind that measured a thing before lifting it. "I will not stand behind a guess. I render what stands in the saying, and the saying is both." The fitting in the ventilation trunk buzzed, and Sa'en stilled it with 2 fingers, and looked a long moment at Naral, and put the wand back to its circuit. "Then the how is ours," Hale gave it flat. "He's told us the destination twice, and left the road dark, and maybe that's grammar, and maybe it's grief, and I can't bench test either one. So here is what I can do,
Captain, and I'll say it as navigation, not as hope. The closing saying is complete. I have the whole body of it under seal, what a door stands on, how it's driven over. What I don't have is delivery, a way to put that knowledge and a drive core into the throat of the span and have every living soul of ours on the right side of it when the dark stops answering. That's not a theory problem. That's an engineering problem with a horizon on it. And we have the length of the road to solve it, and Ferris's deck, and Whitlock's hands, and a salvage hold full of 3 civilizations' dead machinery to solve it with. Her palms came flat onto the bench, either side of the trace. I won't promise you the how exists. I'll promise you it isn't known not to exist, and that I will spend everything between here and the door finding out. From me, Captain, that's the entire inventory. Post the tasking, Mercer said. Bench seal, your custody. And Doctor, the draw for tonight's asking, and every draw the work takes between here and the span, all of it, to my account. It's already there, Captain, Whitlock said from the buses. Where else would I put it? The cabin again, and the blank page. Mercer sat down in front of the night order book and the 2 tracks and the 3 choices, and discovered that somewhere between the afterbay and the desk, the 3 had quietly become one. Not by argument. He had run the arguments for 2 days, and they had broken even every time. But the way a fever breaks in the body, while the mind is looking elsewhere. His hand had stopped its pressing. The cold of the deck stood up through his boot soles, the same cold that came off the seal at frame 31, 3 decks down, where the watchlight stood low on 2 captains and 10 names and a line, and he sat in the captain's cabin with their 2 dead hands in the book in front of him, and let the thing finish arriving. It arrived with frame 31 inside it, the way the worst things always traveled with their kin. A passage, a breach, a recovery party suited in the lock, and a window 90 seconds wide, in which a man whose whole life had been the gathering of sufficient information had asked for more of it, and the window had shut, and 5 people had gone out of the world holding his question. His body kept that watch better than any log. The rail he had gripped lived in his right hand still, a cold bar print deep in the palm, and on bad nights the hand went looking for it. He had been certain, afterwards, that the lesson was speed, decide faster the next time. It had never been speed. Vance had decided slowly all his life, and died well-loved. The lesson, arriving entire and unbidden at a desk at 4 in the morning, was smaller and harder than speed. The deciding is not for you. The 90 seconds had not been his to spend on his own certainty. The chair was not a place a man got to be right in. It was the place where somebody competent told the others where they were in it, so that they could stand anything. And what a captain spent, the only coin in the locker, the one that never stopped being legal tender, was himself, his certainty, his sleep, his standing, his name on every account Whitlock kept, and, when the locker was bare of everything else, his word. His word was what he had. The how did not exist. The promise would have to go out ahead of it, the way a torch goes out ahead of the hand into a dark compartment, and he would spend the rest of the road making the promise true or die owing it. And there was no third hand in that book either. Mercer took up the stylus and wrote the night order in the small clerk's hand between the dead captain's pages, plainly, the words he would use on the speakers in 3 hours' time, already settling into the sentences the way cargo settles on a long-flown heading.
Resume the road at the morning watch. Heading: the span. All legs, best speed the margins bear. The ship goes home. The door shuts behind her. The bench has the second tasking under seal and the whole road to complete it, and the account is mine. J.M.
Mercer read it once, signed it, and slept for 2 hours without moving. The first sleep in 3 nights, his right hand open on the blanket like something set down. Mercer told them at the change of the morning watch, on the speakers, standing in the grammar the crew had crossed a winter and a war on, and it ran 4 sentences, and the cost stood beside every one of them. Here is the whole of it. We are going home, down the road, through the span, to the lit sky, to your people, and the door will be shut behind us, so that what hunts us stays here, and home gets a warning instead of a war. I do not yet have the means of doing both, and I will not pretend otherwise to this crew, not after everything. The knowledge is aboard, under seal. The bench and the engine deck have the length of the road to build the how, and they build it on my account and my order. You have carried everything this pocket has put on you, in the open, on your feet. Carry this the same way, and I will spend whatever a captain has, all of it, before I let either half of that sentence fail. Mercer took his thumb off the key. The Endurance ran quiet around the place where his voice had been. The air handlers, the far pump singing its half-tone flat, the whole patched and grafted length of her breathing in the spent dark. And then, through the deck of the bridge, faintly from the mast 2 frames aft, came the sound of somebody, one pair of hands, beginning to hammer the flat of a bulkhead, slowly, in time, and a second pair took it up, and a third, and it did not become the road-night roar. It never rose past the deliberate, watch-keeping, unanswerable beat of it. A ship's company at the end of what could be asked of it, asked anyway, answering. Brant's eyes were bright at the helm, and her hands lay easy on the board. At the back of the bridge, the 2 Null stood the morning the way they stood every wait, side by side, very still, and Sane's long gray face turned up toward the sound the way it turned up into all the human weather that had ruined him. The returns came up through the forenoon the way returns did. A.W. Aldrich reported the gun-deck hand and the loader, both back on the bill at their own request, on the same watch rotation, by their own arrangement. She had endorsed it without comment, logs being shorter than forgiveness. Petrakis recorded the 14 name paper, answered in full assembly for the record's sake, and noted that 9 of the 14 withdrew their signatures, and that 5 stood by them, and that the captain had thanked the 5, by name, for keeping the question honest. Soto's file on the coolant tech stayed open, because some accounts did not close on a good morning, and the doctor's addendum read the way her findings read. Asked to remain on the crossing rotation. Granted. Watch her. And at the serving line, at some point between the address and the noon sitting, with no galley hand seeing either rider come or go, the second chalk line went away. Not rubbed out angrily, Boyd insisted afterwards, to anyone who would stand still for it. Taken off careful and complete, the way you cleared a finished page. The arrow stayed, aft and up. The old word stayed under it. Brant laid the first leg before the watch turned. Headings built, Captain. Deep and cold. 4 folds to the approach country. A beat. Dry as the lakes she came off. After that, it's the door. Then take us to the door, Anson, Mercer said, and the Endurance came round on her keel under a spent and guttering sky, and put her patched bow on the one place in the universe that went out, carrying her dead in order on a bulkhead, her knowledge under seal, her account open, and a promise running on ahead of her into the dark, lit and signed and not yet true. Chapter 19. The Repair That Cost Him. The bell came off its note at 9/10 load, and the gauge trench went up in steam. Ferris had the proving run on the board in front of him when it happened, the run he'd asked the captain for, and the captain had ordered. The drive brought up step by step toward everything she had, because the span would ask for everything she had, and the approach was no place to learn she didn't have it. 9/10, and the loop singing through the plates, and under it the bell's low note carrying the trim the way it had carried it since the gather. Sweet, exact, a kept promise in black iron. Then a crack came up through the keel, one flat report, the sound of steel deciding, arriving in the teeth before it arrived in the ears, and the bell's note slid half a tone off true and wandered there, hunting, and the forward feed collar sheared off its run like a knuckle popping, and the trench drank a column of the loop's discharge and gave it straight back as flash vapor, floor to lip. A white wall standing in the middle of the drive space, with men either side of it shouting numbers. Load off the drive! Whitlock at the panel that had been Dunbar's, both hands already doing it. Headers coming down. Bridge, engine deck, we are boarding to proving run. Stand by. Trench watch? Ferris was moving down the gratings, with the deck coming the other way in good order, the staged party going to its marks the way it had gone to its marks through 5 years of this. Count off. The trench watch counted off. One rating came up the ladder with a scalded forearm held wide of his body, swearing in a steady conversational stream, walking, alive. A second came up whole behind him and dragged the ladder gate shut on its pin. The vapor wall leaned and thinned and stood again, fed from below by the sheared collar weeping onto hot iron. Through it, down in the white, the bell tolled its sour half-tone. Not chasing, the bell never chased, but late now, reading the boundary through a cracked footing the way a man reads print through a broken lens. "Blow her down," somebody said from the pump rail, and Whitlock's voice came back over it flat as slate. Blowdown's at half, and it stops at half. The graft chills below blood warm, the graft dies, and the graft is the whole return leg. We cool that trench, we kill her other lung. Boss, she holds at half. That's the best truth I've got. Then it does. Ferris took the lamp off his belt at the trench lip. Heat stood off the gratings into his face, the wet kind that found the jaw under the beard, and below him, where there had been a clean, machined avenue of keel and runs and chocks, there was a white pit with a black dome in it, 2 degrees warm since the day it came aboard, and a long way past 2 degrees now. The span's pitch already somewhere down in the iron of it, the way the next door's pitch always was. "Hollis, talk to me about the trim."
"She's late." Hollis had the brass, eyes down his gauges, an old man's level delivery with nothing in it to argue with. "Half a tone behind the boundary and holding there. She's reading the door through a bad foot, Chief. On a road junction, you'd carry it and curse. In the span's throat, half a tone late." The pencil came to rest on the slate's edge. "The throat closes on us mid-fold, and the Endurance is a name on somebody else's wall." Ferris went down the ladder to the half-blown level with the lamp and a rag over his mouth and looked at what the steel had decided. The web under the keelmate had cracked through. Houston steel original to her spine, the one piece of the bell's seat his deck hadn't renewed at the gather because it had tested sound and dense and true, and it had been sound, by every gauge he owned. It had also been 5 years in a place its drawings never imagined, starved of yard time, worked by every guttering door in the pocket, frozen through in the dead Heart's Crossing until the plates ticked like clocks, and then asked, today, by his own order, to carry everything she had. The crack ran the web's full depth, a black hairline drinking the lamplight,
and on the forward flank the Belle sat proud of its machined seat by the thickness of a feeler blade. 0.002, maybe 3, a hair. At the span, the death of every soul aboard. The arithmetic stood there in the steam and would not be argued with, and Ferris ran it the way he ran all the worst sums, out loud to the ship. Your seat's cracked. You're proud at the forward flank, and you're trimming late, and the door we need you for is the biggest door anybody's ever asked you to read. The vapor wall breathed against the lamp. And I can't cool you because the graph dies. And I can't jack you and true you from up top because the gauges get your note after it's happened, and what's down here arrives before. It has to be read off the iron. The lamp went around the trench once more. The chainfall still rigged at the headframe from the gather, the shorestock racked where shorestock had been racked since the first bad year, the sheared collar weeping its thin scalding rain. A pit of steam with a cracked floor and a working bell in it, hotter every watch the span came up on the plot, and one repair in it that was handwork from the first cut to the last truing, and one pair of hands aboard that had ridden this drive's trim through every lying door since the threshold, and knew her true note the way they knew their own pulse. The link clicked. Engine deck, bridge. Mercer, plane, 1 channel over. The captain's voice worn to the grain. What broke, Chief? The Belle's footing. She's proud on her seat and reading late. I gave it square, because the captain spent squarely or not at all. As she stands, we don't make the run. Not the span. A road door, maybe. Not that one.
A beat of channel quiet. On the plot, 11 decks up, Ferris knew without looking. The approach stood the way it had stood since the dead heart. The one door home, and the hunt somewhere behind them, charting its way to the same hinge, and no version of waiting that improved anything. Can it be made right? It can be made right by hand, in the trench, hot. Jack her, cut the cracked web out, shore it, dress the seat, land her, true her by her note. It's mine to do, nobody else's. He said that part the way Hollis called gauge truth, level, no flag on it, because it was gauge truth. Whitlock could land the Belle to 2 thou with the falls and a prayer. Nobody alive but him could put a palm on that iron and call true from almost. I'll want the boards quiet, the falls manned, and nobody on my ladder I didn't put there. What does it cost? Mercer asked. Because Mercer always asked. It was the spine of the man. The far pocket had taught him counting, and he had never once flinched to count. The ship pays nothing she hasn't paid. Ferris watched the steam ride up through the lamplight. Hands are cheaper than hulls, Captain. Let me work. The channel carried Mercer's silence for exactly as long as a man weighs a thing he can't take off another man's shoulders without dooming the rest of him. Make her able, Chief. Bridge has the patience. Bridge out. Whitlock was at the rig locker before him, pulling his hot work shell down off its pegs, and she stood holding it against her chest a moment in the place where the light was, which was a second engineer's way of insisting. That trench cooks rigs, Dom. The vapor finds seams. It found the trench watch's glove from 2 rungs up the ladder. 1 proper lungful of flash, and you're Joe Mara. Flat, not loud. The voice for tide tables and casualty lists. And the truing. I know what the truing is. I've watched you do it on a cold seat with the loop down. You're going to do it on live iron. I'm going to do it with the falls in your hands and Hollis calling pitch off the brass, which is the best either of those jobs will ever be done. Ferris took the shell from her. The fix is feel, Cass. Feel's mine. The deck doesn't send 2 into that pit to keep one of them company. Whitlock looked at him the way she looked at a gauge she believed and hated the reading of, and then the second engineer in her swallowed the rest because the road had taught the whole crew which arguments spent breath for nothing.
Then you'll have the numbers the whole way down, she said. Everyone I've got. You work, I'll talk. That, Ferris said, sealing the collar ring, is the marriage, I.
The trench took him at the third rung, heat arriving through the shell like a hand laid flat between the shoulders. And at the floor of it, the steam closed overhead, and the world went to white murk and lamplight, and the black flank of the bell standing out of it like a sea rock. Shell's reading 51 at your back, Whitlock, on the link, flat and near. Iron at the skirts 130, loops standing at half blowdown, graphs drawing steady. Talk when you can, work when you can't. Cutting the web came first. Ferris set the torch to the cracked steel low on the keel where the lamp had found the hairline's root, and worked it the way the deck had worked the memorial wall, in clean passes, no flourish, the steam flaring off the cut and the sweat already past where wicking did anything. The cracked section came away in 2 pieces, dense old Houston spine, the color of every yard he ever apprenticed in, and he stowed them on the staging by his knee, because nothing left the trench that hadn't been counted, even now, even this. Web's out, shoring. The shore stock went in hard and true off the marks Whitlock fed him. She had the trench drawing squared on her panel and read him each datum a beat before his hand wanted it, the way she'd called the centimeters at the gather. And the jacks bit, and the fall's chains came taut overhead with a sound like the drum dock's bell. And somewhere above the steam, Hollis said, "She's yours, Chief. 2 falls, even tension. On your word." Up a hair. The bell rose off its cracked seat by the width of the light that appeared under the skirt. A hatch-cover dome of black iron, heavier than its volume had any right to be, hanging on borrowed garden chains over a man on his knees. Every engineer alive had an opinion of being where he was, and Ferris gave it to the steam, fully, and kept working. Hold her there. The seat dressing was stonework, file work, the old trade, datum to datum, with the heat coming up through his knee pads and the vapor rolling its slow rain off the fall's chains onto the back of his shell. The left gauntlet went first. Not failed, just spent. Its liner cooked stiff where he'd braced the heel of that hand on live keel to steady the stone, over and over, the iron's heat arriving slower each pass, the way pain banked itself for later. The shell's collar seam went second. He leaned deep under the skirt to chase the last of the seat's forward datum, and the vapor found the seam at his throat, and one breath arrived hot, properly hot, a swallowed coal. And the cough it bought him didn't finish, just moved in and set up housekeeping low in his chest, and he worked through it because the datum was half-dressed, and a half-dressed datum was a sermon with no amen. Dom, Whitlock's voice didn't move. He knew the cost of it not moving. He'd been at the head of a trench while a friend worked at the floor of one. Your collar's showing me a thermal fault.
It's showing you the truth, then. The stone ran its last pass. The datum came up under the straight edge clean as the day his deck had machined it. Seats dressed, landing her, stand by your brake. Standing by. The bell came down on Hollis's even falls a centimeter at a watch bill, and at 2 fingers off the seat, Ferris did what the whole repair had been priced around. He cracked the right gauntlet at the wrist and stripped it and hung it on the staging hook and put his right hand, the liner thin as a confession between him and the iron, flat on the bell's forward flank. Heat is information until it's damage, and then it's both. The flank's reading stood somewhere north of every number a hand was rated for, and under the heat, through the long bones of his fingers and the heel of his palm, came the note, the bell's deep-standing pitch with the span's far rhythm already living in it, and the wrongness in it shrinking as she came down, the wander,
the half-tone, the lie of the cracked foot, closing, the way a guttering solution closed when Brant got her hands under it. Down. His voice had gone to grovel around the coal in his chest, and he spent it in single words. Down. Hold. The note flattened a shade off true, the forward chain a thought ahead of the aft. Aft fall, take up 2 links. Hold. Down. The skin of his palm stopped being skin somewhere in the middle of it. He was aware of the fact, the way a man mid-river is aware of the cold. Noted, billed, deferred. The iron's note ran up his arm, and he answered it through the falls, link by link, Whitlock's break hand and Hollis's even tension and his burning palm, one instrument among the steam, and the bell came down the last finger's width, with her note walking up to true, the way a key walks into a lock it was cut for, and seated. The sound ran the length of the keel and up through every frame of her, one low whole note, no wander in it, no half-tone, the sound of a thing arriving back where it belonged, and the trench rang with it, and the steam swayed, and aboard the Endurance, from the bilge to the bridge 11 decks up, every soul who'd been pretending to work stopped pretending for the length of that note. Tro. Hollis off the brass, and the old man's level cracked 1 degree, the first time in 5 years. On her note, Chief, true as commissioning. Pin your falls. Ferris took his hand off the iron. Some of the liner stayed. He looked at the palm by lamplight, white and gray and wrong. No pain in it now at all, which was the worst of the available news, and folded the fingers over it because the fingers still answered, and finished the job because the job was not finished. Chocks set, the new web's shore wedged and pinned, the sheared collar blanked off, and the run crossed to its standby. Left hand and right elbow, and a vocabulary that turned the steam blue, but done, every line of it in order, counted. The ladder defeated him at the 4th rung. It wasn't dramatic. The grip simply opened, both hands done answering in the same breath, a tool dropped by a tool. And the trench watch had him on the line before he'd slid a meter, and they brought him up through the lip into the cold, bright, ordinary air of his own deck, the way the Oarun brought up their broken, many hands. No ceremony. Fast. Flat on the gratings, with the shell coming off him in cut pieces, the deck's faces over him in a ring, with the white murk still rising at their backs, Ferris got the breath the coal in his chest allowed, and used it on the only sentence that mattered. Bring her up slow off the standby run. A cough took the rest. He waited it out. The deck waited with him. Prove her to 9/10 before the watch turns. Whitlock has the deck. Whitlock has the deck, Whitlock said, somewhere above him, and her hand stayed on his shoulder all the way to sickbay, which was a second engineer's way of saying the other thing. Soto cut the liner off his right hand herself, and stood over both hands a long while with the lamp. And then she pulled the stool to the head of the bed and sat down where he could see her face, which was how the doctor delivered bills. You want it as numbers, Soto said. So, numbers. Her voice was the worn, blunt warmth it had been since Vance's day, and she kept every gram of pity out of it, which was the kindness. Deep burns, both hands, both forearms. The left will close, grip, carry. It will do that ugly and stiff, and it will do it. The right. The lamp turned. The bill arrived. The right I can save as a hand. I can print you skin over it, and the skin will take. What I cannot print you, Chief, not on this ship, not with what's in my lockers, is nerve.
The burn went through the wiring. The hand will close on a rail, hold a mug with practice, swing a hatch. A breath. It will not read. The word sat in the bay's quiet, exact as a feeler gauge. Soto had been aboard 5 years. She knew what the chief's right palm was. The whole ship knew. The doctor's eyes didn't flinch off his, because flinching was a thing you did to spare yourself, and she spent that on no one. The throat? Ferris's voice came out in the new Pravel, 2 sizes too big for him. Scolded. The chords took it. You keep the voice, and what's left of it suits you, frankly. And you'll carry that cough up and down ladders the rest of your life. And the rest of your life is a long time, because the lungs themselves I got to early. Soto leaned back. You'll work. I want that understood before the self-pity is tempted to apply. You'll stand a watch, run a deck, make a man's life a misery from a trench lip. The torch, the stone, the feeler blade, the palm on the line. And here, at last, the bluntness paid its own kind of toll, slower across the words. That trade's paid in, Dominic. It doesn't come back. Ferris lay with his 2 ruined hands on the blanket like tools brought in from the fire, and the ship's note came up through the bunk frame, through his shoulder blades and the long bones of him. The loop at proving load, climbing, and under it the bell, true, carrying her trim sweet through iron he'd dressed by hand that morning. The body still read her. The body would always read her, just not through the palms anymore. He turned that over once all the way he costed any write-off, and found what he had known at the bottom of the trench with his hand on the flank. The sum stood. Run the columns any way you liked. The sum stood. "You do it again," Soto said. Not a question. The doctor logging the only diagnosis that mattered for the next 5 years of managing him. "She makes the run now." The gravel made it sound carved. "Ask me something hard." Soto stood and squeezed his forearm above the dressings, once, exactly where it didn't hurt, which was knowing, and went back to her bay. Whitlock came at the watch change with the slate under her arm and the day's chalk dust still on her cuff, and stood at the end of the bunk in the place where the light was. 9/10, proven, clean. The slate turned to face him. "There's your trace. Trim never wandered a hair's breadth the whole climb. She's reading that monster door out there like a hymn book. Hollis says she's never sat truer, and Hollis has now used up his entire annual allowance of saying things." A beat. "Boards chalked. My hand. You'll tell me my columns lean, and I'll tell you to write straighter ones, and there will be." The draw. "Posted to the captain's account. Heaviest line since the Dead Heart. Counted as the deal." Whitlock's eyes went along the trace, not at him, while she said the rest. "I wrote the other entry, too. The casualty entry. Square and plain. Repair of the drive's primary trim seat. Effected by hand, under live conditions, by the chief engineer. No other means available. The run made possible thereby. Time, witnesses, the lot." The slate came down. "It goes up unsigned. Captain signs those himself. He kept her rule." "It's all true, and knowing you, it's even right." "It's right." The flat chapel voice didn't move, and her face did, and this time there was no steam to put between them, and neither of them looked away from that either. "I watched it, Dom. I stood on that break and I called you numbers while it took your hands because the numbers were the help there was. So it's right. Every word. It can sit in the ledger till the ledger rusts." The loop's note shifted overhead. The watch, bringing her down the proving curve, gentle, by the book, Whitlock's book now, until his hands learned their new trade of pointing. The span was out there on the plot, the biggest wound in the pocket's sky, and the hunt was somewhere behind them, charting its patient way to the same door, and his ship could make the run. That was the whole of the accounts. Everything else was change. Next door she takes, you're on the line, palm flat, forward of the header, where the truth comes up early. I'll talk you onto it. Aye. Whitlock gathered the slate. At the hatch she stopped, the old habit, the thing put back on the shelf where its owner could reach it. She sang, you know, when you landed her. The whole ship stood still for it. There's chapels in Lanelli never got a note like it. Don't, Ferris said, and his mouth went sideways, and it cost his throat to do it, and he did it anyway. Go run my deck. Whitlock went. Ferris lay in the alcove with his hands ruined on the blanket, and the ship's note coming up through the frame of the bunk, even and deep and true, reading the door ahead of her through iron he paid for. And he listened to her with everything he had left, which was plenty. All right, he told her, the way he'd told her everything since Houston. We're square. Don't make me do it twice.
Chapter 20. Tann at the door. The Endurance came out of the last fold of the road into a sky that Tann had taken first. The picture built in poles of the long scan, while the fold shutter was still going out of her frames, Brant flattening the exit drift with her hands spread wide on the board, the watch coming up out of the Soul's first crouch the whole crew dropped into at thresholds now. And AWRLDRJ read it as it came, handwriting first, numbers after. The handwriting was tidy. Pickets stood at the corners of the approach volume like surveyor's pins. A gun line lay dark and patient along the inner reach, broadside on, intervals so even you could have set music to them. Hunter pairs swung the flanks at their tight parade spacing, unhurried, owning what they swept. Tracks. The well kept the count aloud, a junior ratings voice holding the level this bridge had taught it. 14, 21, 28 resolving. Still building, Lieutenant. Keep counting. And at the heart of the taken sky, the door. The span had been a figure on a chart since the keeper first gave them the road, the one junction in the whole spent pocket whose far side opened on somewhere that was not the pocket, drawn at the dead center of every solution Brant had built for months, wanted so hard and so long by so many people aboard that AWRLDRJ had half expected the reality to be a disappointment. It was not a disappointment. It sat in the deep scan like a well sits in a drought country, and around its throat, in a petaled ring, Tann had moored the part of his force that was not warships at all. Tenders, array carriers, long-spined hulls deployed wide and working, and under everything, up through the deck and the boot soles and the bones, the note, low, rising. The sound a junction made when it was being driven toward the pitch that would hold a fold, except that no junction sang under its own weather, and this one was being sung at. Bay confirms it, hail on the circuit from the after bay, her voice scrubbed down to the load-bearing words, which is how the whole ship knew the size of a thing before she named it. He's forcing the line. The arrays are driving the span up toward hold the way the rig drives a saying, only 3 orders bigger and nothing said, just power. The floor under that volume is stepping while we watch, whole rungs. I've never logged spend like it. I didn't know the pocket had it left to give. A breath. Hours, Captain. By the rate of climb, he has the door standing inside a day, and he is not going to be early or late. He'll be exact. Exact. Aldridge ran her board out along the gun line's intervals and found nothing to argue with the word. The hunt had stopped chasing them in the autumn. Everyone aboard knew it. The Endurance had spent the hard week since then racing a man who was no longer behind her, and the answer to the race was on the scan now, deployed, settled,
swept in with its solutions already walked onto the likely doors of arrival. Including, she noted, the one they had just used. The fold the Endurance had come in on was bracketed, not fired on, bracketed, logged, priced, and left alone, the way you leave a thing alone when its arrival changes nothing about your plan. Astern, the dark moved. The keeper came off the fold threshold behind them, the way the big shapes always came, slowly, hugely, a hull grown in spirals the size of a fallen city, torn along its whole western flank by a year of war, and left so the wound past mending, or past anything the gatherer had left to mend it with, the mendings on mendings of a lifetime stopping short at the edge of it. His note went through the ship once, presence, position, nothing more. And on Aldridge's board, the front's handwriting answered it. The near picket pair eased 2 points wider. The gun line's solutions re-walked themselves. The whole taken sky adjusting its arithmetic for the arrival of the one hull in the pocket it had never managed to kill. Signals. Marsh, low and tidy. The minder on her stool behind him with her slate on her knee. The envoy for the Khan. The translator had always given Tann his own voice. That had been the first thing anyone aboard liked about him a universe ago, and it had not changed. Warm, unhurried, exact. The voice of a man with nothing to prove and no need of volume to hold a room. Captain Mercer, you made remarkable time. I mean that without ornament. I have seen the road you came down. A pause, courteous, leaving space nobody used. You can read my dispositions, so I will spare you the arithmetic. The door is mine. The working of it is delicate, and I will keep every hull in this volume outside the line of my arrays until it stands, yours included, and the war leaders. That is the whole of my hostility, Captain. Geometry. Hold your ship clear of my working line, and when the door stands, you may go through it ahead of me and go home. You brought me the only proof in the pocket that the dark has a far side worth crossing to. I have not forgotten it. I told you once you would be glad of me one day. Let it be today. The bridge did not move. At the chair, Mercer let the silence sit just long enough to stop being an answer in itself, and when he spoke, it was in the plain grammar, the one with no polish left on it and none missed. Envoy, you were told once what this ship does when somebody invites her to clear a corridor. It will be in whatever file your people keep on us. Your files are good. A beat. We have seen what arrives where you have been. The Endurance has nothing further for you. The channel closed. Nobody on the deck said anything, because there was nothing to say that the scan was not already saying. The front's remaining weight stood between the ship and the only door home. Behind her lay the spent heart of the pocket, recrossable by nothing that breathed. The magazine held what it held, and there was no depot in the universe on this side of that throat. Out of road, out of metal, out of everything, except the one thing the year had actually taught them. "Get me the keeper," Mercer said. The saying came up through the deck before the bay carried a word of it. One voice, largely, the whole welded length of the ship taken for an instrument, the frame 31 plates passing the figures across the cut names without dropping any of them, and every boot on the bridge went still inside it while it ran. 3 figures, and a 4th under them, and then the strangest quiet the channel had ever sent, a stop with no open edge standing after it. Rendering for the log. Neral on the circuit, slow, setting each word down separately, all the way to the floor. He says the throat and the door standing wide. He says the strike held away from it, held on his boundary the way a screen holds, his name said wide around the gap. He says the one who stood between, no one aboard needed the name glossed, passing behind the boundary of his name, through, while the door stands. A pause, the kind she put around exactness. And then the closing. The closing is said in the payment form, the form their grammar sets on a thing already weighed and found owed. It is paid from the keeping. I can take it no closer, Captain. The keeping pays. Doctor, Mercer even, your read on the closing. The knowledge is the knowledge he gave us at the gather, and it's good. Hail, flat. A cascade in the throat doesn't kill the door. Nothing kills a door. It throws it down where no solution lives, and the dark takes months to settle back toward one. Months, and likely more, before anything holds in it again. And Tann re-deriving first, because he already owns the working. But months, Captain, bought behind us, against a man who is hours from owning that throat for nothing. And the payment? Mercer's voice did not change. Ask him what pays it. I cannot. For the first time in the whole life of the channel, Neral's rendering carried something that was not exactness, a hair of it, gone as soon as caught. There is one more thing to log, and it is not a figure. It is the shape of the saying itself. He has sealed it. Every exchange he has ever sent us was left open at its edge. Open is how they say, answer me. This one is closed at both ends. There is nothing to ask into. It is the first sealed saying he has ever given this ship. On Aldridge's board, 6 tracks of the gun line's southern division changed aspect together, drives blooming up out of bank in one ordered line, bows coming round onto the Endurance's reach. Marsh had it in the same breath. Con, signals, screen division committing to our line, 6 hulls, gunship pair and support. And the hour shut over the question the way water shuts over a stone, and Aldridge marked the place where it sank. The plan needed a ship in the throat. The throat was the price of the months. The payment figure had no number in it, and the man who sent it had closed the door on asking. Her cout had a hole in it. She could see the hole. The screen division was 11 minutes out, and there was nothing in the universe to stand in front of the hole but the run itself. And she logged the gap the way she logged everything now. True, on the record, unanswered, and gave her boards the 11 minutes. All hands, this is the captain. Mercer took the circuit standing, one hand on the worn place along the chair's arm that 2 other captains had worn before him, and was brief, because the crew had broken him of everything else. The door home stands at the end of this approach, and the man forcing it open is doing it for his fleet, not for us. We are going to run it. The keeper goes ahead of us, the door will be shut behind us. What that asks of this ship has, you have, paid every bill this pocket ever put in front of you, and there is one more, and then I am taking you home. The ship went to her stations without being piped. The off-watch was at the lockers before the address ended. Aldridge could read it in the seal board tallies coming green deck by deck, faster than any drill had ever returned them. And the galley struck itself and sent the flasks round anyway, 2 ratings working the passageways with the ration's bitter end, while the mounts were still warming, because the galley had its own doctrine about last fights, and had never once asked the bridge's leave to run it. Soto's deck reported rigged with 19 empty beds and every frame webbed, and appended in the dry tone the sick bay had adopted off its old corpsman and kept like an heirloom, that the chief engineer was secured to the aftmost frame, and disputing the definition of secured. Engine deck, Whitlock, Welsh and flat on the link. Drive's warm and she'll give you the run. The graph's carrying clean and I'll feed it what it asks. And I have a message for the con, dictated under protest from a sick bay frame and tied by me. The frame's 60 welds are young, so don't let Brant lean on 'em until the last mile. A breath. The original had more color in it. Con copies both versions, Mercer said.
Mercer came to tactical while Brant built the run. Aldridge felt the chair side of the bridge arrive at her shoulder and did not look up from the feeds. The captain watched her boards a moment, like a man reading a bill he intended to pay in full. "What does the run cost your boards, Lieutenant?"
All of it.
She said it the way she would have written it. "Feeds take every round aboard. The mounts spend to zero somewhere inside that throat, and there's no version of the geometry where I bring you home metal. The line's zero, Captain. There's nothing past it to ask you for."
"Then don't ask. Spend it."
"There's the other figure." Aldridge turned from the board then, because some things were not for saying sideways. "It's a running fight into a closing door against the front's whole remaining weight. We don't all reach the far side of that. A run like this one, the field chooses who."
"I know it."
Mercer did not dress it, and did not look away from her while he failed to.
"So does every soul who just heard me promise them home anyway. Buy her the corridor, Lieutenant. Choose the way you've been choosing all year."
Aldridge went back to her feeds, and the captain went back to the chair, and at the helm, Brant laid the last solution of the road out along the plot, the long reach down the approach, the turn at the array line's blind quarter, the throat, and read its cost the way pilots read, with her hands. "Run's laid, Captain. She'll hate the middle mile of it."
"She's hated worse. Commander Holt, fight the ship."
"Fighting the ship, aye," Holt said, and began, in full sentences, by the book that had learned all year to leave room in itself for this crew, to distribute the last battle of the pocket around the Endurance like a man dealing cards he had spent his whole life learning the weight of.
The screen division met them at the top of the approach, and the running battle for the span began the way the front began everything, on schedule, in order, without one wasted round. The keeper went ahead of them and a point to port, and put his name between the Endurance and the gun line's heaviest bearing, and the first salvos of the last fight arrived across his western flank in flat white sheets, and got back what the front had always got back from the Oran, which was nothing. He returned no fire. He had no fire to return. He soaked the opening exchange en masse that had soaked a year of it, hull deep, shedding armor in slow sheets that tumbled away down the approach like weather coming off a headland, and inside the lee he made, the Endurance ran and shot for both of them. Aldridge fought the mounts in continuous traverse and spent nothing she did not mean. Fast metal came off the gunship pair on converging lines, and her close defense bursts met it short of the keeper's wounds and short of her own skin. The Ascendant pattern rounds doing Ascendant arithmetic against Ascendant fire. The well counted the magazine down in hundreds, and she gave the count exactly as much of her attention as it had earned, which was none, because the line was zero, and the zero was authorized. Range fell. The note rose. Under the gunfire, under the deck's discharge shudder, the span's line climbed through the soles of every boot aboard, patient, even, indifferent to the fight being run across it, the one-way home in the whole spent pocket, rising toward pitch under another man's hand. The middle mile was as bad as Brant had promised her ship it would be. The screen's second division came down off the array ring's flank, 6 war hulls, fresh, dressed, and for 9 minutes the approach was a corridor of intersections stacking faster than the gun cams could grade them. Penetrators walked the Endurance's port flank from the old patched quarter to the boat bay, and opened frame 52 to vacuum behind its seal. Vega ran the seal board at the port arc the way the dead had taught it to be run, settled, unhurried,
holings and weld states and sealed forward ofs in a voice that never once climbed. 2 of the gun deck crew went aft on stretchers swearing, which Soto's deck logged in the heirloom tone as both talkative. The patch parties ran their drills inside the roar. Whitlock fed the drive and the rig and the feeds without asking anybody's leave, and 3 decks down the gauge in the afterbay stepped and stepped again, the cost of the running fight posting itself to a ledger nobody had time to read and nobody would be spared the reading of later. Hale's bench logged it all. Counted was still the deal, at the end of the world as at the start of it, and through all of it, not once did the forcing falter. That was the measure of the man, and Aldridge took it the way she had taken the measure of every commander who had ever tried to kill her, in the handwriting. Twice Brant offered the screen a duel worth having, a stern line feint at the 2nd Division seam, an overlap that begged to be punished, and twice the screen declined, correct, incurious, fighting for bearings and never for blood. Nothing they did, nothing the keeper soaked, nothing the Endurance burned pulled 1 hull off the array ring or 1 watt off the working line. Tann spent exactly what the geometry priced and not a round more, and his door went on rising under him as evenly as if the sky around it were empty and always had been. There was no fury in any of it, and no haste, and no waste, and Aldridge, who had been run by commanders of every grade her whole life, knew the best run fight she had ever been on the wrong end of when she was in one. "Span's line is through the lower hold band," Hale said on the circuit, very quiet. "It'll stand inside the watch. Whatever happens at that throat, Captain, it happens tonight." The Endurance came out of the middle mile with her mounts hot and her port flank breathing through patches, and the throat dead ahead at last, vast and rising and ringed with the enemy's patient steel, and the keeper put himself a degree deeper into the heaviest bearing and took the next salvo hole. Then, under the gunfire, under the door's long climbing note, he said 1 figure, once. Every boot on the bridge took it through the soles. Narrow's rendering came up the circuit a moment later, slow for the log, and it was short, because the figure was short. The ship's own name, the one who stood between, set down inside the form the Orin said over the things their hulls were built to stand in front of. The held behind, the protected. Aldridge kept her eyes on the feeds, and her hands on the run, and out on the dark plot the great torn shape of the keeper settled himself across 1 more bearing, between the guns and his ship's last keeping, and inside the shadow of his name the door went on rising. Chapter 21. The Wire Holds. The salvo that took the captain off his feet came in on the blind quarter. From a wake craft the mounts killed a breath too late, and spent itself along the forward frames in a roll the whole hull conducted. The bridge lights went over to amber and climbed back. 3 boards dropped to snow and stood up out of it. And Mercer, upright at the chair, 1 hand on the worn arm, half an order out of his mouth, went sideways into the dais rail, and then to the deck plates, and did not get up. "Corpsman to the bridge. Captain's down." Aldridge, flat on the action circuit, her eyes back on her boards by the 2nd word, because tactical did not get to Neil. Holt reached the dais while the frames were still talking. Blood moved in the captain's hair where the rail had caught him above the ear, dark and quick. The eyes under the half-closed lids tracked nothing. The breath ran deep and even and entirely elsewhere. The corpsman came up the ladder at a run with her kit already open, put a hand flat on the captain's chest, and gave the dais the only finding that mattered, which was a nod. "Get him below." Holt stood. The deck around him had not stopped working, the mounts in local correction, Brandt's hands walking the ship along her line, the well calling bearing rates into the plot in the steady voice the well had bled across 5 years to learn, and into that work, in the voice he had kept 1 degree above quiet through every watch of his career, Holt said the sentence the establishment tables had written for this moment, and no other sentence. "I have the deck." "Officer of the watch has the deck," the duty rating said, and logged it. Ahead of the bow, filling the upper field of the long scan, stood the span. The one door out of the pocket hung forced and flaring at the top of the plot, its throat white on the optics, the resonance of the forcing walking through the deck plates in a low, continuous shiver the whole ship had stopped mentioning. And between the Endurance and that throat lay the screen, the envoy's hulls, in the tight, unpunished spacing they had flown their whole hunting lives, holding the sky in front of a door Tann was tearing open from this side. Off the high flank, where the plot smeared with weather that was not weather, the Oron fought. The great slow armored shapes had been bending the screen's edge since the Endurance dropped into the approach, spending hulls into it that no yard anywhere would ever replace, and somewhere among them, vast and unhurried on the rig's render, moved the one the crew called the Keeper, cutting a corridor he had told them to wait for. The plan was the captain's. It stood in the run order in the captain's own plain words, with Holt's geometry under every line of it. The Endurance to ride the span's margin shear, the churn off the rim where returns rotted and no sweep could prove a hull from a ghost. Bow on the throat, the run laid and warm, and commit on one signal only, the Keeper's mark, given when the corridor was cut, at the hour of the Keeper's own choosing. Doctrine hatched the rim red. The captain had picked it for exactly the reason Doctrine hatched it, and at the foot of the order's last page, in plainer language than all the rest, stood the 4th clause, the one Holt had drafted himself and the captain had signed unsoftened. If the screen crosses the approach axis in strength before the mark is given, the run is struck, the ship comes off the sheer into the dark and lives. "States," Holt said. "Mounts answering on the ration, Commander." Aldridge gave it flat. "Magazine's thin. I'll shoot what the run needs and not a round past it." "Drive's whole, sir." Whitlock on the engine deck link, the Welsh in it pressed level. "She's runnin' on the graft, and the graft doesn't like the resonance. I'm holdin' her. Holdin' her is the whole report." "Their sweeps are laddering the sheer, Commander." Marsh, careful and exact, the way he had spoken since his board. "Blind and patient. They know we're in it. The sheer won't say where. I'm counting their habits." "Runs laid and warm, sir." Brandt did not look up from the helm. "Withdrawal solutions laid beside it. I keep both warm. The ship taught me that." "Very good." From the science repeater, Hale, with Naral gray and straight beside her, hands resting on the render. "The rig's listening, Commander. He's fighting. That's all it will say." Sickbay came up on the link last, unasked. "Concussed," Soto said. "The scalp's nothing. The rail rang the bell hard. He'll wake. I have watched this man's curve through worse, and he'll wake. I'm not giving the bridge a time, and the first person who sends down to ask gets logged." The channel closed. Holt took the chair, because a ship in action is fought from where her circuits gather, and sat his weight into it without ceremony. It fit the way any chair fits an officer who has kept himself to establishment all his life, exactly, and meaning nothing by it. The thought that arrived anyway, that the tables had written his name against this chair twice, and the ship had written another man's over it, he gave the time he gave any contact that could not alter a firing solution. None. The plot was climbing. The wing came off the screen at the worst of it. 6 hulls in the knife spacing, and did not come for them. It came for the gap. The sheer ran out short of the throat. The last reach of the approach was naked sky, the one stretch where the run had to stand up out of the churn and be a ship. and the wing slid down the screen's face and folded itself across that stretch like a hand over a till. They could not find the Endurance. They did not need to. The envoy had hunted this ship by character across half a pocket, and the character said she is in the shear and she must come out of it there. By the tables, the run dies on that reach, Commander. Aldridge gave him the figures the way she gave everything, level, with the other thing standing underneath the level where it lived. 6 hulls rail fire across the naked stretch against our crossing time. The geometry isn't close. If the corridor isn't open when we stand up into all of it. A pause the length of a career. The 4th clause's criterion is met, sir, to the letter. Signals? Nothing from the keeper's line, Commander. Nothing yet, Marsh said. Nothing yet. He is still fighting, Neural said. Nothing in her voice asked for patience. Nothing in it promised anything, either. On the helm board, at the edge of the dais light, the withdrawal solution stood lit beside the run, laid, warm, and 1 syllable away. The deck did not look at him. The deck had read the clause. Every division board had carried it. The clause had his name under it, and the watch worked its boards and waited, not on the book had already spoken, but on the man who wrote it. The case for the clause was complete, and Holt audited it the way he had audited every finding of his life, in order, without mercy in either direction. An unverifiable mark, a corridor nobody could see, a naked reach the tables scored as death, and a standing order, drafted by the one officer aboard whose work it was to price the captain's faith, that said, "Come off and live." No board Iska Frontier Command had ever convened would fault the officer who flew it. The deck would execute it on the first asking. Somewhere down the years, in a service that might never learn what had become of her, the entry would read as the book likes its entries to read. Run struck on the established criterion, ship preserved. The book's way, his so long it had stopped being a choice and become a spine. Against it stood the new facts, none of which had existed when the clause was drafted. The Orrun were spending hulls into the screen's flank at a rate no force spends on a feint. The last of a people's iron, paid out for a corridor no one could order them to cut. The magazine was past any second approach. The drive ran on the Graft's goodwill. The screen had spent the engagement learning their handwriting, and a screen that learned was a screen that would not be ridden twice. There was no version of Come Off and Live that came back. Off the sheer, the dark was not a road home. It was a place to stand and watch the door taken. The clause had been written by a man with less evidence than the officer in the chair now held, written before anyone aboard had watched a dying people fight toward a promise. And under the audit, where the book kept no column, the other thing, which he did not dress as arithmetic because it was not. The run asked the ship to be what her captain was. The clause asked her to be what her executive officer had been. The ship's company had answered that question once already, in plain view of the establishment tables, and had not asked him whether the answer suited. "The 4th clause is struck," Holt said. "Officer of the watch's authority. Criterion met and noted. Reasons to follow in my own hand. We hold the run as the captain has it laid." "Logged as spoken," the duty rating said, and wrote it. "Ensign, keep your solution warm. We won't be flying it." "Aye, sir." Brandt took the withdrawal solution down to a single standing line and put both hands back on the run, and the deck leaned. Holt marked it with the part of him that had graded watch sections for a living, because it was new, and he recorded true things. Not obedience. The deck had given him obedience to the syllable since his first hour at the con. This was the half-beat the Endurance had kept for Sloane and kept for Mercer, and had never once spent on him. Orders moving through hands before the sentence ended. Aldridge's mounts were relayed toward the naked reach while the strike of the claws was still going in the log. Nobody on the bridge said anything about any of it, which is how he knew it for what it was. Then the wing began to ladder the sheer with whale fire, blind, methodical, on the chance, and the worst of the hour set in. Twice the laddering found something. The first salvum spent itself forward against frames that had been carrying patches since the first year, and the hull rolled it off in one long shrug of complaint. The second opened a seam on the port flank that had been opened twice before in its life, and a damage control party went into the smoke at frame 19 with their names called over the circuit, and came out two lighter, both on stretchers, both breathing, and the deck took the price the deck took every price now, paid, logged, carried.
"Resonance is climbing, Commander," Whitlock said. "The graft's singing flat. She'll hold to the throat. I won't sign for a fold past it." "Noted. Hold her." Holt gave the rim 2 points of roll and kept the bow given to the throat. The rim rolls hulls that ride it flat, and he had learned the price of margins in another margin, in another year. And the Endurance rode, blind in the churn, her people closed up at their stations inside the laddered thunder, her captain below with his eyes shut and his plan in another man's hands. Somewhere in the worst of it the old entry came back and stood at his shoulder in plain uniform. "This is the chair. Run it your way," and no one alive would breathe a word. The clause was still his to unstrike. The book would take him back without comment. The record would show an officer returning to doctrine under fire, the most defensible sentence in the service's whole language. Holt looked at the thought squarely, on the interval, the way he had looked at every empty contact board of the long road, and the finding surprised him only in how little it weighed. Not mastered, spent. In the 1 hour it could have purchased anything at all, he had no use for what it bought. The mark came through the bones of the ship. Not the receivers, the hull itself, a pressure signature so large it walked up through the frames and stood the styluses buzzing on the chart table. The keeper's voice arriving the way it had first arrived at the gather, in the body before any board. Neral's hands were already moving on the render. For one breath she went stiller than even Neral went, whatever rode beneath the words, staying hers, and then she turned from the repeater and gave the bridge the only part that belonged to the bridge. "The corridor is caught. His word is now and all of it." On the plot, the screen's face buckled. The wing on the naked reach came off it, dragged flankward by arithmetic even an unpunished people could not refuse, because the Auron had stopped bending the screen's edge and started coming through it, the great shapes walking out of the smear with their dead behind them, opening a wound in the envoy's line the exact width of one running ship. "Helm," Holt said, "stand her up. The run as laid, all of it, nothing kept back. Standing her up, aye." And the Endurance came out of the sheer with her bow already given. The corridor opened ahead of her like a seam being unpicked as she crossed the naked reach, rail fire arriving late and wide from halls with worse trouble flankward, the mounts answering aft on the ration, 2 round corrections, Eldridge shooting the way a woman spends her own blood. The throat grew in the field. The resonance of the forcing came up through the soles of every boot aboard, no longer a shiver, a weather. "Captain's on the bridge," the duty rating said. Mercer stood at the head of the ladder with a corpsman's tape white above his ear and the careful evenness of a man the floor had lately introduced itself to, wearing the look of someone who had countersigned his own release over his doctor's finding, which, aboard this ship, had become a tradition of the chair. The watch came up a half degree in their seats and stayed on their boards.
Holt finished the correction in his mouth. 2 rounds, Mount 3, the wings stray, and stood out of the chair in the same motion he would have used at any change of watch in any year of his service. Captain, ship's in the run, the corridors cut and holding. The keeper's mark is given. The 4th clause was struck on my authority before the mark. Criterion met. Reasons to follow in my hand. 2 wounded at frame 19, none dead. The magazine will cover the throat and no further. The run is yours as you laid it, nothing amended. Mercer's eyes went once around the plot, the corridor, the buckled screen, the throat standing white at the top of it, and once across the executive officer in front of him, and whatever the look carried was not anger and was not gratitude, and would not have gone in any log Holt kept. "Very good, Commander." The captain sat. His thumb found the worn place on the chair arm, the small tell the whole bridge knew and nobody mapped aloud, and the ship went on. At the first slack of the run, the duty rating brought the deck log to the chair, the watch entry standing open for the captain's countersign, the assumption of the deck, the strike of the clause at the head of it in Holt's small, legible hand, reasons to follow still owing under it. Mercer signed it unread. His eyes never left the throat. The stylus crossed the page on the strength of the name above it and moved on to the next return. Holt, at the dais step, marked it the way he marked everything that exceeded the form. The man weighed everything. It was what he was for. Holt had watched him weigh the galley's mood against a course change, and the captain had just taken the one document aboard with Holt's unsupported judgment standing naked in it, and put his name under it without reading a word. Officers had countersigned Holt's watches for 20 years. Every one of them had read first. Neither man spent a syllable on it, and the log went back to the duty rating's hands complete. "Time to the throat, helm." "Building you the last solution now, Captain." Brant's hands lay quiet on the board, the whole ship breathing on her count. "She'll be ready before the door is." Ahead, the throat of the span filled the field, forced, flaring at the rim where the tearing met the dark, and beyond the buckled screen the OR was still coming, the vast, slow shapes of a people paying out the last of themselves to hold a wound open for somebody else's road home. Holt took his place at the dais step, where the executive officer stands, and checked the contact board on the interval the doctrine set. The board was full. The interval mattered anyway. The interval was how a watch knew the world was still being kept. Behind him, level and unhurried, the captain's voice walked the run forward, call by call, and Holt entered the hour and the deck log when the rating brought it back round, the old way, in his own hand. Watch held in action by Commander Daniel Holt, Executive Officer. The captain's plan in force throughout. The deck returned to the captain with nothing amended. The entry was accurate. For the first time in the keeping of his whole recorded life, it was also complete. The Endurance went to the door. Chapter 22. The Last Fold. The solution died for the 3rd time since the top of the run, and Brant had the 4th built before the board finished saying so. The span filled the forward third of the sky. Every junction the Endurance had ever folded was a note. This was an organ with a war inside it. The throat of the thing stood off the bow like weather, too large for the instrument's manners, its pitch bent wrong and bending wronger, because on the far rim of the door, Maric Tann's line was forcing a thing that had stayed shut since before anyone's history, and a door that size did not suffer forcing quietly. The hull carried the sound the way the hull carried everything out here. In the soles and the bones first, the boards a beat behind, a long grinding slide, a note hunting for somewhere to settle and finding the next wrong place, and the next. Between the Endurance and the throat lay the battle, and the battle had 2 grammars.
Tann's line had come dressed for the occasion, the front's proper gun line laid out in its lanes around the door it meant to own, cutters quartering the approaches, the method and the tables and the envelope, rail salvos arriving with the punctuality of a service running to time. And between that line and the run stood the stand, the ore run, the vast, slow, armored shapes of the gather, hull after hull of a dying people placed in the fire's way with the patience of people who had been putting their bodies between guns and the protected since before the Endurance's keel was poured. They did not maneuver. They interposed. The fire that should have been arriving on Brandt's line arrived on them instead, and they paid it the way a seawall pays, and the wall was being spent. Down the middle of it all ran her line. There was one way through the span that a ship could fly and live, one corridor of agreeing dark threading the throat to the threshold, drawn off the rig's rendering and Holt's plot and the keeper's own deep grammar of the door, and the corridor would not stand still. Every salvo Tann put into the throat bent it. Every slide of the pitch redrew it. The run was laid in, and laying it in had been the easy part. The run had to be re-won bend by bend, at speed, under fire, on a board that kept politely reporting that the road had ceased to exist. Her part of the plan ended at the threshold. The door would be shut behind them. The captain had promised the ship that much the day he turned her for the span, and the shutting was the keeper's part. And how an ore run shuts a door the size of weather was a question the helm had not been given and had not asked. The helm had the corridor. The corridor was enough to be going on with. The bridge worked around her the way a good deck works a storm, in short, true sentences. Holt's corrected geometry came across to the helm board in the XO's square hand, assumption by assumption, footnoted at the end of the world, and the footnotes had saved the run twice already. Aldridge stood close defense with the magazine's last scarce metal and spent it the way she signed her name, twice since the top of the run, 2 short bursts, a cutter shearing off hit each time, nothing wasted on anything that wasn't about to matter. At the rig, Hale and Naral and Cyan had the keeper, the 3 of them rendering a battle language of pressure into vectors a human board could draw, the channel running at the limit of everything the rig owned. And from signals came Marsh's voice, level as a bench gauge, doing the one duty he had left and doing it perfectly. "Salvo on the count," Marsh said. "Their line fires to a clock, 3 lanes converging on your second bend. Now." The dark ahead of the second bend went to rail light, flat and wrong, exactly where the corridor wanted her to be, and Brandt was not there. She had taken the Endurance under the bend on a line her own board disliked, hull skewed to put the patched flank away from the arrival, and the salvo broke up on the dark and on the flank of an orange shape that had eased itself into the gap without being asked. The ship came back onto the corridor on the far side of the bend, with her bow note clean. "Clock's good," Brandt said. "Keep reading it." "All watch," Marsh said, and went on counting the enemy's time aloud, unhurried, a man reading a market he was barred from to a pilot spending in it. The next arrival caught them anyway. Geometry is patient. A ranging salvo walked across the run's 3rd leg, and the last round of it found the port flank, the flank that had been cracked twice and welded back wrong in another life, and the old frames sang their dead note down the length of the ship, and 6 boards shed their color and asked for attention. Damage control answered out of the compartments the way it had answered since the collars sheared, voices stepping on each other and sorting themselves without ceremony. Pressure stayed where pressure belonged. The drive did not blink. "Helm, deck,
Whitlock, up the link from engineering. In the chief's grammar, and not the chief's voice, and nobody on the bridge remarked on the difference, and everybody marked it. She's sweet to the threshold and a spit past it. Don't ask her for the spit. Deck, helm, copy, keeping the spit.
Mercer sat the chair through all of it the way the deck had learned the captain sat the worst hours, present, unhurried, spending his words like metal. The dressing station team came through once, low, clearing a scalded rating off an environmental board and feeding a relief into the seat in the same motion, and the bridge absorbed it and went on. That was the ship now. That had been the ship for a long road, the untidy human machine of her, running at the top of what a crew could be asked for, one beat, no seams. Then the fire stopped arriving where the ship was. Brant read it in the third leg's light before anyone said it, the salvos coming down ahead of her, on the corridor's future, on the places the run would need before the run needed them. AWL Dridge said it for the record, flat as a range report. He stopped shooting at the ship. He's shooting at the line. Confirmed, Marsh said. The clock's tightened. He's not ranging us. He's fencing the road. Tann had read the run. Somewhere behind that gun line, the man who had courted this crew from the first rescue on, who had come onto their bridge as a voice and called the captain worth the table, had laid the Endurance's one corridor across his tables and started buying it from them, a bend at a time, because he did not need to kill the ship he meant to follow through the door. He only needed her slow. The answer to fire on the future was to stop having one the enemy could read, and that cost exactly what Hale had said everything out here cost. Brant took the run off its own best line. She flew the corridor the way you fly a thing you're lying to, early into the bends, late out of them. The hull's whole vast patched length syncopated against Marsh's count, never where the clock said a sane pilot would be. And every meter of the lie was a meter borrowed from the window. Hale's voice came off the rig twice with the only numbers that mattered now, and the second time the color had been scrubbed all the way out of it, down to the bench, down to the load-bearing words. The slide's steepening, the pitch is hunting in one direction now. When this door settles, it settles as whatever the forcing is made of it, and nothing alive flies it after. The window is the slide. Understood, Mercer said, and did not ask the rig for a better answer, because there was none, and the deck was watching the back of his head. The stand thickened along the third leg. The ORUN had read Tann's new arithmetic as fast as the bridge had. Fire on the road meant the road needed bodies, and the vast shapes came down through the dark in their slow, unhurried way and put themselves along the corridor's fenced bends like cairns marking a path through snow. The salvo that had Brant's name on it at the fourth bend arrived on an ORUN flank instead, and the shape under the flank broke, came apart along its length with no light and no cry the boards could carry, only the long pressure tone underfoot going wider, making room. The nearest of its people turned out of the wall, under the clock, in the fire, and gathered what could be gathered, and took the next arrival on its open side for the pause, and did not hurry. They had never once hurried. They were spending the last of a people on the road's last errand, and they did it at the pace of grief, exactly, all the way through. Under the deck, under her boots, the tone ran on. The lake was talking in its sleep again, the way it had talked through every off-watch since the gather, and tonight the ice was breaking up, and Brant flew inside the sound of it with her hands easy and her eyes dry, because the helm got no other arrangement. Ensign Brant, Mercer's voice came down from the chair, even and unhurried, the steadiness the rest of the watch was flying on. Anything this ship still owns that you need, name it. Quiet, Captain. You heard the helm, Mercer said to the bridge of the Endurance, and the bridge gave her the quiet.
It lasted to the fifth bend, and at the fifth bend, the run tried to kill them.
A cutter came through the stand. It came through because the wall had spent itself thin buying the fourth bend, and the gap was honest, and the cutter's pilot was good, and it crossed the corridor ahead of the Endurance, shedding mines like a gull shedding water. Not aimed, sown, a hedge of slow steel dropped across the only road in the universe. And in the same breath, the dying junction took its biggest slide yet, and the solution died, all of it, the board going from a road to a wall between one sweep and the next. No corridor, no line. The throat's note skidding, the hedge blooming dead ahead, the ship's own speed carrying her into the wall at the bottom of the count. Everything in Brant went very far away and very still. The old white quiet, the one that had stood at her shoulder since Houston, the one that had been waiting the whole road for a door this size, came down over her like the lid of something, and found that the woman under it was already flying. Her hands had not asked. Her hands had the ship over and inside the cutter's own wake before the mines finished sowing, down through the gap the enemy had spent his pass making, the one place in the dark his own hedge guaranteed clean, and her right hand built the fifth solution off the rig's raw rendering, while her left held the bow note through a turn the Endurance's designers would have refused in writing, the patched hull groaning down its whole length, the welded wrong frames singing, the deep grammar of the keeper's door coming up the boards half a beat ahead of her need, as if the oldest pilot in the universe were leaning over her shoulder, saying, "There, and there, and there." The girl on the Houston concourse had owned a kit bag and a berthing chit and all the wonder in the world, and no hands. Brant had made the trade the road demanded and never once been glad of it until now. The Endurance came out of the turn on a line no clock had fenced, inside the hedge, under the gun lanes, with the throat opening ahead of her, and the fifth solution standing on the board like something grown rather than computed. "Solution holds," Holt said into the quiet, in the voice he kept for the log. A beat. "Helm, the plot will want that turn explained. The plot can ask the ship." "Noted," Holt said, and the footnote went in, square, at the end of the world. Aldridge spent the magazine's next-to-last burst taking the cutter's rails off it as it tried to come around again, exact, no flourish, and the cutter fell away dark and spinning into the stand's patient shapes, and what happened to it there happened slowly, and the bridge did not watch. "Top of the last leg," Brant said. "Threshold in the window." "All hands," Mercer said on the speakers, in the four-sentence grammar the ship trusted. "The run is made, the door is ahead. Stations for fold and keep your people braced. We are going home, and we are going now." The count ran aloud from the well, because a dead captain had ordered it aloud once, and nobody living had any business rescinding it, and you could stand anything if somebody competent kept telling you where you were in it. The last leg of the run lay straight down the span's gullet, and the throat had stopped being a place and become a sound. The pitch had quit hunting. The slide ran one way now, long and final, the note of the dying door pouring up through the deck plates until the count and the slide and the tone of the spent wall outside braided into one weather, and Brant flew the middle of it. The corridor here was the keeper's alone. No human plot had grammar for the throat, and the rig gave it to her the way the Oron gave everything, exact and cold and true. Pressure rendered to vector, vector to the board to her hands, the whole patched length of the Endurance riding a road that one being in the universe could still read. The stand parted ahead of them. The shapes that had paid for every bend drew aside from the run's last meters in two slow, unhurried lines, opening the gullet to the ship they had bought it for, and Tann's fire followed her in, the lanes converging at the only place in the universe his tables and the truth still agreed on, the threshold, the one point even a lying pilot must cross, and AWILJ spent the last burst the Endurance owned on the round that mattered most, and the dock directly ahead of the bow went briefly and precisely clean. "Threshold,"
Holt said. "On the count." The hull began, very faintly, to lean. It came up through the soles before the boards owned it, the pressure of the door taking hold of the ship, the threshold gathering her in the way thresholds had gathered her at every fold since Houston, except that this door had been forced and tortured and bent, and it agreed to nothing. The note under the bow kept trying to leave. Brant did not let it. She rode the solution the way Vega had taught her to take a thing out of the air. Clean, in front, no reaching. And the Endurance answered her the way the ship had answered her since the first guttering junction in another life, like a vast, patient animal that had decided somewhere along the dark whose hands these were. "Threshold," Brant said, and the word came out American flat and entirely level, which was how the helm told the truth. And across the wreck of his own stand, the keeper began to move.
The largest shape in the dark came down the gullet the wrong way. It passed the Endurance's flank near enough that the hull rang with him, bone deep, the way it had rung on the first day in the deep cold, when the crew had shortened a pressure signature into a name, and the ring was not the grief tone, and it was not the battle grammar. It was something the rig did not render, and Narl did not translate. The vast, slow hull crossed her bow wake stern on to the last of his own people, who were drawing off, who were not following him, who had known. Brant understood that single thing in the space of one held breath, that the wall had known all watch what the bridge had not, and the keeper turned. Not outward, where the stand was folding back into the dark it had paid for. Into the throat, against the slide, alone, at the pace of grief, exactly. At the rig, Narl stood up out of her stillness. In all the road since Houston, through fire, at the wall, in the deep cold, in the worst hours of the worst watches, Narl had never once stood up out of her stillness. "Captain," Hale said, off the rig, very quietly, with the color gone. "He's—" "Eyes on your boards," Mercer said, gently, to everyone and to no one, and his thumb came off the worn place on the chair arm. The count went on because the count had been ordered aloud, and the order stood. The threshold's pressure climbed through the soles of every boot on the bridge. The door, the size of weather, took the Endurance's bow in its old, forced, broken grip and began, note by note, to let them through. Brant kept her hands easy and her eyes on the run and the bow on the dark her people had been given, because that was her part flown all the way through. And behind her own ribs somewhere, the lake ice was groaning the way it groaned in the worst of the winter, the whole lake talking in its sleep. Brant held the note. The keeper went in. Chapter 23. What the Keeper Pays. The Hulk lost the fold state at the top of Brant's count. Hale read it off the bench before the trace finished drawing the failure. The dead Orin hull they had slaved and sent into the throat with its core primed, the seal solution loaded into it figure by figure across 3 sessions, the whole of the War Council's plan riding in a ship with nobody aboard. The War Council had known from the first session what the Keeper's sealed figure refused to put a number to, that a hull had to stay in the throat and hold the cascade as it wound, and that nothing crossed the door alive. So they had built the staying out of the dead, a primed hook, no living hand within a fold of it, the crew's whole answer to a payment they had not let themselves believe the Keeper meant for himself. And the boundary spat the solution out of it, the way a river spits out a thing with no hand on the tiller. The line that should have settled into the throat's resonance wandered, shallowed, died. The plan the captain had signed went to hash on her display in the time it took to say so. "Solution's gone." Her voice had gone flat at the first exchange of fire, and stayed there.
Underneath it, the other thing ran at exactly the same pitch, the way it always did now. "The hulk won't hold it. The boundary's live. It pushes back, and there's nothing in that hull to push." She keyed the bridge with the heel of her hand because her fingers were full of the trace. "Captain, the seal just failed. The fold state won't sit in a dead ship." The deck shrugged under them. Tann's fire somewhere forward, taken on the port graft and shed, and dust that had been part of the dead garden since the catastrophe sifted down through the cold light of the afterbay. Whitlock rode the buses through the shutter with both palms flat, the dressing above her eyebrow lifting at one corner, and brought bus 4 back from the edge without being asked. At the center of the ring, Nural stood with her eyes shut and her hands open at her sides, reading the dark through the bones. And Cyan was at the housings with the contact wand, and when the loose fitting in the ventilation trunk took up its buzzing, he reached up and stilled it with 2 fingers and left the fingers there, because some things a crew does whatever the sky is doing. "Understood." Mercer, on the link, plain, the 4-sentence grammar with a battle inside it. "Options, Doctor. The run is committed in 6 minutes. I can't hold the approach longer than that, and I won't get a second one." Hale had the sequence half built to answer him. Re-slave, resend, strip a second hulk, all of it arithmetic she already knew came out wrong when the channel moved. The keeper's note changed bearing. It came up through the soles the way his voice always came, too large for the ear and patient with it, and it had ridden off the throat's flank all through the run-up, station-keeping, the stand drawn up between Tann's strike and the door. Now the note swung, slow, the way a thing his size moved at all, and absolute. Hale watched the bearing line walk across her plot until his heading and the throat's axis lay one on top of the other, and the year reorganized itself around the figures the way it kept having to, and she stood at the bench in the cold light, with the whole shape of it arriving at once. The seal needed a hand on it all the way down. He had let them draw the plan with a hulk in it. She had let herself leave the hulk standing in her own sequence where a hand should be, because she had wanted it to be able to stand there, and he had watched them want it, and said nothing, in any grammar, for the whole of the approach. Not all. Her fingers stayed on the trace and did not lift. "Tell me I'm reading his bearing wrong." "You are not." Not all's hands had turned over, palm up. "He is going into the throat." "Captain." Hale keyed the bridge again and gave it to him whole, because installments were for people with time. "The keeper's taken the seal himself. His ship, his core. He's making for the throat now. That was the plan. I think it was always the plan. The hulk was for us." A breath, the kind you spend instead of a minute. "Nothing about the run changes. The door still shuts behind us. What changes is who pays for it." The link stayed open. Through it, faint, the bridge went on. Brandt's count running, Aldridge putting fire somewhere, the ship working, and under all of it, Hale could ride the captain thinking the thing every soul on the link was thinking, which was that there was no version of stopping it. The Endurance could not both seal the door and cross it. That arithmetic had been on the table since the approach. The only ship in the throat that could pay was paying. "Ask him to wait for a relief solution," Mercer said at last, not because the words would do anything, because a captain owed the asking. "Tell him we'll find another way to shut it." Not all sent it. The Kell figure, the lifted edge, the asking said the only way the grammar could carry it, and the answer came back up through the deck before the emitters had fully settled, as if he had built it long ago and kept it by him for this hour. One figure. Theirs. The one who stood between, the name the ORN had made for the ship out of one September hour and worn smooth with a winter of calling, given back now, changed, their note lifted out of it, his own signature set down in its place between the strike figure and the gather figure, where the ship's note had stood since the gap. Not all rendered it with her eye still shut, slowly, for the log and the link and the captain, and her voice did not move at all, which, from her, was the loudest it went.
You stood between. Now I stand between." Nobody answered it. There was no figure to answer it with, and he had not left the edge open for one. "6 minutes, Doctor," Mercer said. The plainness had something under it now that the link carried whether he sent it or not. "Keep the channel up. Whatever he says between here and the far side, the record carries it entire, and so do we." The run went down the throat with the whole ship breathing on Brant's count, and the afterbay rode it at full stretch. Hale had the throat's geometry on the upper display and the floor on the lower, the way the bench had carried every day of the road, and between them, live, the channel, the keeper's note running under the hull like a keel under a boat. Tann's force came at the stand twice in the first 3 minutes, and she did not need Aldridge's calls to know it. The strike figures came down the channel from his side, each one breaking against the boundary of him the way the strike had broken at the gap, and twice the great note took a wound and closed over it. The second time it closed slower. "He's taking fire meant for the door." Whitlock said it to the buses, not to anyone else. Her stylus had stopped totting somewhere in the last minute, and she had not gone back for it. "He's the door." Hale kept her hands moving because the hands were the part of her she could still give orders to. "Until we're through, he's the door." The seal figures began at the bottom of the 4th minute. Hale knew each one before it finished arriving. That was the thing she would keep afterwards, the thing she would have given back if the dark had taken trades. He had taught them this, session by session on the road, place figure by place figure. The deep knowledge his name was the keeping of, how a throat's resonance is found, where the fold state sits when it is fully coupled, the one narrow hour in a boundary's breathing when a spike does not dissipate but cascades, handed across the channel to a ship of strangers because somebody outside the pocket ought to hold it after the pocket was done. Hale's bench had turned that knowledge into human numbers across 2 months of nights, and the numbers had always needed a hand, and now the knowledge came back up the channel in its own first grammar, in use, each figure landing on her display exactly where her own translation said it would land. The keeper was working. The largest mind any human had ever addressed was doing seal work in the throat of the last door out of his sky, under fire, at his own pace, and the work was exact, and it was right, and there was nothing in any grammar she owned that could make it cost less. "Coupling's building," she said, for the log. "He's holding the boundary wide for us and winding the spike under it. Textbook." The word came out before she could stop it, and she let it stand because it was true, and he had written the textbook. Brant's solution is riding on his note. As long as he sings, her line holds. "Threshold in 90, Brant said on the link, and her voice was the steady thing the whole ship was standing on, and underneath the steadiness, audible to anyone who had crossed 5 years with her, the girl from the lakefront was crying and flying at the same time, and letting neither interfere with the other. The last exchange began at threshold -60, and it was small. That was the size he chose. The note that had rung the hull entire on the first morning came now at almost nothing, pitched under the battle, a saying for the bay alone. The way a thing is said across a table at the end of an evening, when the saying is for 2 or 3, and the room can keep the rest. Naral stood at the center of the ring with her hands open, and Cyan had come to stand inside the ring with her, the wand set down, the junior stillness and the human spill both gone out of him into something that was only attention, and the figures came up through the souls one at a time, unhurried, exact, while the Endurance ran for the door at the limit of everything she had left. The first figure was the Rhodes, the attendant pair,
the small paired form he had set against every junction of the way out, the dead figure joined to the going figure, lost here, gone on from here. The grammar of a people who could not keep their places, and so kept their dead instead, carried forward with the going, junction by junction, all the long way down their history. He set the pair now on the span itself, the last junction of the road, and inside the dead figure, where the count of the lost belonged, he set one signature, his own. The going figure he left open, and inside its opening placed the way a thing is placed in a hand and the hand closed over it, the ship's note, theirs. Naral rendered it whole, slowly, in the voice she kept for the things that go in the record entire, and Hale wrote it as it came, because writing it was the only thing her hands had left. Lost here, gone on from here, a pause, the space her people put around exactness. He has set himself into the road, Doctor, the last junction, the last name, and the going. For one breath the rendering stopped being a rendering and was only Naral, half a life of standing quiet, bending under the weight and not breaking. The going is us. He has made us the going. Hale keyed the send before anyone could ask whether she had the standing to. There was one figure for it, and the whole ship owned it. It had come up through these souls in the spring with a dead captain's name inside it, and it went back down through frame 90 now, and out along the keel, and through every plate and scar and graft of her, the Endurance saying it to the throat with the last of the rig's headroom, while her own solution shook, and her hull rang with the fire of the people he was holding off. Carried, we carry him also. Whether it reached him, the bench could not say. The trace showed the send going out, and the throat full of his note, and the spikes winding, and the war, all of it one weather now. And then Brant said, "Threshold, mark." And the fold took hold of the ship the way the fold always took hold, a long sideways nothing, the bones going briefly strange, and at the bottom of the nothing, under everything, the great note rose once, gathered the whole of itself off the floor of the dark, and stopped. Not a fall. His grief had fallen. His dead had fallen. Every figure the channel had ever carried had gone down and ended at its floor. This did not fall. It rose, and was cut off whole, mid-height, at the top of its own arc, and the bench lost the channel, and the souls lost the note, and the throat behind the Endurance turned white from wall to wall on the plot, as the keeper's core let go. The Cascade crossed her stern quarter 4 seconds into the fold, and the Endurance rode out of the far pocket on the front of the wave that sealed it. Hale kept her feet because the bench was there to hold. Whitlock did not, and came up off the deck plates already reaching for bus 4, which had tripped, and put it back with blood on her knuckles. The hull's note through the crossing was nothing the ship had made in 5 years of folds, a long grinding harmonic, the boundary tearing itself out of true a half beat behind them, all the way down, the door closing on their heels with the Endurance's own solution dying in sections as the desynchronization ate up the throat. On the upper display, the resonance line, the line the whole pocket had hung from, the one navigable solution, the way home and the way in, shook, forked, and went to hash. Not broken. The bench was exact about it the way the bench was exact about everything, and Hale read it with the part of her that would be doing this in her sleep for the rest of her life. Nothing in a boundary breaks. It detunes. The throat behind them was tearing itself out of any state a traverse could hold, runaway now, self-feeding, the spike cascading exactly as the deep knowledge said a spike placed in that narrow hour must, and somewhere on the far side of the hash, cut off behind a door no solution would sit in, Tann's force was watching the same line die that she was.
"Boundaries in runaway," she said, "for the bridge, for the log, for the part of the crew that would only believe it said aloud. Desync is total and still climbing. No solution sits in that throat now. Not ours, not his, not anyone's. It'll damp back eventually. Boundaries always do. Months at the least. I won't put a number on the far side of it." She looked at the hash a moment longer. "The door is shut, Captain. He shut it." The fold let them go. It let them go into a dark that was not the pocket's dark. Even here, even now, the instrument said so before anyone could. The floor on the lower display stood deeper than any reading the bench had taken in 3 years. The gauges sitting in room, actual room, the kind the spent sky behind them had forgotten. And the bay's ordinary sounds climbed back up one by one, the arrays, the air handlers. A man 2 frames forward shouting numbers that meant the hull was whole enough. The lower display finished settling. Hale made herself look at it properly, because counted was the deal, and the deal did not stop for grief. The cascade had stepped the floor. 1 step, enormous, the largest single entry the Channel's ledger had ever taken or ever would. The door's price, paid in the same coin as every word the rig had ever said, the dark spent to save the dark, even the shutting of it billed. The far pocket had bought its months and its sealed door, and the buying had burned another breath of what little the pocket had left to breathe. He had known that, too. It was his knowledge they had read it with. "There's the bill." Whitlock's voice came out level and arrived somewhere else. She posted the figure to the captain's account with her bloodied hand, the way she had posted every figure since the first morning, and then she stood looking at the slate, and the Welsh dryness that had carried her across 2 ships' worth of bad years was nowhere in the bay. "Counted is the deal," she said, to the slate, to the ring, to the man on the other side of a shut door, and went to see about her buses. The Channel carried nothing at all. That was the fact. Hale stood inside, while the ship came off battle stations around her in stages she did not track. Since the gather, the dark had never once been silent, the constant saying under everything, grief on its patient interval, the weather of voices the crew had learned to sleep in. And the rig's receivers were up, and the trace ran flat, and the silence on the far side of the plates was no kind the Channel had a word for. Not the wrong still, nothing stood inside this one looking back, not the voice quiet, no door waited in it. The gather sang on, somewhere, far down a sealed throat in a dying sky, keeping their dead and now keeping him. But it sang where no receiver of hers would reach again, and what lay against the hull out here was only dark, ordinary dark, the dark of a living sky that had never learned to mourn aloud because nothing had ever made it need to. Nara came to the bench. Her hands were folded the listening way, and her eyes were open, and she stood beside Hale and looked at the flat trace with her, the 2 of them who had built the Channel out of one returned grief on an autumn morning, at the end of the only conversation of its kind there had ever been. "The log wants its line," Naral said. "I will give it, and then I am going to stand with Cyan a while, because he is at the wall already, and the watch is long." A pause. "Render the close with me, Doctor. It was said to both of us. It should be set down by both."
They set it down together, the rendering and the figures and the hour, in the Channel's permanent record, on the page after the first morning, and at the head of the entry, where the deck had long ago decided such things were titled. Hale wrote the handle the ship had cut the immense down to, the short name a watchkeeper could say over a loaf, the name that had stopped being anyone's invention before it was 2 days old. Then she closed the log and did not key the receivers down. "Leave them up," she said, when Whitlock looked a question at her. "All of them. As long as I run this bay, they stay up." Nobody asked what for.
The Endurance flew on into the first living dark she had touched in 5 years, gutted and breathing, her people counting their dead and her captain already being asked for by the bridge. And 3 decks down, in a stripped garden, a ring of salvaged voices kept listening at a shut door, because the one who had stood between had set the going in their hands, and the going was theirs now, all the long way home, and further, and for as long as the keeping took. Corthran, Narell said at the hatch, to no one, to all of it, and went up to stand with Sayan at the names.
Chapter 24. Through. The margin came down to 400 while the Endurance was still 9 seconds from the door, and behind her, all down the length of the throat, the keeper's last work was eating the road she had just used. Aldridge kept the stern arrays in one corner of her board, where her trade could use them and her eyes would not linger. What they carried had stopped being tactical at the moment of the detonation. The cascade came up the throat like weather up a valley, the boundary letting go of its one note for every note at once. The line Brant was flying, shredding away astern, meter by meter, into a roar the bench could not render and no helm alive could use. And in front of the roar, riding the same dying road, came the metal. Margin 350. Doyle had the well, and the well had the count. The habit this bridge had been rebuilt on twice over, and the rating's voice ran level on the numbers that the dead had taught the living to run it. Doyle was off the boat deck, flying nothing now there was nothing to fly, and had asked for the well by name when the run was posted, because a pilot grounded would sooner keep a count than sit. Cardenas had the cradles 2 decks down, with the last dropship struck and stowed, and the bay sealed to vacuum drill. The 2 of them had married at the foul line 10 days back in front of the whole ship, and now one of them called margins on the bridge, and the other stood by his boats in the dark, the closest a married watch could be aboard a ship at action. 320, holding at 320. Stern bearings, 6 tracks in the throat with us. Aldridge laid it out loud and flat, the deck's coin, no change given. Rail penetrators, put up the road behind us before the roar crossed his line of fire. 4 are breaking up in the wash. The 2 that were not breaking up rode steady in the narrowing clean water like fish coming up a falling tide. 2 will arrive. Mounts. Mercer from the chair, in the grammar he wrote orders in. What can be done? At this closure, in this water, not much, Captain. The wash fouls every solution past 2,000 meters. They'll be on us before the battery can speak twice. Then the battery speaks twice. Speaks twice, aye. The forward mount came back on the link with the flat double check the gun deck ran its work on. Quirk laying, Bukhari at the loader frames, the pair of them pricing a bad shot and taking it anyway. Re-sleeved stocks croofed for worse. Stand by. The Endurance went up the last of the throat shaking in every member she had left. The graft-borne drive ran past the lines Ferris had drawn for it, and past the lines Whitlock had redrawn after him, and the hull worked and cried down its whole patched length, plate against weld against grown Oran lattice, 3 dead civilizations holding hands in the dark. On the main display, the door stood ahead of them, a narrowing seam of navigable water in a junction tearing itself out of its own tuning, the one way home in the universe, closing. Door in 7, Brant said. She's narrow and she's getting narrower, and anybody holding more numbers that end in closing can keep them till we're through. Helm has the only number that matters, Holt said. Fly your line. The wash caught them at 5 seconds out. It came in over the port quarter, not nettle, not fire, the boundary itself, a tongue of the roar licking in across the margin's edge, and the ship rang the way the drum habitat had rung, one enormous tone through every deck and bone, and the port side aft answered it the way old wounds answer weather. Frame 20 let go.
not the weld, plate beside the weld, original Houston metal that had borne 5 years of everything, opening up along 2 meters of seam, with the ship's air screaming out through the gap. "Holing, frame 20 port, patch parties on it." Mwanji's voice came down the damage net, already moving, a chief who had run SEAL drills under Iqbal before the shoal fight took him, and who ran them now the way the dead man had run them, every call-out a settled bet. Soriano was on the bar with her, the 2 of them a year of frames between them. "Plates peeled, not punched. We'll dress it and bar it. 60 seconds. "You have 40, Holt said. "The margin won't give you 60. "Then we'll use 40. The first penetrator arrived. The forward mount spoke twice, as ordered. 2 short bursts thrown flat up the stern bearings into water that fouled everything, and the leading track came apart 1,100 meters out, scarce metal spent exactly, a betting man's shot, the kind the gun cams would have made famous in a fleet that still had fleets to show things to. The second track came through the burst pattern whole. It took the Endurance high on the bow quarter port side, and the universe came in 1 clean diagonal stroke that the bench would spend an hour drawing, and Aldridge understood whole in the half-second she had. Through the boat bay, where Cardenas stood his cradles, and on along the line of it, through the drive trench and out through the forward mount, and across the frame 20 breach where Mwanji and Soriano had the bar half set on the ship's first wound when the ship's second arrived. 1 pass. Aldridge had the bench feed mirrored on her own board, because she mirrored everything. And so she watched 4 stations go to nothing at once, down a single line ruled across her plot, and the count stopped.
The holing alarm found its voice. Nobody else's came back. Bay's open. Trench is open. Forward mount reads nothing. Aldridge gave the bridge the facts the way the deck took its facts, because the ledger of her ran on for keeps, and the ship needed the count more than the ship needed her grief, and so she gave the next number herself into the silence where the ratings voice had been, flat, Manchester, laying it down like track. Frame 20 still open and there's nobody left on it, margin 260, door in 3. 260, flying, Brandt said, and flew. Stretcher parties to the bay and the mount, Soto's deck answered on the casualty net, already running. And get me somebody onto frame 20 before this ship breathes herself empty. Going to 20. Rhodes on the damage net, and her voice did what it had to do, and nothing else. Rhodes had been a runner once, hurt half a second from where a bulkhead came down. The body under her suit did its remembering, and her hands took up the bar Mwanji had been setting and finished the seal Mwanji had died setting, and the gauges came back up 1 slow point at a time. Frame 20 sealed, pressures holding, the parties... The half-beat was all the grief the net would carry. Off the board, both. Bridge copies, Holt said. Stay at the frame, Rhodes. It isn't done moving. Margin 220, door in 2. The numbers were coming off a dead pilot's feed, and Aldridge spoke them in his rhythm, level, because the level was load-bearing, because Brandt was threading a hole in the universe on the sound of it. 180 at the threshold. Stand by for the door. Down in the bay, where the diagonal had gone in and the cradle stood, a casualty party reached Cardenas and found something the ship's arithmetic would not ordinarily allow, which was a man still alive in the wreck of it, and started carrying, against the clock, the bride's husband, up 2 decks toward Soto, while the bride called the margins that put the ship through the door. Nobody on the bridge knew it yet. The count went on. That was the deal, and the deal did not stop for anyone. Taking her through, Brandt said. The Endurance went through the door of the span the way a hand goes through a closing hatch, not cleanly. Nothing about her had been clean for 5 years, but whole, trailing her own air and the roar of the cascade and the last spite of the far pocket behind her, and the dark on the other side took her in.
Stars stood in it, in their right colors. That was the first fact, and it arrived through the viewports faster than any instrument could put it on a board. A sky and its thousands, white and blue and honest amber, deep and ordered all the way down, with no guttering in it and no falling inward, and nothing anywhere that ached to look at. Half the bridge looked up from instruments that still owed them numbers, just to take the color of it. 2 seconds of dereliction nobody would ever log. The Endurance lay in a dark that was not, for the first time in 5 years, the far pocket. Floors high, Hale at the bench, very quiet. On her gauge, the trace that had spent 5 years pegged along the bottom of its scale stood up the way a living thing stands. Floors high everywhere I can reach. Doors still open astern, Aldridge said, and his last metal came through it with us. 2 tracks flung up the throat in the final second it would carry fire, arriving home side out of a tearing door like the full stop on a sentence. The forward mount's loaders had got the first track before the diagonal stroke took the mount. Quirk's last solution, laid and corrected by hand through fouled water, standing on the board after the hand that laid it had gone. The second came down the starboard side at a closing angle the wash had bent past predicting, and the Endurance met it with the loader Quick and Bukhari had been working beside, the one of the Mount's 3 the diagonal had spared, who put a single late burst up the bearing out of a mount already half dead and walked around wide before the rest of it sheared her off her feet. The track went past and into the dark behind. The ship shuddered and vented where the loose stroke had scored her, and sealed herself around the wound by the drill her people had spent 5 years learning. Both tracks accounted, Aldridge said it, flat, square, no change given. A beat, the only one she spent. The Mount got the first one before it died. That's why there's a bridge for me to say it on. Log it in those words, Mercer said. Captain. Hale had not raised her voice, and the bridge quieted to it anyway, because the bench going quiet was a thing the whole watch had learned to fear. The door! Look at the door! The stern arrays carried it whole, down the length of the span's throat, open still for seconds yet, a tube of failing order through the body of the junction with the cascade chewing it shut from the far end. The long scan rendered the mouth they had run from. Tann's Vaughn stood off it in perfect order. 8 hulls, stationary, weapons silent, stopped at the cascade's edge the way a man stops at a cliff lip, and every sensor aperture on every one of them stood open, drinking down the closing throat at the sky the Endurance now floated in.
He's looking through, Hale said. Whatever the throat still carries, he's taking all of it. Her hands moved on the bench, clinical, frightened, exact. Captain, you have to understand what's pouring out past us while that door stands. Every junction we charted in the pocket sang to nobody. 5 years of dead lines and cold shoals, and nothing answering anything. This junction is answered. The bench has line on line coming back the moment I ask. Near voices, far voices, a lattice of them, lit, going on past my reach in every direction. That's what's running down the throat at him. 5 years he's hunted a single starving ship across a starving dark, and for as long as that door holds, he is looking at a sky full of answers. Nobody on the bridge said anything into that, because there was nothing to say that the door would not say better by shutting. It shut. The cascade crossed the last of the throat the way the tide crosses the last of a sandbar. No flourish, just arithmetic finishing, and the rendering on the stern arrays tore and whited and went to nothing at all. Where the door had been, the boards read junction noise, chaotic, untuned, unanswerable, a lock with the wards melted. The keeper's work, paid for in the body of the keeper, closing over Tann's open instruments mid-draft and taking the sight away from him the way everything else the war leader had ever guarded had been taken beyond reach. The gather, the protected place, the kept dead, And now this last thing, the lit sky of strangers, withdrawn behind a sealed door as the final act of a people who shielded what they loved with their own mass. 8 halls on the far side of it now, in the dying dark, holding the prior solution to a junction that would not answer it. For months the knowledge the keeper had handed them said. The exact figure, it did not say. What he had been allowed in the seconds the door stood, the bench could not weigh, and Hale did not try to. A sky, lit, that the door took back before it could be more than a glimpse, rich and answered and gone, cut off in the apertures of him mid-draught by a closing the keeper had spent himself to make absolute. Tann had seen that there was a living network on the far side of his starving one. He had not been given the time to see one thing more about it. The door had seen to that. Under Aldridge's boots, there was nothing. Her body found the absence before her arithmetic could name it. Since the gather, through every watch, every fold, every fight on the long road home, the pocket's one unending word had been there under everything. The grief of the oar-on running up mooring lines and hull plates and boot soles, constant, unjudging, never once in any watch stopping. The soles read the deck now, and the deck carried engines, pumps, the ship's own working tremor, and underneath that, where the morning had lived, silence. The far pocket was a sealed door away, and everyone behind it, and everything, and the channel that had taught a human crew what they owed had no far side any more. Neural stood at the rig out of the habit of standing at it. After a while she folded her hands and said in the formal English she used for findings, each word set down separately all the way to the floor, "It is not silence, it is distance. They are still saying it." San stood beside her and did not render anything, and the two Null kept their watch at a dead channel a little longer, the old grief-keeping and the learned one, side by side, and nobody on the bridge asked them to stand down. Hale. Mercer had come down to the rail. The polish had been gone off his voice for 2 years. What was left was the better instrument, and it was nearly spent, and it carried. The seal, sold to me plainly. Detuned, not destroyed. You can't destroy it. The keeper knew that better than the people who built my bench. Hale pulled the noise trace wide. The throat's been driven into runaway desync. It damps back toward an answer on its own, the way everything out here damps back. And what he gave us says the damping runs months. It does not say how many. And Tann holds the old solution, so when there's anything left to answer it, he answers it first. Months, Mercer said. Then we won't spend them lying here admiring the stars. Commander. Sir. Make way. Best safe speed on the drive Whitlock will give me. Dead reckoning until the boards find something that knows our name. The watch bill stands. The bands stay manned. He looked once at the main display, the deep ordered dark, the thousands of honest stars between his ship and a home that did not know she was coming. We are ahead of him. We are going to stay ahead of him. Helm, take us home. Taking us home, ma'am, sir. Brant's hands were already moving, and the slip went by unremarked, because 5 years had earned everyone aboard one spare word, and because the course was laid for the first time in the whole life of the commission, with nothing between the bow and the place the word meant. The Endurance came round through her own drifting air and debris, gutted again, sealed again, and made way into her own sky. The casualty net carried the Bay party's word up to the bridge in the lull after the door, and Aldridge took it the way she took everything, square, and did not put it on the speaker, and walked it the 4 steps to the chair herself. Cardenas reached sick bay alive, Captain.
The bay party got him out and carried him up. She kept her voice at the deck's level because the deck's level was the only place it would hold. Soto has him now. Mercer received it without his face moving, which was its own answer. He had married them himself, 10 days and a whole war ago, taken the word of one and the word of the other in front of the ship, and entered the date under 2 keys where nothing could amend it. "His wife is on the well," he said. "His wife is on the well, sir. Calling margins. She put us through the door. Then she is not to be relieved off it by anyone's kindness until she asks." Mercer's thumb found the worn place on the chair arm. "The well is hers to stand. Leave it her." Doyle stood it. The bench feed ran in her ear, and the reconciled count built somewhere below her, and the margins were finished now. The door astern, and the ship into clean dark, and she kept the well the way a pilot keeps a hold short of the stall, because the thing waiting on the other side of letting go was a thing she could not yet fly. Word reached her the way it reached the ward, sideways, by the changed traffic on the casualty net, by a corpsman's tone, and she did not leave the well to chase it, because the man 2 decks down would have been the first to tell her that you fly the line you have, and the line she had was the count, and she kept it until the relief came, up properly posted at the turn of the watch, and there was no longer any flying left to do.
The count was 6. Ensign Aldridge wrote the after-action at the bottom of the watch in the tactical alcove off the bridge. In the grammar the captain had made the ship's grammar, and the certifying lines took her longer than the rest of the report together, the way they always did, and said the least, the way they always did, and the span transited. The cascade seal confirmed astern. The pursuing force cut off on the far side in company strength, last rendered with sensors trained up the throat at this sky. Hull, frame 20 resealed, the boat bay open to vacuum and abandoned in place, the drive trench open aft of frame 30, the loop feeding off the standby run, the forward mount destroyed, the ship's close defense reduced by half her remaining throw. Casualties. She set the wounded down by the doctor's running figure off the casualty net. Past 20 through the ward in the first watch alone. The dispensary queue lapping the dressings out into the passage. And under it, the 6. One pass had killed them. The same diagonal stroke ruled across 4 stations of the ship while Brandt threaded the door, and the report said so in one sentence and then named them, because the naming was the part the report existed for. Ensign Aldridge wrote them in the order the stroke had taken them, which was the only order that meant anything, and did not editorialize, because the captain had taught her that the bill says least when it says only the true thing and lets the true thing carry its own weight. Esteban Cardenas, flight, at the cradles in the boat bay, caught by the round that opened the bay, recovered alive by the casualty party and carried up to the table, lost in sick bay after. The report stated what it had to, that he had flown the Endurance's boats down into every bad sky the road owned across 5 years and put them on every surface the captain ever asked of him. That he had married Kit Doyle of Flight at the foul line in Cargo 3 10 days before the span, in front of the ship's company and under 2 keys, and that his wife had stood the well through the crossing and called the margins that put the ship through the door, and was on it still when he reached the table. Ensign Aldridge wrote that last part and read it back once and let it stand. The ship had married them, and the ship had widowed her, with 10 days between the doing of the two, and there was no grammar in the report that would soften the arithmetic of it. And she did not try to find one, because the captain had ordered plain words, and the plain words were the heaviest she had. Then she went on to the rest, because the rest were owed the same plainness, and the doctor had the bride.
Petty Officer Hollis drive trench on the brass in the strokes path, lost at his station mid-load. 40 years on gauge stands, and his hand on the mechanical tap of every ship he ever crewed, the steward of the Endurance's housing ledger, the keeper of the naming pool, the man who had lit the letters at every cutting the wall had ever taken. The deck would have its own grammar for him at the wall. The report had its 4 lines. Rating Quirk and rating Bukhari, forward mount, killed at their guns by the same stroke, the layer and the loader, seconds after the mount's last burst, destroyed the leading track of the closing pair. The report stated what the gun cam loops proved, that Quirk's solution had been laid and corrected by hand through fouled water, that it had killed the round that would otherwise have come down the bridge's own line, and that the people on the bridge owed the order of those 2 facts to the mount. She wrote it in those words the captain had said to. Chief Mwangi and rating Soriano, patch party, frame 20, caught at the breach by the stroke while they dressed the ship's first wound, 60 seconds before the seal would have been theirs. Mwangi had kept Iqbal's drills alive for 2 years after Iqbal stopped being alive to run them, and the party she'd trained had finished the seal around her absence with her own call-outs in their mouths. The gauges Rhodes brought back up read the seal holding at this writing, and holding still. 6 for the wall, and the torch was owed them. The deck did its cutting off watch, no ceremony ordered, the way it had been done since the first name. The room was the part Aldridge stood a moment with on her way through the sleeping ship. There had always been room in the steel. The road home had never once promised that the steel would stop filling, and it had kept that one promise. The watch bill for the first homeside leg posted while she was signing the report through. Mercer's standing order ran at the head of it, unamended, the order that had cost them Teague and saved a drum full of strangers and made the ship what the Pocket had needed her to be. The distress bands stay manned, all watches, all junctions. Aldred set her name under it the way she set her name under true things, and stood there a breath longer with her stylus on the slate, because for 5 years that order had been about other people's voices, in other people's wars, calling in shapes no translator owned. And the bands her watch would man tonight ran out into a dark where, somewhere past the reach of every board on the ship, the voices were human, and one day soon one of them might say, "Endurance back." Nothing crossed the bands tonight. The ship ran on into her own sky by dead reckoning, hunted and ahead, broken and through, with a sealed door astern and a clock running on it that no one aboard could read. And in the well, under the patched lip, a relief rating with the bench feed in one ear kept the count that a widow had kept before her, all the way to the door and through it. Chapter 25. The Count and the Wall. The service lift took the dead one at a time, which was its pace and had been its pace since the first year, and between the second and the third Soto left the hatch to the orderlies and went back up the center aisle to relieve a chest drain that could not wait for the lift to finish its work. The ward ran at surge and ran quiet. 12 beds spoken for, gurneys nose to tail down the aisle, the overflow propped in the dispensary queue with their dressings numbered in grease pencil, and under all of it, beneath the suction and the monitors and the orderly traffic, the ship herself sounded different. 5 years of far pocket running had taught everybody aboard the Endurance's vocabulary without anyone enrolling for the lesson. Which shudder meant the drive, which tick meant the hull cooling, which silence meant trouble. Tonight the hull rang with none of it. The ship lay in a dark that did not belong to the pocket, the first such dark in 5 years, and the crew coming through the ward, bleeding, burned, deafened, kept doing the same thing at the long gallery port on the way down, stopping. Stars in their hundreds out there, steady, dense, none of them guttering. A rating with a splinted wrist stood at the glass with tears coming off her jaw at the rate of a slow leak, and the man holding her up was laughing, low and wrecked, and neither of them was wrong. And Soto walked past the two of them and sorted neither into a chart, because there was no chart for it. Grief and relief had come aboard in the same breath at the threshold, and had not yet worked out which of them was in command. The alcove when you can, Doctor. The duty rating, at her elbow, at the pace trained never to look like running. Pressure's drifting on the chief. Drifting which way? Down, then back. It's holding now. Then it can drift without me for 10 minutes. Bed 4 first. Bed 4 was the loader off the forward mount. Flash burns, a shoulder full of spall, the only one of the mount's 3 to come off it. And Soto picked the steel out of the shoulder and laid the dressing and answered the question the loader kept not asking by saying, plainly, while she worked, "Quirk and Bukhari came down already. They're in good order. You'll be told when the deck cuts." The loader stopped not asking and lay still and let the ward do its work, which on some nights was the whole of medicine. Aldridge came down at the turn of the watch with the reconciled count. Tactical had walked the ship compartment by compartment since the crossing. Every station answered, every space opened, the rolls read against the watch bill twice, and Aldridge handed the flimsy across the duty desk the way she signed true things, square and witnessed. Her face had the after-action stillness on it. The list ran 6 lines. Cardenas, Hollis, Quirk, Bukhari, Mwangi, Soriano. Aldridge said the names rather than letting the paper say them, which the paper would have allowed. The salvo, all 6, 1 pass while Brant threaded us. The bay, the brass, the forward mount, the frame 20 party. Nobody missing, nobody unaccounted. The line on the wall stays the line it was. 5 down here, Soto initialed the flimsy. Cardenas reached my table. Aldridge's eyes went down the ward to the screened end and back. The screen at the back stood drawn, and the ward had arranged itself across the watch so that nobody worked with their back to it for long, the way the ward always arranged itself, a thing Soto had never once ordered and never once had to. "He flew us 5 years, Aldridge said. Every boat, every drum, every dirt-side mess we asked him to set down in. The one time the ship did the flying for him," and she stopped that sentence and squared the flimsy's copy into her log instead, because Soto had certified it and everyone aboard had paid for it. At the hatch she turned. "The captain will want your 6 confirmed within the hour. He's calling the muster." "He'll have them," Soto said, and went to write the truth down. The certificates took 4 lines each: cause, place, identification, date. 5 of them accepted the word instantaneous, and for 5 of them it was also the plain truth, which was the only mercy the salvo had carried in it. Rail fire through the boat bay had taken Cardenas at the cradles. The same pass had opened the drive trench where Hollis stood the brass, and the forward mount entire, and the frame 20 breach where the damage control pair were dressing the ship's first wound when the second arrived. Mwangi, Soriano. Soto wrote 9 February 2245 in the date line 6 times, and the date sat strangely under her stylus every time, because it was a home date now, written on the home side of a sealed door, and the 6 people it certified had crossed the threshold and not the hour. Cardenas's form she filled last. Cause took more than a word. The table had bought him 20 minutes and spent them honestly, and lost. Place, sick bay, ISV Endurance. She signed all 6 the same, M. Soto, Chief Medical Officer, and stood the stylus in its well, and the lift went on taking the dead one at a time, down to cold stores, where the cold at least had stopped being the pockets. Whitlock came down between the lift's runs in a clean overall that fooled nobody. The engine deck's grime started at her hairline where the wiping had given up, and stood at the duty desk with her slate against her chest like a breastplate. 2 things, doctor, and I'll be quick. You've a ward. The Welsh came out flatter than usual, the tide table voice, the one she kept for failure readouts in casualty lists. First, Hollis's certificate, the place line. I'd ask you not to write engine spaces. The slate came down off her chest, and she laid it on the desk and turned it so the diagram faced Soto, the drive trench, the gauge stand, a cross marked in grease pencil at the brass. He was on the brass. Custody of the truth, he called it. Senders lie under load. Somebody keeps the mechanical tap honest. 40 years of somebody being him. If the farm wants a place, the place has a name. Soto pulled the certificate back out of the folder and struck through her own line and wrote above it, the brass, main drive trench, and initialed the correction the way the records wanted corrections owned. Whitlock watched the whole of the writing, and her chin came up a little when it was done, and that small lift in the chin was the only part of the grief she put on display at the desk. Second thing, Whitlock said, the chief. Walk with me. The alcove at the ward's back end had stopped being Holt's years ago and had never stopped being where the worst cases went. Ferris lay propped in it at 30 degrees, with the dressings running shoulder to knuckle down his right side, and the breathing mask hung off one ear like a thing he had defeated by negotiation, and his eyes were open, and the monitors put a green weather over him that rose and fell. Don't loom, Ferris said. The voice came out in short lengths, each one paid for. Either of you, bad enough the ceiling looms. Pressure behave? Soto read the trace instead of asking him, and adjusted nothing, because nothing wanted adjusting. Like everything else aboard, resentfully. The eyes, the only quick thing left in him this watch, went to Whitlock. Tell me. She folded clean, the whole run. Your graft loop sat sweet from commit to collapse, never wandered a degree. After frame 30, she's a ruin with opinions, mind. The trench is open to the bay. We're feeding the loop off the standby run, and I've got the second watch rigging shores nobody drew. But the drive never blinked, Chief. She took us through on the thing you built in that crawl, and it cost what it cost, and it worked. The mask came off the ear. Ferris breathed twice, carefully, the way the scarring made him, and when the words came, they came level. Hollis was on the brass. He was. Then she folded clean twice over. The chief engineer of the Endurance lay still, and his jaw worked once, the way it had worked at the wall the night they cut Sloan. 40 years on gauge stands. You know what he'd say. He'd say the senders were printed on bad stock, and the brass agreed with the fold, so the fold was true. And then he'd remind the deck about the sleeve rule. The breath went short, and he took the mask back. 1 pull, 2, and his hand, the left, the one that still answered fine, lay flat on the blanket without anything to do, which, on Dominic Ferris, read louder than weeping. Soto gave the moment its room and then did her work. You want the state of you, or do you want it tomorrow? Now, numbers, not adjectives. The graphs have taken, all of them. You grow skin like you argue, stubbornly. The hand you keep, the shape of it, the warmth of it. The trade in it is gone, Dominic, and it isn't coming back. The fine work, the torch, the feel through the fingers. The lungs are scarred where you breathed that compartment at temperature. The short sentences are permanent, and so is the mask on bad days. And your dose card is full, lifetime full. No sealed spaces, no suit work, no crawls.
That's the bill. You'll live a long time carrying it." The mask fogged and cleared, fogged and cleared. Whitlock stood at the alcove's edge with the slate back against her chest and did not fill the quiet. And Soto watched the man take the whole of it, the way she'd watched him take failed couplings, looking for the part still serviceable. "The deck," Ferris said at last. "Runs," Whitlock said. "Badly without you. I've been promoted by a salvo, and I want it known I contest the mechanism." "Contest away. You're keeping it." 2 breaths. "My hands are done. My voice isn't. You'll stand the trench, and I'll be in your ear being unbearable. And between the 2 of us, that's 1 engineer, which is what she needs." The eyes closed, opened. "I'd do it again, the crawl. Write that somewhere official, Doctor, before I'm sentimental enough to deny it." "It's in my notes," Soto said, which it was, in the clinical grammar. Patient-oriented, decisional, states he would repeat the exposure, the truth of a man, charted plainly. Going out, at the duty desk, Whitlock stopped as if the thought had physically caught her sleeve. "He gets that we're home. It hasn't reached me yet, is the honest thing. I keep waiting for the deck to mean it." "It'll reach you at a bad moment," Soto said. "It reaches everyone at a bad moment. Come down when it does." Mercer called the muster at the start of the forenoon watch, on the speakers, the whole ship. There had been no order about how the Endurance kept her counts. There was only the habit Sloane had laid down on the far side of everything, the first muster under a strange sky, all souls by name, and the habit had outlived her the way the wall had outlived Vance. The captain's voice came down the ward speakers level and unhurried, working through the watch bill division by division, and the divisions answered out of every living compartment. Engineering off the trench shores, tactical from the magazines, the galley, the rig, the bridge. Names going up one at a time like soundings, the ship telling herself what she still had. Sickbay answered for itself and for its berths. Soto stood at the duty desk with the ward roll and gave each name in turn. 8 who could not stand, 4 who could stand and not walk, the loader off the forward mount answering on her own, and the answering costing her. And at the alcove, Ferris's name came down the speaker in the captain's voice, Lieutenant Commander Ferris, and the chief pulled the mask off and answered "here" with one whole breath spent entire on the word, and put the mask back, and that was the last name of Soto's roll. The count closed where every count aboard closed. Mercer read the 6 certified absences last, by name, no rank order and no apology, and then the number, once, in the flat grammar the record demanded. 158 souls, all answered or answered for. Petrakis, log it so. 158. Soto wrote it at the foot of the ward roll and sat with the figure a moment in the noise of her own monitors. The Endurance had cleared the Houston yards with 240. Somewhere between those numbers stood every certificate she had signed in 5 years, every line on a wall 3 decks down, a man in madder red on a green world with a beacon by the door he'd never once paid, and the difference was not arithmetic and never would be, but the arithmetic was hers to keep, and she kept it. Mercer came down to the ward before the forenoon was out, with the muster slate for her counter-signature under the 6. The captain looked the way the whole ship looked, through and broken and pointed somewhere. The 5 years had finished the work the chair began, the polish gone for good now, worn through to whatever grain had been under it all along. And he carried the slate like the last heavy thing in a long house move. At the desk he watched her sign, and named each one as her stylus passed it, quietly, to himself, the logistics habit nobody had ever managed to shame out of him. "The number goes to Geneva," Mercer said, when the slate was witnessed. "When we raise the network, it goes out in the first transmission. Cole. If Cole still stands where he stood, and if he doesn't, then whoever holds the fleet now. But I'll ask for Cole." His thumb ran once along the slate's edge. "A muster figure is the only sentence in the message they won't be able to argue with. Ships can be doubted. Warnings can be filed for committee. A count of souls, certified. That they have to look at. 158 people came back from the far side of the universe, Doctor. The number is the proof and the bill in one line, and I intend to read it to them myself." "Then take it with my signature on it." Soto handed the slate up, and did not let go of her end of it for a moment, and the not letting go was the most deliberate thing she had done all watch. "Before you carry it upstairs, a reading, Captain, from the shop that stocks nothing else." "I remember the shop." 6 of ours are in cold stores. The keeper is in pieces in a door, holding it shut with what's left of his whole people behind him. The man who kept this ship alive can't close his right hand. And underneath every gram of that, since the moment we came through clean, I have been glad. Glad the way weather is. It doesn't ask first. I've stood in my own ward all watch, waiting for the gladness to turn into something respectable, and it won't. And I find I want it said out loud to somebody before I put it away." Soto let the slate go. "You came to me at the wall once with the same cargo. I gave you no comfort at all." "You gave me a description." Mercer's mouth moved at one corner, not far. "I've used it since, more than I've used most things Geneva taught me." The slate went under his arm. The man stayed where he stood. "It stands next to the grief, Maria, not instead of it. The doctor I had it from charges nothing but honesty, so I'd pass the rest of her prescription on as written. You'll do the cue again tomorrow with it sitting exactly where it sits tonight." A pause, and the tiredness moved in him like ballast shifting. "We are allowed to be glad we're alive. The dead we answer to wanted exactly this, her more than anyone. I sit in the chair she taught me, and I am glad of every breath, and I'll grieve her with the same lungs. There's no bookkeeping that splits it cleaner. I've tried." "Save the speech for Geneva," Soto said, and the old dismissal came out with all its edges worn kind, and Mercer took it the way it was sent. At the hatch, he turned. "The deck cuts tonight, middle watch. Neral's rendered something for the 7th. The captain stood a moment in the frame, and the next words came slower. A man checking a knot he'd tied. "There has never been anything but our own dead on that wall. I asked myself this morning whether it was ours to give him. Then I asked what the wall is for, and the answer was, it's where this ship writes down what it cannot pay back. He goes on the wall." The deck cut at the bottom of the middle watch. Off watch, no ceremony ordered, no order anywhere in it, the same as every cutting since the first, because that was how the ship did this and had never been told to do it any other way. The word moved through the ship at the speed of the galley queue, and by the time Soto came down, her cold stores round ran through that frame. It always had. The passage stood lined 2 deep both ways and quiet to the far hatches. The torch was the only light worth the name. Whitlock took it, the first cutting the engine deck had ever made without its chief, and on the brass-marked slate at her feet, sent down from the alcove in Ferris's left-handed scrawl, stood the letter heights and the order and one line of engineering instruction. "Cut them deep. She's the last hull they'll ever crew." Vega lifted the lamp.
The built glove closed on the lamp's handle, 2 live fingers and the fabricated rest, and the lamp lifted, and nobody in the passage said what every hand aboard knew anyway, that the lamp at Cuttings had been Hollis's job, 2 fires and a winter, and every name since the first 7, the old man lighting other people's letters while his own waited their turn down the years. The light stood steady the whole watch. Whatever it cost Vega's arm, the arm declined to mention it. Cardenas came up first, orange, then gray. Then Hollis, and Whitlock cut that one slower than the spacing wanted, and evener, and handed the torch off after it with a steadiness everyone present elected to believe. Kawork, Bukhari. The loader off the forward mount stood in the front rank with her arms slung, watching her mount's other 2/3 rise out of the steel in ridges. Mwangi, Soriano. The smell of scorched primer drifted both ways down the passage over the crew's heads, the smell the ship's dead had instead of lilies, and the letters cooled from orange to gray to the color of everything else. 16 names now below the 2 captains, and the line beneath them all unchanged, because all the just count had come back whole, and those we could not bring had been asked, this once, to take nobody new. Then Naro came forward, and the passage, already quiet, found a further quiet underneath the first. The Naro carried a slate, and on the slate stood a single line, the trace the rig had drawn the last time the keeper spoke, the pressure shape of him rendered the only way a human instrument had ever managed to render an oran. A long line that rose like a seafloor rising, and stood and broke, and did not end so much as leave. No human mouth could say what the line said. 11 people aboard could read its weather, and one of them held it now at the foot of the wall, below the line for the unrecovered, where a full width of steel stood bare.
"He has no name your letters can keep," Naral said to the passage, in the even formal English she kept for load-bearing things. "This is his sound, as he made it, the last time he made it. Where he is from, the dead are carried in the body of the living. Corvesh, you have heard us say it. His people are few, and they are far now, and they carry him. We are the only hands on this side of the door that knew him." The slate went down level with the bare steel. "Cut what he sounded like. The ship can carry that." Whitlock took the torch back and cut the keeper's mark full width beneath the line, following the rendered trace through every rise and stand and break of it, the longest single cut the wall had ever taken, and the crew of the Endurance watched an oran's voice go into a human bulkhead in fire. Sachin stood the null vigil at the trace's end, upright and very still, the way his people stood at walls, the way he had stood for Sloan, and Hale, who had talked with the keeper across the limit of 2 species patience and carried his last sending still untranslated, put her hand flat against the steel below the mark while it ticked itself cool, the way you steady a thing that does not need steadying. The torch shut off, the passage emptied with no order in it, complete. Soto stayed long enough to finish her round, and the round finished, as it finished every night, at the dispensary, at the open locker, at the grease pencil column running down the inside of the door in a dead corpseman's tidy hand and the hands that had kept it since. The book was not for reading. The book was for adding to. She took the pencil off its string and added the crossings living, one mark at a time, the loader, the burns, the chest drain, the deafened, the 8 berths and the rest, everyone who had come down to her broken since the span and would walk back out. 11 marks, and the column stood at 229, and the last mark she made was for a chief engineer who would stand his trench again on his own feet and run his deck by voice. Above her, the ship worked. Watch sounds, hull sounds, the shores aft taking their load. The Endurance, 16 names and 2 captains and 1 alien voice, lighter than her muster, underway at last across her own side of the sky. Bow pointed at a home that did not yet know to look for her. Soto put the pencil back on its string where the next hand would want it, and closed the locker, and went back to the living, who were many, and counted, and hers.
Chapter 26. The First Living Sky. The first voice out of the home dark was a beacon with a number instead of a name. It came up at the ragged limit of the receivers, 4 hours into the middle watch, a junction marker on the approaches to nothing in particular, announcing its designation and its junction's weather into the dark on the hour, as it had since some tender crew moored it there and went home for dinner. And at the signals board, the gain came up under Marsh's hands 1 careful step at a time, the way a man feeds a fire he is not yet prepared to believe in. Carrier on the relay layer. He said it the way he had logged silence across half a dead universe, flat and exact. And only his hands argued with the flatness, both of them spread on the edge of the board as if the board were the thing that needed steadying. Handshake protocol answering. ISCA relay grammar current epoch. A pause with 5 years inside it. It's ours, Commander. The ledger's carrying. Nobody on the bridge moved. They had learned not to. Brant kept her eyes on her own board because the approach was live and the approach was hers, and because if she looked at the main display before the numbers made it true, she did not know what her face would do. Under her hands the Endurance ran on, gutted and patched and still answering, the long fall in from the sealed span behind them and the lit field ahead, and the helm trace stayed as level as it had stayed through everything, which proved nothing about the state of the hand's owner, and never had. Confirm it. Holt came down off the dais 1 step. Watch coat squared from the turnover 4 hours gone, and not 1 crease added since. Second source before this goes a single deck below us, Marsh. I won't do this to them twice. The second source arrived on its own. A second beacon, further in, fainter, swapping its hourly housekeeping with the first across a lane neither of them knew was being overheard. 2 pieces of ISCA street furniture, gossiping about junction weather. And under both of them, woven through the relay grammar where it had always lived, the network time base, the home clock, the signal every chronometer on the Endurance had been imitating from memory across 5 years of dead reckoning, fold by committed fold, in the long dark where there had been nothing to check it against but their own arithmetic and each other. Marsh put the comparison up without being asked. The ship's count was out by 14 seconds. 5 years, the long way round the bottom of the universe, and the well had kept the date by hand to within 14 seconds. A sound went along the bridge stations that was not quite a laugh and did not need to be, and Holt entered the correction in the log with a footnote nobody had asked for and everybody would consult, in the XO's own square hand. Error within tolerance, count maintained underway throughout. Then he straightened and said, "Wake the captain," and did not have to, because Mercer was already coming up the spine. The captain arrived in shirt-sleeves with his watch coat over one arm, and went to the rail first, the old place, the place that had belonged to an ordinary man who attended things, and caught himself doing it, one hand already on the worn metal, and left the hand there a moment anyway, before he came the rest of the way in to the chair. Nobody on the watch made anything of it. The deck took its weather from the dais, and the weather coming off Mercer was a man being careful with something he could not afford to drop. "Show me," Mercer said. The board showed him.
They lit station by station as the receivers reached further in and the plot built. And what they lit with was ours. Beacons on their hourly schedules, polite and inexhaustible. Relay nodes carrying other people's ordinary traffic, manifests and weather, and somebody's overdue maintenance return. The whole plain, blessed paperwork of a species going about its evening. Junction markers reading live and warm, lane after lane of them, strung inward across the field like street lamps on a coast road. And between the lanes, the long scan caught fold signatures, plural, scheduled, unhurried, none of them near, none of them aimed at anyone. Colony runs and ore holes, and a packet service somewhere keeping its timetable. The unmistakable handwriting of a network that had never once stopped to wonder where the Endurance had gone. Traffic. Aldridge had taken the scan boards the way she took everything, completely and without comment. The feelings finished in advance. The feelings finished in advance. Scheduled, civil, dense as I've ever seen it. Somebody works these lanes. We do, Brant said. It came out level, American flat, the voice the helm had taught her, and it was only when the words were out and the well turned toward her that the meaning of them arrived in her own chest, late, the way a swell arrives after the ship that made it has gone by. Brant ran the catalog match against the forward field because that was the procedure, and procedure was what you stood on. Every bright source came back named, stars with color in them, and now the colors had owners, catalog numbers, survey dates, a red giant off the port bow that some astronomer had measured before her grandfather was born. Catalog match on every source in the field, she said. I ran it twice.
5 years ago, 4, 3, a different life. She had sat this same chair in somebody else's sky and told Captain Sloane it's not home, and the deck had taken it the way this deck took everything, on one beat, without flinching. Brant turned in her seat, because some reports you did not give to a board. It's home, Captain. Mercer looked at the field for a while. The polish was long gone off the man. What was left moved slowly, the way everything aboard moved now, conserving what remained, and one hand came up and pressed flat below his collarbone, brief, involuntary, the gesture of a man checking that something is still in an inside pocket, and came down again before it could be inventoried. Put it on the repeaters, Mercer said, all of it, the plot, the lanes, the lights, every mess, every berthing, sick bay first. It went out, and the ship answered. The sound came up the spine the way fold strain used to run out of the frames. A long, arriving tick of something finding its shape. Boots first, then voices, then the whole patched length of her ringing with people. A noise with no shape Brant could have written in a log, rolling up from Cargo 3 and the galley and the engine deck in waves. Somebody's whistle going up 2 frames down like a flare. At the back of the bridge, Naral and San stood the arrival in the Naral way, side by side and very still. Naral's eyes were open this time. Brant flew the approach and let the noise come up through her boots, and underneath the joy, where the crew kept the things the crew did not say on watch, the other knowledge sat without moving. Astern, far back along their wake, the span junction lay sealed in its slow, chaotic thrash, bought for months. Months, the science was plain about it, and so had the captain been. By one vast, dark ship that had turned into the throat so theirs could go through it. And the man the door had shut against had watched them go. Tann had seen what the closing fold showed him, that the running prey he had hunted across the floor of a dying universe had run home, and home had its lights on. The street lamps, the timetables, the polite, inexhaustible beacons, all of it lovely, all of it lit.
The held note under every cheer running the length of the ship was that they had been seen. Nobody on the bridge said it. The watch had voted. In the wordless way the watch voted. And the vote had gone. Today, the lights. The mail had a keeper, and the keeper was Marsh. It had begun as the log, in the dead system, in the long wait, the truth kept plain at the captain's order by the one man aboard who would write it that way. And somewhere in those weeks it had grown an annex, and the annex had eaten the institution. Letters, voice files. A daughter's first tooth reported 1,100 days late. A marriage announced to a mother who did not know her son was alive to be married. Apologies that had waited out their own anger. One recipe, famously, with annotations. 5 years of a crew writing home to a home that could not hear them, cued in the signal's buffer under Marsh's hand, addressed and stamped and going nowhere. And Marsh had kept every word of it, through every purge of every other bite aboard, had defended the allocation in front of Ferris in the worst of the rationing, with the only heat anyone ever saw off the man, and had never once said why, and had never once had to. Now the Q sat on his board, with a live relay layer under it, and the whole ship knew it, and the asking came up the chain by forenoon with the inevitability of tide. Holt put it to the captain on the bridge, formally, because Holt understood what formality was for. "The ship is asking about the mail, sir." Mercer stood at the plot a moment with his hands behind him, and the asking sat in the quiet, and the answer cost him before he gave it. "It waits," Mercer said. "Build it, Marsh. Cue every word of it. Addresses checked. Ready to the keystroke. Then hold it. There's a thing I owe Geneva before this ship tells a single family anything, and it has to ride out first, alone, on a clean layer. Nobody's letter home in the same burst as it, nothing of ours touching it." He turned from the plot. "I'll not explain it to the deck today. I'm asking them to wait one more watch after 5 years, and there is no decent way to ask that, so I won't dress it. The mail goes the moment my traffic's away, not before." Holt took it without a flicker, because that was his office. "I'll pass it as the captain's order, sure. They've waited 5 years, they'll find one more watch from somewhere." "They shouldn't have to," Mercer said, to nobody, and went back to the rail. "Cued and held, Captain." Marsh bent to the board, and the cue came up under his hands the way a held breath comes up, built, complete, straining at the relay it was not yet permitted to touch. "Standing by your authentication." He did not ask why, and Marsh, of all of them, did not need telling that a thing could be true and provable and still want sending in the right order. He had spent 2 years learning exactly that, at this board, with the other files. So the cue sat full and silent under his hand, with a live relay layer beneath it, and the whole ship's 5 years of writing pressing against the hold. And Marsh kept it the way he had kept it across every purge of every other bite aboard. One more watch, with his hands off the keys, guarding the holding the way another man would have guarded a sending. He stayed at signals 3 hours past his relief, with his minder at the hatch pretending not to count, and nobody anywhere on the Endurance suggested by so much as a shifted boot that the station belonged to anyone else that day. Brant stood her watch through the holding, and somewhere in that built and waiting queue was her own letter, 3 drafts, and the third one honest, the manifest up front the way you were taught, alive, whole, flying her for a captain you'd like. It sat finished and addressed, a watch away from going, and the watch away was its own small ache, the last short stretch of a 5-year wait, and she found she could carry it, because she had carried the long one. No answer could come back before the cue went out, and the cue was held, and so the ship did the only thing left to a crew with 5 years of words built and waiting 1 watch from sending. They wrote. They finished. They read each other the drafts they had carried in the dark, and the mess had never in her patched life been so loud at that hour, with so little arriving. The galley filled and stayed filled. Boyd put the ovens on without being asked, and made no announcement about stores, and nobody audited her. The letters went round the long tables in the old way, read aloud by their owners in voices that managed 3 words in 4. Not the answers from home. Those were watch off yet, behind the captain's order. But the sayings themselves, the 5 years' worth, polished and patched, and read out one last time before they went, so that the ship could hear what it was about to tell the world. Whitlock read out the 11 words she'd written her uncle in Milford Haven, and then read them again because the mess made her, and took a slate down to sick bay and read them a 3rd time to Ferris, along with the live plot of the lanes, and came back up reporting, deadpan, that the chief engineer had studied the lit geometry of human civilization for a long minute, and then asked what the relay layer's packet discipline was like these days, because if his deck had run housekeeping that sloppy, he'd have had words. The engine deck carried that line round the ship like a trophy. It was the most Ferris had said in one go since the span, and everyone who laughed at it knew exactly what they were celebrating, and it was not packet discipline. The bedding jar stood on its bracket above the long table, and nobody touched it, and the not touching had a name everyone in the galley knew without saying. The law of the jar was payable on arrival, and the steward who had run its tight court for 2 fires and a winter was 3 decks down now, cut into the wall at the brass. And so the jar kept its own counsel above the mess, the way the mug hook by the engine deck hatch had kept Cardenis's mug since the 1st year, and the way the wall kept all of them. The absence left exactly where its keeper had left it, squared and full and owed, because that was how this crew carried its dead. It did not clear their places. Brant looked up at it once across the noise and looked away, and the jar stayed where it was, and that was the whole of the ceremony, and it was enough. There was an ache in the warmth, and the crew did not pretend otherwise. Some of the sendings were going to addresses that might not be standing, a parent who could have not lasted the wait, a street that could have been renumbered, a name that could be off a door by now, and no one would know which until the queue went and the receipts came back, and the not knowing sat at the tables alongside the laughing. Home had kept living while they were gone, and living costs, and they were about to find the bill in the morning's post. Soto walked the compartments that evening without being sent for, unhurried, the way she did her rounds, and where the writing had gone quiet, she stayed a while, and the mess noise, which had learned this exact maneuver across 5 years of feasts with empty seats in them, built itself a little louder around the quiet places, on purpose, and kept every one of them inside it. Brant wrote hers at the end of her off-watch. Brant was at the long table with the dregs of a coffee that was not real coffee. The real coffee was 5 years drunk, one night, with its eyes open, and the letter open on the slate in front of her, 3 drafts deep, and the 3rd one honest at last. Sion was across from her. He did not move and did not look away, which was the Naal for I am here, and she let him sit the writing with her in the noise of the mess, because the noise was the arrangement, and the arrangement was for exactly this. The manifest came up front the way you were taught, alive, whole, flying her for a captain you'd like. And after the manifest, the cargo, the thing she had only ever said out loud once, to a Naal at a wall. that she had crossed the floor of the universe and found the ice groaning under a steel deck at the bottom of the dark, and been homesick for the saddest sound on earth. The lake went in. The room kept how she'd left it, which she could not know, and wrote anyway, because some things you sent ahead of their proof. And at the foot of it she put Cyan's jar slip, folded into the telling. A tall gray friend of mine claims a seat. Set 2 extra. He doesn't eat much, but he stays late. And under that the slip itself, the marker the Naal had laid against a debt at her father's table, sight unseen, 2 perch, payable at home. He'll answer the slip, Brant said, when the letter was as honest as she could make it, and there was nothing left to do but wait for the watch to turn and the cue to go. It came out level, the helm voice, and the longing under it was its own held breath, the words written, finished, addressed, and not yet sent, not for one more watch, the last short stretch of a 5-year wait, sitting in a buffer 3 decks up under Marcia's hand.
Of course he will answer the slip. Say and smile, his, nobody else's, built in this hull from observed parts. It is a debt, payable at home. We are at the part of the universe where it can be collected. Brant, I will eat the perch. It's perch on a Friday, sayin'. He'll make it Friday by hand. That's the kind of man he is. If he's... And she did not finish it, because the cue was held, and the answer was a watch and a world away, and the if was the ache the whole mess was carrying tonight, and you did not say it out loud at a table. Then it will be Friday, said Sayan, with the whole serene certainty of a being who had once smuggled a second canister in his sleeve in front of 200 witnesses. When we get there, you have written it true. The writing is yours to do. The answer belongs to the morning. And under the table, under the deck, under the keel of the laughing ship, the dark they had crossed lay astern with a sealed door in it, and the clock running somewhere on the wrong side, and Brant knew it the way the whole crew knew it, all watch, every watch, and put her heel down flat on the deck where both things were true, and sat with her finished, unsent letter until the mess closed. The bow watch of the next day found the Endurance with the inner lanes on her plot, and her course laid in, and the sky on the main display did not look like an instrument reading any more. It looked like a coastline at night from a ship coming in, lights, and the dark shapes of the things the lights were on, and more lights past those, all the way in, further than the scan could carry. The first living sky in 5 years, and Brant could not stop flying toward it, and did not try. Mercer came up at the turn of the watch and stood at the plot, dressed for something. The whole bridge marked it. The man squared away to the collar, the captain who had carried them out of the bottom of the universe, looking at the lit field the way he had looked at it the first night, carefully, as at a thing he could not afford to drop, and the dread and the love in the looking were the same size, and he made no effort to hide either one from his deck, because they had earned the truth off him a long time ago, and he had stopped budgeting it. "What does she look like, Ensign?" Mercer said. "Lit all the way in, Captain." "Yes." Mercer was quiet a moment. "I keep checking it's still there." "Every scan refresh, sir," Brant said level, and the captain looked at her, and something passed between the helm and the dace that had been 5 years in the making and needed no further paperwork. She was still an ensign, and would be when the Lanner's lieutenant read the rolls. Geneva could make a politician a captain by emergency instrument. It had left no instrument for promoting an ensign 5 years beyond the edge of its jurisdiction. "Commander Holt," Mercer turned from the plot, "you have the ship, course as laid, inner lanes, gently.
We haven't come this far to scrape the paint in the harbor mouth. The mail stays held under Marsh's hand until I say otherwise. Nothing of ours goes up that lair ahead of me." He took up his watch coat from the chair arm and put it on and squared it, and for a breath he stood with one hand resting flat on the chair back. Vance's chair, Sloane's chair, his, the way a man rests a hand on a shoulder. "Aye, sir, I have the ship. The mail holds." Holt hesitated, which Holt did not do, and then asked it plainly, because the wire between them had long since been spent down to the plain. "Where will you be, Captain?" "Making a call I've owed for 5 years," Mercer said.
The captain went down the spine, and the hatch closed on him, and the Endurance ran on into the lit field with her letters built and waiting and her people leaning toward home like a crew at a rail. Every word of 5 years cued and held one watch from going, the way a held breath is held. And at the helm, with the steadiest hands on the ship resting easy on the board, Brant put the bow on the brightest part of the sky and flew, breathing with the rest of them. In, joy. Under it, the breath you keep, and the lights coming up to meet her did not flicker once, all the way down the lanes, all the way in.
Chapter 27. The Threshold. "Captain Aaron Vance," Mercer said. "ISV Endurance. Commanding." The passage at the frame 31 was the one place aboard that did not know they were home. The home network's light stood on every board from the bridge to the boat bay now. Beacons, lanes, traffic, the lit geometry of a sky with people in it, and none of it reached down here, because steel 3 decks deep takes no interest in what the boards are showing, and the seal at the end of the short passage bled the same cold it had bled since the compartment behind it went out of the world. Mercer had come down at the bottom of the middle watch with the watchlight low on the cut letters, the way he had come down on the worst side of the span and the long road and the lit reaches before that, because within a day he would stop being a far-pocket captain and become whatever a man is once he has said what he is carrying, and the dead were owed their muster first from the man who still owed it. Captain Maya Sloane, ISV Endurance, commanding. The burr on the S still stood proud enough to catch a thumb, and he let it catch. 2 captains at the top, and below them the commission's whole long bill, in the torch hand of tired men who had cut between watches and never once been ordered to. Pell, Yarrow, Pratt, Sengupta. The names had stopped being a list years back. Each one came up with its freight, the frames, the platform, the aft lock, and he gave each its breath and did not hurry, because hurrying was the one discourtesy the wall had never been shown. Okeke, Bellamy. Okeke still cost him the same syllable all this time later, and he had long since stopped trying to govern it. Dunbar, Farrow, Iqbal. Teague. The corpsman's letters sat lower on the steel, the cuts older now than the hand that had earned them. And somewhere forward of the wall, inside a dispensary locker, a grease-pencil column kept the other ledger. Everyone who had walked away from those hands, added to by other hands now, because the book was not for reading, it was for adding to. Then the new names, the Spans bill, cut in one sitting in the first watch after the crossing, the burr on them still bright and sharp under the light, not yet rubbed soft by the thumbs the way the old names had been rubbed soft.
Mercer read them through, one by one, aloud, with their stations and their hour, and his voice held for all of them, just. Below the names, set a little apart, stood the mark that was not a name. The deck had cut the keeper into the steel the way the rig had always drawn him, and no human mouth could say it, and Ferris's people had decided that was right. The only Orin on a human wall, written in the only hand he had ever had. Mercer stood in front of the mark and said nothing, which was the reading.
Sloane had read the living, all souls by name, every muster, the captain's own voice working down the watchbill while the divisions answered, and she had left the dead to whoever would stand in the cold and do it, and the answer to whoever had turned out to be him on both sides of the span for the rest of his life. Her habit. Somebody keeps her habits. The thought arrived in Sloane's dry voice, the way it still did at the bottom of watches, and he let it stand where she had put it. The link clicked at his collar. "Captain, officer of the watch?" Holt's voice, level, and under the level something Mercer had learned to read in it across 5 years, which was Holt being careful with a thing. "A hull has come over our horizon making straight for us, small and fast, home-built. She's challenging us, sir." A beat. "We are being challenged by our own people, Captain. They want to know who we are." Mercer stood in the cold with the names in front of him, and the words went through him in 2 halves. Our own people, which after 5 years landed somewhere below the breastbone and stayed, and who we are, which the Commission had spent those 5 years answering at line after line, in the dark, in other people's grammar, at other people's guns. One more line. The last one was Holmes. "On my way. Nobody answers ahead of me." The dead had waited 5 years for the home sky outside the hall. They could keep their captain 3 minutes more. Mercer finished the muster properly, the line for all the rest given the same unhurried breath as the names, and set his thumb against the burr on the S once, briefly, and went up to answer his own side.
The bridge had the contact on every repeater, and the bridge was very quiet. It was a picket. The boards had her measure long before the optics did. A quarter of the Endurance's length, a fraction of her mass, running clean and hot and unashamed of her own emissions in a way nothing in the far pocket had run in living memory, her drive signature crisp as a parade ground. The optics, when they got her, put up a hull that hurt to look at, bright, whole, unscarred, every plate the yard had hung on her, a ship that had never been mended because she had never been broken, and young somewhere under it, new-built, laid down and launched and worked up entire in the years the Endurance had been a rumor of debris on a list somewhere. The crew looked at her the way the starving look through a window at a laid table. Nobody said so. Brant's hands lay easy on the helm, and her eyes were not on her board, and at signals Marsh sat tidy over receivers that were carrying for the first time in 5 years the live human traffic of home, and one strand of it aimed at them like a leveled weapon. "Challenge traffic, Captain," Marsh even and exact. Repeating on the guard band, voice in the clear. "She's been sending it since she came over the horizon, and she's closing to verify. Postures by the book, their book, the one we left with. Put it on the speakers." The voice that came onto the bridge of the Endurance was human and home and young, and it had never been shot at in its life. "Unidentified vessel, unidentified vessel. This is the ISCA Pickett Lanner. You have emerged from an uncharted junction, and you are posting no current ledger identity. Cut your drive to station keeping, open your boards to interrogation, and identify yourself. Be advised your profile reads as a warship of no cataloged class, and I am obliged to treat you accordingly until you give me a reason not to. Lanner, challenging." 5 years, half a universe, a war, a wall full of names, and home,
When it finally spoke to them, said, "Identify yourself," in the voice of a lieutenant young enough to be the daughter of half the watch, on a hull that could not have scratched their paint if the paint had survived to be scratched. Somewhere aft of the chair one of the ratings made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite the other thing, and stifled it, and nobody turned to look, because everybody understood it completely. All stations. Mercer pitched it low and even, the steadiness the bridge had learned to set its own by. Drive to station keeping, boards open. Mr. Marsh, give them everything they ask for and nothing they don't. Magazines stay sealed and cold, A.W. Eldridge, and the doors with them. This ship has answered lines from one end of the dark to the other without frightening anybody, and she is not going to start on her own doorstep. A beat. We have been challenged by experts, people. Show the lieutenant how it's done. Aldridge, from her dim boards, dry as dust. Politest gun line I've ever been under, Captain. Open the channel. The light came up. Lanner, this is ISV Endurance, EX-01, ISCA Frontier Command, Julian Mercer commanding. Drive is cut, boards are open, doors are cold. Our authentication is 5 years stale, but I'm sending it anyway, in full. Date it. The date is the first true thing I have to give you. The pause on the channel had a texture the whole bridge could read. A watch officer with a registry entry in front of her that did not allow for the voice in her ears. Endurance. The protocol crispness stayed, but something worked underneath it now. Endurance, EX-01, is struck from the active list. Lost, presumed, all hands. The entry's 5 years old and it has a seal on it. If this is salvage flying a dead name, say so now. The schedule is kinder to claims declared before boarding. It isn't salvage, Lieutenant. Mercer said it without weight, which was the only way it could carry. It's the slowest passage home in the history of the service. Check the ciphers. They waited. The Lanner closed through the wait, as her book required, and swung her interrogation across them, and the bridge of the Endurance sat in the home sky, being measured by its own people. The patched flank, the salvage welds aft of the dead mast, the grafted vastness of a hull rebuilt at sea out of 3 civilizations, every scar of her being read by instruments that had been calibrated to a peacetime, and found nothing in their tables for what they were looking at. Your hull doesn't match the class record, the Lanner said at last, and the protocol had begun very slightly to come apart at the seams. Your drive doesn't match anything. There are sections of you that don't answer, materials-wise. No, Mercer said. The record shows the ship that left. We are what came back. The accounting of the difference goes to Geneva, Lieutenant, not across a guard band. No discourtesy in it. Some bills are read upwards. Another pause, longer. When the voice returned, the crispness had been put back on deliberately, the way a person straightens a uniform, and it did not entirely fit anymore. Endurance, Lanner, your authentication decodes clean against the archive. Cipher generation 2240, retired 4 cycles. Genuine and expired. A breath, audible, the first unprofessional sound she had allowed herself. Nobody counterfeits an expired key. Nobody flies a 5-year dead name with the seals right and the yard marks right and... The sentence stopped itself. The protocol caught it. The protocol failed. Where have you been? The whole bridge of the Endurance sat inside the question. 5 years of it. The wall 3 decks down, the gardens dead since the first year, the letters queued in their thousands, the span sealed astern on a better man's life, all of it pulled toward that one channel like air toward a breach, and Mercer held it, because spent twice it would arm nobody.
on the far side of the junction we came out of," he said. "The whole of it goes to Geneva within the watch, once, entire, where it can't be taken down. What I need from you, Lieutenant, is 3 things, and I need them exactly. Your relay cleared for priority traffic of fleet consequence, addressee the Minister for the Fleet. Your log to carry that this ship declared such traffic before sending it, and your picket line to put nothing, no probe, no survey claim, no salvage tender, into that junction behind us. It is shut, and it must be left shut, and the reasons are Geneva's first. After that, they will be everyone's. Relay's yours on your mark, Endurance. Logged as declared." The young voice had gone careful, the way the careful go when the size of a thing has begun to arrive without its shape. "I'm instructed to hold you under escort pending instructions, taking station off your beam. Take it and welcome, Lieutenant. You're the first thing from home we've seen in 5 years. We don't mind being looked at." The lanner came up their flank and matched them, small and bright off the port beam, a clean hull holding station on a scarred one, and the Endurance had been escorted before, 6 ancient mended vastnesses arranged around her in the cold, in the form their people kept for their wounded, and nobody aboard said that either, but the shape of it sat in every soul on the bridge, with eyes. Mercer looked past her, at the plot. The home reaches ran away from the junction in light. Beacons, lanes, relay chains, traffic. Colonies he could name and colonies that had not existed when they left. The whole lit, connected, living wealth of a sky that had never once been hungry. And against all of it, between everything behind them and everything ahead, one picket, crewed by children of a long peace, whose challenge protocol assumed the worst thing coming out of an uncharted junction was an unlicensed salvage claim. Tann had seen this. Through the closing fold, in the last seconds the keeper's life had bought, the man who had everything except a sky had watched the Endurance go home into this, the laid table, the lit window, the open country. And the door was shut now, and the door would not hold, and months from now, the thing that came out of it would go through the lanner's challenge protocol like weather through a paper lantern.
The way home had been the way in. That was the whole of it. And it had no mechanism Mercer could name, and needed none. He had carried 100 and some souls through a door, and in the same act shown a man who wanted only a sky exactly where the door stood. One act, indivisible, no seam in it anywhere for the difference to live in. Getting his crew home and aiming a war at everyone they had come home to, the same hour, the same fold, the same tired hand on the same chair arm. A man could stand at that threshold the rest of his life and never find the place where the rescue ended and the endangering began, because there was no such place. The door was the threshold. He had always known doors swung both ways. He had spent 5 years forgetting it on purpose, because the forgetting was the only way to keep flying toward this one. His hand had closed on the chair arm without him. Mercer looked down at it, white at the knuckle over the worn place 2 dead captains had polished, and made it open, finger by finger, like a man unloading a weapon. "Commander Halt, Dr. Hale to the wardroom, and signals on the link. We have a message to build." The wardroom still smelled faintly of the homecoming. Somebody had printed a cake the day the boards lit, a real attempt, the galley's last hoarded sweetness in it, and the ghost of it hung about the compartment like a guest who had stayed on. Hale came in with her slates and did not sit. Holt came in with the paper folder and did. On the link, the signals bay carried Marsh's quiet and the small sounds of a queue being built. "The witness first," Mercer said. "Then the warning. They go out together, but we build them in that order, because that's the order we owe them in." The oath's terms, verbatim from the log.
Holt had the page without looking for it. Say what was here. Say who did the consuming. Say it where it cannot be taken down. Sworn by the ship in the Oran's keeping, where it is already past recall. What remains is our half of the saying. The ledger, Hale said. It has to be the open ledger, Julian, not a sealed channel to a minister. That's a report, and reports go to committees, and committees are where the truth of this gets managed into a briefing note with the blood taken out. The keeper didn't die for a briefing note. Where it cannot be taken down means where Geneva cannot take it down, and there is exactly one place in human space that answers that description. And we have been posting our dead to its far-pocket cousin for 5 years. Her hands were flat on the slate stack, the way she signed the heavy things. I have the whole pocket here. 5 years of floor series, outbound and home. The charts, the template result, the spent reaches measured all the way to the dead heart. What a network looks like when it has been used up, Captain. Instrument by instrument, which means I am holding the only photograph of our own future anyone has ever taken. And the seal, the cascade record entire, and my projection of the damping. Months. I won't sign tighter than months, and nobody should let me. But it is months, and it is not years, and the projection goes in with my name on it. It does. All of it. Mercer turned to the link. Mr. Marsh. Captain. Your files. All of them. The cover-up record, the postings, the provenance chains. Everything you were put aboard to gather, and everything you gathered after, the whole of what it cost you to have. Into the packet, behind the doctor's science. The link carried the signals bays quiet for a moment. The small, precise sounds of a man working. Assembled, Captain. They've been assembled for 2 years. They were only ever waiting for an addressee.
And that was all he said. The proof he had been placed aboard to gather, the gathering he had been exposed for, and ruined for, and held at arm's length for through every watch since, about to ride home to the public ledger under the captain's name, attached to the captain's warning, certified by the captain's seal, in the single transmission the species would read above all others. And the man who had paid for every page of it sat at his boards 3 decks away, building the queue that would carry it, and asked for nothing, and observed nothing, and made not one syllable of the symmetry. Mercer looked at the link a moment. There were sentences that wanted saying, and every one of them was cheaper than the silence, and the silence was Marsh's, and a captain does not take a man's last possession off him to ease his own conscience. The provenance chains carry their gatherer's name, Mercer said, to the room and the record both. The packet goes out exact, that's all. Noted, Captain, Marsh said, level as his boards, and went on working. Then, one more matter for the captain's order. Personal traffic. 5 years of it. The whole of the The smallest pause. A man renaming a thing he had lived inside. The whole of the dead system log, the letters, every entry the crew has written home since the gather. 4,000 odd. The queue is built and the relays clear, and I'll have a mutiny at my hatch by the forenoon if it holds much longer, sir. It goes the moment you say. It goes the moment the warning's gone, and not 1 second before. Mercer said it gently, because the order had teeth, and the teeth were going to bite 4,000 letters worth of waiting hearts, one more watch. Their families have waited 5 years to learn they're alive. They can be 5 minutes behind the news that keeps them that way. The warning rides first, Mr. Marsh. First, alone, and clean. First, alone and clean, Captain. Holt opened the folder then, and what came out of it was not the book. It was a single drafted page in the XO's square hand, and he laid it on the table facing Mercer with the deliberateness of a man laying down a card he had thought about for a long time.
Before you build the message, Captain, you'll want the bill for sending it. I've itemized. Posting fleet-grade material to the open ledger. 4 breaches of the information instruments, by my count, 2 of them with teeth. Naming the cover-up. That's not a breach, that's a detonation, and Geneva's lawyers will spend a year deciding what to call it. Bypassing the oversight chain to address a minister directly with the alarm of the age, unprecedented, which is worse than illegal. They have schedules for illegal. The level voice did not move. I drafted it so you'd decide with the whole price in front of you, and then I signed the foot of it. Concurring. If they come for the captain over this, they can read the executive officer's name on the same page, in the same ink, and explain to the board why the 2 of us watched the same 5 years and reached the same answer. Mercer looked at the signature a moment, the square, unhurried, utterly legible hand of a man who had never in his life signed anything he had not meant, and the wire that had run between them since a crew chose one of them over the other lay on the table with everything else, old now and load-bearing, and theirs. They'd have hanged me alone with more conviction, Mercer said.
Thank you, Daniel. They'll manage, sir. Hale left her slates and Holt left his page, and the hatch closed behind them, and Mercer sat alone in the wardroom with the ghost of the cake and the blank sheet of the XO's paper, because some things were still built by hand. Mercer wrote it small and he wrote it plain, and he crossed out more than he kept. The polish kept arriving, 30 years of drafted clauses, of language built to survive committees, of sentences with handholds in them for allies and no purchase for enemies. And he struck it out every time, because the man at the other end did not need handling. The man at the other end needed arming, and the 2 could not ride in the same sentence. The fact of her first, the ship returned, the Count Soto had certified. Then the threat and the name, then the clock and the better man who had bought it, then the proof and the license. Tell them the truth this time. The words went down, and he looked at them a long moment, a Geneva man giving away Geneva's last secret, and did not cross them out. Then the ask. He read the whole of it over once, aloud, alone, at a murmur, the way he had read the wall, and the reading took under a minute, which was correct, because the worst news in the history of the species did not need length, it needed a voice that would not break, and a place no one could reach to burn it. His hands were steady. Somewhere below the steadiness, in the place the steadiness had been loaned from 5 years ago and never once repaid, a man was very tired and wanted his own kitchen, and the reign of an island he had not seen since he was 46, and to never again be the most prepared person in any room. All of that could go on wanting. It had company. Mercer folded the page once, put it in his breast pocket the way other men carried photographs, and stood. The passage to the bridge ran forward through the living ship, the galley clatter of the morning loaf, 2 ratings arguing drop seedings with the fierce unimportance the crew had defended across half a universe like the cargo it was, somebody's kettle going somewhere, a world of small kept things riding 8 decks above a wall of names, everything the far pocket had not managed to take, walking with him to the channel. Past the lit boards, past Brant at the helm, who looked up once and said nothing and put everything in it, past Marsh at signals, the queue standing built and ready under his hands, 4,000 letters holding their breath behind one folded page. The channel light stood green at the captain's station, the relay clear, the ledger open, home listening and not yet knowing what for. Mercer stepped to the channel. Chapter 28. The Message. Mercer's hand lay flat on the board beside the commit key, not on it, and Mercer said, "Send it." And 5 years went to the seam ledger in 19 seconds. The transfer drew itself on the signals repeater as a single bright thread running off the hull into the lit country out to the nearest relay, and from the relay outward, copied, and the copies copied, every copy stamped and every stamp answerable to all the others, until no version of events existed anywhere that was anyone's to edit. The network did it without ceremony. It had been doing it for every docking chit and cargo manifest in human space since before the Endurance was laid down, and it did not distinguish between a bill of lading and the end of the world. What went down the thread, in order, was this: the ship's log, whole and unabridged from the Houston yard to the home junction, every fold, every engagement, every death and the manner of it, the grammar Sloane had taught the record and Mercer had kept the cost beside the call every time, including his own at frame 31. Brandt's dead reckoning chain, 5 years long, the unbroken arithmetic of where a blind ship had been, good enough now for any board of navigators alive to retrace. Hale's floor series, region by region across the whole of the far pocket, the survey of a spent network, junction by guttered junction, the readings that needed no model attached because they were not a prediction, the charts, the contact records, both people's, the courted and the wronged, and the record of the OR1, what had been done to them, over what span, by whom, with whose weapons, including for 1 year of it this ship's, what they did instead of hunting, shield their own, gather their broken, mourn on every band at once, what one of them did at the last, in the throat of the span, with his own drive core and his own life. The crew had owed a debt that was not payment, and the captain had promised it in the deep cold to the one who asked, that it would be said, plainly, for keeps, where the saying could never afterwards be unsaid. Mercer watched the witness go out with the rest, and pressed his thumb hard against the worn place on the chair arm, the smooth patch 2 dead captains had made, until the thread on the repeater ran done. Last of all went the files. 2 years of quiet treason, gathered at a signals board by a careful man with a cause. The cost ledgers, the buried studies, the routing orders with the wrong dates on them. Geneva's long century of knowing what a fold spends and charging it anyway, joined now to a sworn attestation from the man who had been Geneva's own undersecretary aboard, confirming from the inside of the machine every line of what the spy had stolen from its edges. Marsh keyed that transfer himself, at the captain's order, under the captain's name and seal. Nobody on the bridge looked at him while he did it, which was a courtesy, and he asked for no other kind, and his hands on the board were as level as his voice had ever been. The acknowledgment came back up the thread and broke into green across the signal station. "It's in, Captain." Marsh read the return the way he read everything now, twice and aloud. "Posted, stamped, replicating. 40 relays at the first count and climbing while I say it. There's no recalling it, not by the ship, not by Geneva, not by anyone born. Thank you, Mr. Marsh." The bridge ran quiet around the fact of it, not the far pocket quiet, the kind with teeth in the dark beyond the plating, the home quiet, lanes lit on every board, beacon traffic ticking against the hull like weather, the picket that had spent a day deciding whether to believe them, riding off the beam now with her running lights honest and hers. Holt stood the XO's station with the watchbill squared and his eyes on the captain. Brandt had the helm and nothing to fly, her hands resting on a board that for the first time in 5 years did not need her nerve. At the back of the bridge, Naral and Salen stood the hour side by side in the standing quiet way, very still, two grief-keepers at the paying of a debt. Mercer had spent the old life learning what could be done to a document, amended, sealed, redacted, reclassified, lost with regrets, found too late, superseded by the later finding. There had been a time he could have named the committee for each. The men who had drunk his father's wine had carried documents like that in their cases, and his father had sat up straight at a borrowed table and poured. And somewhere in the 5 years behind him, the boy who swore never to be the unprepared man at that table had stopped preparing against the world and started telling it the truth instead, and he could not now find the seam where the one had become the other. The ledger took no committees. That was the whole of why he loved it, this one night of his life. "Mr. Marsh," Mercer said, "build the narrowcast." It took 4 minutes. The directory had given them 5 years of the world inside their first day home. Births, deaths, dockets, the slow public turning of a civilization that did not know yet what was coming for it. And in it, at the head of the fleet list, the name Mercer had gone looking for before any other. Marcus Cole, Minister for the Fleet, Geneva, the civilian hand on Iska Frontier Command, the man who had spoken this ship out of the yard. Why him? Holt had asked the night before, in the way Holt asked things. Not an objection, a test of the joinery. "You were Geneva captain. You know 100 doors." "I know what's behind 100 doors," Mercer had said. "Committees. Cole is the one man on that list who ever stood in front of this species and spent his own name to make it do a necessary thing. He did it for the NAHL Alliance when every door I know was bolted against it. He's the alarm, Daniel. The rest of them are the snooze." Now Marsh half-turned from the signal station. "Narrowcast is built, Captain. The address is good. Geneva's relay chain accepts the header. From the moment you speak it, it's the networks to carry. It'll run ahead of us the whole way in." "Mirror it," Mercer said. "Everything I say to the open ledger, word for word, as I say it." "Mirrored, aye." Holt came one step down from the XO's station. "Privately first if you want it, Captain. There's no shame in a rehearsal." No. Mercer had the slate in his hand, the message he had built in the night watches, with the walls cold coming through his boot soles, every word weighed twice and set in order. He looked at it for a moment, and then he set it face down on the chair arm and left it there. "On the speakers, Commander. The ship hears what its captain sends. They paid for every word of it. They'll hear it go." The speakers opened through every living compartment of her, the bridge, the messes, the engine deck where Whitlock had stood her watches doubled since the span, the sick bay where Ferris lay listening with the link turned up, and what the repair had left him of his hands quiet on the blanket. The bosun's tone sounded once. Then there was nothing on any deck of the Endurance but air handlers and one far pump singing its half-tone flat, and her captain's voice. "Minister Cole, this is the Endurance. We are home, and we have brought the worst news in the history of the species behind us. Listen, because I'll say it once and put it where no one can take it down." On the helm repeater, the narrowcast marker detached itself from the ship's position and began to cross the plot, relay by relay, a small, certain mark moving down the lit lanes toward Earth. 5 years ago, you spoke this ship out of the Houston yard with 240 souls aboard. I have 158 of them alive. One more is living well on a world he chose over the voyage. You'll find him in the record. The rest are carried on a bulkhead at frame 31, some by name, the others beneath the line for those we could not bring. And the record carries every one of them, who and how and what it bought. I posted that record to the open ledger an hour ago, entire, under my name. It is not a report, Minister. Reports can be handled. This cannot, by anyone, and that is the point of it." Brand's hands had not moved on the board. Aldridge stood by the hatch where Aldridge always stood, and her eyes were on the marker crossing the plot, watching the message the way she watched a boarding party cross open ground. "There is a network on the far side of the span, and it is dying of exactly what we're doing to ours. The people there are us, given a pocket of dark and 1,000 years to forget. One of them is coming. His name is Maric Tann. The door is shut behind me. A better man than any of us aboard shut it with his own life, and it will not hold. Months, Minister, not years." At the back of the bridge, neither Nall moved, and their stillness deepened by a degree that no instrument aboard could have read, and every human on the deck could. "They call themselves the Ascendant. Don't let anyone tell you he's a madman or a monster. We made both mistakes about that pocket, and people died of each one. He is the best of what is left over there, and what is left over there is a people watching their own lights go out one junction at a time. He does not want our worlds. He wants the network they hang on. He means to bleed it into his own and keep his people alight on the transfusion. And when this ship came home, he watched her come home into a living sky, so he knows now that the crossing pays. I have flown 5 years through what a network looks like when it is finished. The readings are in the record. They are not a forecast, Minister. They are a survey." Hale stood at the science station with her eyes shut. She had fought every line of that paragraph in the drafting, not because it was wrong, but because it was hers, and exact, and she had spent 2 years hoping to be wrong about it. "Raise the alarm. Recall the fleet. And tell them the truth this time. Geneva has known what a fold costs since before I was born, and I have flown through what the bill looks like when it comes due. I'll bring the rest in person, if there's time." Mercer closed the channel himself. For the length of a breath, nobody on the bridge did anything at all. "Transmission away, Captain," Marsh said, at last, very quietly, into the hush. Riding the relays, mirrored to the ledger, stamped whole. A pause, and then, because the man had spent 2 years learning what the record was worth and what it cost, and had paid more for the lesson than anyone aboard, nobody can stop it arriving. Nobody can pretend it didn't. That was the design, Mr. Marsh. The bridge came back to itself by small degrees, the way a deck does. The scan refresh, a course query from the picket answered in Brandt's flat Cleveland, the watch turning over somewhere below with its low exchange of names. Down the open boards the other traffic resumed, the traffic that had been queued behind the captain's send since the boards first lit. 5 years of letters going down to the world and the first answers climbing back up. Soto had ordered the mess speakers left open for those. Somewhere aft of the bridge, faint down a trunk line, a sound that the far pocket had never once produced came up through the ship's bones. A compartment of tired people cheering some single ordinary line of text, somebody's mother, somebody's son, the homecoming arriving family by family, name by name, while the warning ran on ahead of all of it toward Geneva. Mercer sat in the chair his dead had given him. His voice had been steady the whole transmission. The trade for the steadiness came due now, the way it always came due, in the body. His hands, folding in his lap below the sight line of the deck, would not quite be still, and there was an ache at the hinge of his jaw from a clench he had no memory of setting. And when Soto appeared at the dais foot with 2 mugs of something that was almost coffee, he discovered his eyes had filled, briefly, stupidly, at nothing, at the steam off a mug, at the fact of her, at the bare, unbearable ordinariness of being alive in home space with the thing finally said. The polish had been good for 1 more night. It was spent.
Soto came up the step uninvited, the way only Soto did, and put one of the mugs into his hand and did not let go of it until his fingers closed. Medical order. There's a queue of those, I expect. 158 of them. Your last. She said it dry, and it landed kind, and the mug was terrible and warm. Soho stood beside the chair a moment, watching the marker on the plot, and did not say any of the things that were true, that he had done it, that it was over, that it was beginning, because she had stood beside 2 other captains in her time and learnt what this one needed from the dais, not a verdict, company. Holt crossed the bridge and stood at the other arm of the chair, and the 2 men looked at the plot together, the lanes, the lights, the small mark running home ahead of them, and what passed between them did not need a sentence and did not get one. Behind the ship, far back along her own wake, past the picket line, out where the charts simply stopped, the span sat sealed in its ruined junction, the door a better man had shut, damping in the dark, holding for now. Every soul aboard could feel it back there, the way you feel a door at your back in a quiet house, the way home and the way in. Mercer let the dread keep its place under the joy without resolving them, because they would not resolve, and he had given up asking things to be tidy in a pocket where nothing ever had been. Captain, Brant from the helm in the new home quiet. The cost of 5 years sat on her plainly. The girl from the lakefront who had shipped out at Houston was nowhere in her face, and something better and sadder and steadier was, and her hands lay on the board the way they had lain through the worst of the span, easy, certain, the hands the whole crossing had ridden on. "Where do you want her?" Mercer set the mug down on the chair arm, beside the slate he hadn't needed. "Home, Ensign," he said, "all the way in." The Endurance came round onto the inbound lane like a tired horse turning for the gate, patched, toothless, grafted out of 3 dead civilizations, her gardens gone, her drive a borrowed miracle, a wall of names 3 decks down riding where the hull rode, the only ship of her class or any class to cross the dark on the far side of the sky and come back to say so. The picket fell in abeam of her. The lanes opened ahead of her, lit the whole way down to the small far blue of the world. And out in front of her, hop by hop along the bright and living country, faster than any hull and gaining with every relay, stamped and mirrored and irrevocable, the message ran on toward Earth, through junctions that had never gone dark, past colonies at their suppers, under the ordinary working traffic of a species that still believed the night was empty, carrying ahead of the Endurance the one cargo she had crossed 2 networks to deliver, to a very old man in Geneva who was about to learn what it had cost to be wrong. The war was coming. The warning ran ahead of it. Mercer watched the mark go until the plot lost it among the lights of home, and did not look away even then.